and break. Iran calls for full oil embargo against Israel. Biden suggests Gaza explosion caused by Hamas. So busy morning of headlines around Israel and Hamas conflict. Oil jumped over 3% after Iran's foreign minister called for an oil embargo on Israel. Meanwhile, President Biden in Israel said at an appearance with Israel PM Netanyahu, the explosion at a Gaza hospital that killed hundreds was, quote, done by the other team. The comments was in line with Israel Defense Assessment, who earlier concluded that it was caused by a misfired rocket, though Arab leaders have blamed Israel. It comes after Palestine President Abbas pulled out of his meeting with President Biden, scheduled for today's after the news of the explosion. Still unclear if Israel to start new ground operation after Israeli military said yesterday they may be preparing something different. Markets have continued to mostly ignore rising geopolitical tensions, though this morning, oil's move may suggest a rising geopolitical risk premium. JP Morgan analysts have estimated that an oil spike to 120 could cause global growth to fall near or stall next quarter. He said, play him for the other team. Bro, I listened to it. I was just like, man, the last person we need behind a live microphone right now is Kanye West. And somebody else. Kanye, I only have a list. There's two people I would not put in front of a live mic right now in this situation and send them to the Middle East. It's Kanye West, and the second person, you got to figure that out yourself. Who could not be trusted with the live mic? And if we have to walk back any comments. No, Rodman is the GOAT, man. Rodman we need for political diplomacy. Anyways, I got plays for you, baby. You got a lot of pre-market movers. It's not that crazy, believe it or not, though. I think we saw a lot more stuff yesterday, so let's see what happens. But Abbott, they're up 2.9 off of earnings. RDY up 2.2 off of nothing. Procter & Gamble 2.1 off of earnings. Dow is up 1.0 off of a Bank of America upgrade. Jake from State Farm is the GOAT. Enco Real Estate loves you. Amen. SPR is up 9.8. MOA with Boeing preliminary Q3 results. VKTX, they're up 9.3 off of trial data. We saw that one yesterday. FND is up 7.8 to join S&P Midcap 400. NTLA is up 6.7. FDA clears IND application to initiate pivotal phase 3 trial of NTLA 2001. Sage is up 4.4, confirms that the FDA grants Sage 718 orphan drug designation. VSAT up 4.1 off of nothing. LAAC up 3.0. Deutsche Bank upgrade. FWRG up 2.6. Raymond James upgrade. EAT, they're up 2.5. Raymond James upgrade. Katos 2.3 off of nothing. Honeywell up 2.0. Bank of America upgrade. ESTC is up 1.8, Jeffries upgrade, and then FHN, they're up 1.7 off of earnings. ARDX up 18.8%, amends debt financing, and they note FDA approval of Exova, Exposa, I don't know, I think Exfosa. TNGX is up by 6.8, insider buy. TALS up 2.8, shareholders approve merger with Tourmaline Bio, 1 for 10 reverse stock split. Edit is up 2.8. JP Morgan upgrade. Frey is up by 2.6. They anticipate redomiciliation transaction will become effective in Q4. EYK, there's a gold and silver stocks running. Select oil and energy. GMAB down 7.9. BNB Paribas Exanes initiates underperform. IBKR down 3.6 off of earnings. AstraZeneca down 3.5. ESMO publishes late breaking abstract of Tropion Bresto 1 and Trophon Lung phase 3 trials. SQM is down by 3.2. Bank of America downgrade. CFG down by 3.1 off of earnings. Morgan Stanley 3.0 off of earnings. MT 3%. Bank of America downgrade. WIT down 2.7 off of earnings. ALB down 2.7 off Bank of America downgrade. Sherwin-Williams 2.3 Bank of America downgrade. AXP down 1.3. Federal Reserve reportedly considering lowering interchange fee cap. Visa down 1.3 off of the same news. Same thing with MasterCard. Bio down 5.6. The CFO resigns. MODG down 5.3 off of nothing. LAC down 3.1. Deutsche Bank downgrade. SBSW down 2.1. RBC Capital Market downgrade. Ally down 1.8 off of earnings. They were the other one. Ally and Citizen Financial. None of those look good as far as banking is concerned. And then OXCQ down 2.0 off of nothing. Chip makers are down in the wake of U.S. export controls and bad earnings off of ASML. And then airlines lower after UAL reports earnings amid higher oil and Israel conflict. Wow. Chatadonia. A lot of news, a lot of headlines, a lot of plays. I hope you have your plays ready, but I'm going to go to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram. I hope your day is doing good. Let's have a good one, baby. Amen? Amen. Let's go.
I think he'll be fairly hawkish, John, but probably not quite as strident as he was on SEP 20. And I think the rationale for dialing it down just a touch is the huge backup in long-term yields. The Fed can point to that. Powell can point to that move and say, hey, look, the back end's doing a lot of work for us. We don't need to raise Fed funds as much. A number of his colleagues have said things like that. I think that's the argument he can make, and it's a legitimate one.
Does that change the nature of the tightening, Gershon, if you put the emphasis on the long bond and long rates and shift the emphasis away from short-term rates?
Yeah, I think there's way too much focus on whether the Fed's going to go on another 25 basis points or not. That's a rounding error. It's the cumulative effect of all the tightening they've done already. And as Mike just mentioned, the long end of the curve has done a lot of the work for the Fed. So I know the markets will care. I care a lot less about whether they hike or not in November or December. What's really important is what's policy going to be 9 months from now. See, if we go back 9 months ago, remember, the market was pricing in rate cuts. They thought by now the Fed was going to be cutting. That's part of the reason why long-term yields are much lower. The markets now realize that's not happening. Rates are going to be high for a while, and that's why you've seen the long end come up. The question now is what's the data going to be in 6 to 9 months? We're really only just starting to see the cumulative effect. We know Fed policy acts with a lag. How much do we weaken over time? The data right now is very inclusive. That's going to be the key question as we go along. That's going to determine the path of rates over the next 6 to 12 months, not whether they end up hiking another time or not.
So given what we heard from Tom Barkin of the Richmond Fed, and I'll share that quote again, Gershon, I'm still looking to be...
Tom Barkin in the Fed. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia, how y'all feeling, man? How y'all feeling? Y'all ready to go here in the morning? We got about 9 minutes, 8 minutes until the bell. The pledge is on the way, baby. But tell me right now, you are here. You are ready to go. You are in the game. Chattadonia, I'll give you a second. You are members only, man. I can unlock it for a little bit. Honestly, I mean, I could give y'all a shot, but I don't know. I'll go members only. The first booty call I see. You know what I'm saying? I forgot. Yes, we even had it on members only. So I don't know. I'll give y'all a shot, but I need the first play, baby. I need the first play of the day. So if you got it, you let me know. You let me know what you have. Let's see. We'll give it a little bit. TQQ, SQQ, good morning, Chad. Is your breakup affecting your job? SPY credit spreads, IEF puts, watching CGC and Nikolai. Good morning. Tesla calls. Let's go. Tesla calls. UCO, Tesla puts. Let's go. Tesla. UVXY, missed you too. Let's go. GGG, QQQ, NVIDIA shorts, NVIDIA shares, UAL, JB Hunt, SMCI, Bank of America calls, Devon Energy, Tesla, Gold, MODG calls at the top, UNG, SPY calls, I love you, AMD puts, Success, Morgan Stanley calls, yay, Freedom, watching QQQ, SPY puts, NVIDIA calls, riding out the Abbott calls, long WM and VOO, NVIDIA, Tesla, Nathan Evans, baby. Good mornings, Palantir. Palantir calls January SPY puts 420 or lower. SPX holding NVIDIA. SPY calls TLT. Unity puts. Callaway calls in the morning. Apple calls. JetBlue. UAL. Is your breakup affecting your job again? Tesla calls. UAL calls. Sanctions on Israel. Oh my goodness. NVIDIA calls on love for Josh. Let's go. 10-year futures. EIA numbers. Good morning. Tesla calls on the Romans. And good luck, Colt, every day. That's not bad. Honestly, I'll take it. Y'all were ready to go. I'll take it, baby. I'll take it. Oh, so good morning, Chattadonia. Let's see. I hope you guys are ready for it. You were able to handle that one. That's what I'm talking about. So I got a couple plays for you. VKTX, you saw me flip that one yesterday at the end of the day, but I think that data was pretty interesting. We'll see. Again, it was up like 20 and then came back down to break even. UAL, I'm still in that. I'm down on it. I mean, the guidance already came out. Like I said, I was waiting for that conference call in the morning. They came out, the guidance. So either ride by the end of the day or most likely close out. And then Tesla, Netflix, those are your earnings. I'm still in my Netflix play. We're going to decide what to do with that. Then Morgan Stanley was bad. Neutrala, good data. And then ASML was bad as well, too. So I don't know if I'm going to play to the downside on ASML unless there's like real continuation. But if anything, I like Neutrala the most out of all of that. So we will see. But Chattadonia, you have 2 minutes until the bell. Or until the thing. That's it. We got to see what's going to go on. We're going to see what's going on, baby. We're going to see what's going on. Are you really bullish? Looks horrible. I'm tentatively bullish. You guys have heard me talk about it a lot. My October theory, it's playing out. It's just like sloppy. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, this was the start of October. Had a little more selling pressure. We're up, but we need to get out of it. But at the same time, again, if you guys don't understand, today is about global tensions, and people are talking about there is no real pattern of risk assets. You know what I'm saying? Or during these types of issues, we don't know what is necessarily going to happen. So there is a very weird situation going on in the background. And even this morning, you finally got earnings that weren't that good. And what I mean by that is you had banks, Morgan Stanley, they missed in some segments. That's the other ones couldn't say that. But then Ally, Citizens, some of those little regionals, they just had bad signs. And then again, there's one more consumer staple. Not JB Hunt. I think UAL, there was one more I'm blanking on, but they didn't do good as well, too. So that's what we got to see for. But at the same time, seasonality, if we could get out of a conflict, that could also provide good stuff. And if some of the earnings do come in good after we get into the tech season. So I hope that helps, my friend. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, and anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service, man. I hope we never have to call on you guys for the future, but I know you will always be there, and some of y'all have already sacrificed so that we have the freedom that we have today. So thank you for real from the bottom of my heart, and I know a lot of other people feel the same way. And big shout out to everybody out there, man, who gives back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, public servants, the janitors, the garbage men, and honestly, today, though, this is a special one for all the people working in medicine and healthcare, bro. What happened yesterday was wild. You heard about the hospital. That was people taking care of the health. And one part of the news that doesn't make it, that was a Christian hospital, one of the oldest in Palestine. So I'm going to say that there, but shout out to all of you guys out there providing help to people who need it, regardless of what is going on, no matter the reason. We love you and thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Let's go, Chad. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Yes, it is game time. It's game time, baby. It's good to see some of y'all. Y'all ready to go or what? I'm telling you, man, headlines for days, every single day here. You got 5 Fed speakers all today, bonds and earnings giving a reaction. Don't forget yesterday, the last 2 days, we've been opening up one way. By the 30 minutes an hour, you move another way. And then by the middle of the day, we just started to chill out a little bit. So let us see, my friends, but let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. Man. Yeah, the chat. I opened it to see. You guys did good on the play, so that's it. I was just waiting for someone to act out on the play. Then there was Gio. He's just been angry for months now. I had to ban him. But other than that, everybody was good. It's very simple, though. Very zero tolerance. If the chat can't hang, it's been very calm and peaceful, if you haven't noticed. And we're going to talk about a lot of things today, I'm sure. You just had an Iranian threat of an oil embargo after we were talking about it all day yesterday. So, who knows what's going to happen here. We got earnings, so make it a good time. Make it a good time, baby. Make it a good time. Let's go. So on that note, you have less than 1 minute. You have 30 seconds. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. If you have any questions, let me know. And get ready. It's going to be a wild opening, I'm pretty sure. And then watch oil. It was up by 3%, and then it came down. So you have that. And what's that other one? VKTX. I'm going to watch that. and then see what any of the banks do. ARDX got approval. We'll find out. QQQ. XLP staples. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Let's see. Okay, my Rite Aid adjusted now in my portfolio. So that's good. I didn't have that yesterday. Let's see. VKTX at 1070. See, Tesla, we're down 0.7 on the NASDAQ. I was looking at a play right there. SPY is up by 0.42, or down by 0.42, and then Dow Jones actually isn't that bad. Let's see how the other ones play out. Okay, come on. Did that load up? Okay, I got back into it. It's around the price. I'm a little higher, actually. I think I got it cheaper. But remember when it fell, I grabbed 200 shares of VKTX at 1090. Don't trade that. Not a recommendation. You will lose. Got more ZS shares. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I grabbed VKTX. It was the play from yesterday. I grabbed 200 shares. I think I've anything. I want to watch this one all day today with all the biotechs. That's why I'm like, maybe I should wait 10 minutes, but we'll give it a run here. And remember, it moved. Yeah, Rite Aid is now RADCQ after the bankruptcy there. It wasn't showing up yesterday, but now I've finally had everything shift. Microsoft on the high. When do you decide shares versus options? How long? I mean, what do you think is going to happen? What's the time frame of the play? And then another thing, what's the volatility of the stock? Essentially, the easiest thing you could learn from shares versus options is shares will give you a wider range to make money as well as lose money. But the difference is shares don't have a defined loss. So by doing an option, depending on the play, if it's really risky and scary, having an option and defined loss may be better than going with shares and vice versa. ECB proceeds to next phase of digital euro product. Yes, and the shares don't expire is a very big factor. There's Tesla again. Let's check Morgan Stanley, Ally, Citizens. Those were all the banks that didn't do good. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's down 5%. TLT is on the high, but once again, just like yesterday, every single day, we're opening down 1% on the bonds. VKTX is it's a GLP-1 drug, so it's related to the Ozempic stuff. They had data yesterday, showed 7 to 9% efficacy, just slight improvement, just a trial update. So they went up. They were up a lot more, and then they kind of came down. Very volatile since yesterday. You could kind of see the chart, even went as low as $7. So extremely volatile play, but this one could be exciting if things go up. Tesla's on the high. Don't forget, Tesla has earnings today, so it's already in the red. But if that wants to take off, keep in mind the pre-earnings run up. Shopify news, Microsoft leader. Morgan Stanley falls 6.1, the most since March. VKTX, not BK. Netflix barely holding. You guys said Shopify. I see Palantir on the high. Shopify is up by 2.8. They're doing good. Coinbase even up. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's down another 2, bro. Again, ASML had really bad earnings. Watch if ASML sells off or if that does the bounce. Procter & Gamble's going up. Again, their earnings was not bad at all. They're up 2.9. Shopify still going. Meta, Google, Bonds, SPY. Kind of looks like a weird remix of yesterday. I don't know if we dropped that low. And then watch if oil wakes up. Again, those oil Iranian headlines are crazy. So again, we gap down. Is that another? That's a 20-something point gap down. You're back near the 43.60 level. All I see is green when I flip over to this chart. Look at that. Meta, Visa share, slip, 0.2, MasterCard. Again, there's that news regarding fees. Uber on the high, CL, JP Morgan now. It's weird considering banks are red. Meta's insane. They're up by 0.5. NASDAQ down by 0.3, SPY 0.3. It was 0.7 in the morning. Oh, morning, Josh. Extra grateful. God, let me make another year. God is great. My only wish for my fellow Chaz, safety and peace, man. Tell him, baby. Happy birthday, Javi. Or not. I love it, baby. Amen. God is good. You made another year. I know you about that long term too, baby. So God bless you. Way to hold it down, man. And thank you for everything. Enjoy it. Enjoy the birthday. That's what I'm talking about. All right, VKTX got clapped already. Meta up. Let's see. Is the chat free? The chat is not free. We've always asked for you to be respectful to other people and like the video. So don't ever assume it's based on that. Otherwise, it is free 99. If you have a lot of respect, you respect all your other members in here, everybody. Oh, man, free 99 all day. We do ask for a like. We do ask for a like on the video. That is all. I mean, that's just the chat, the low key. You know, you could always listen. You could always listen. We ignore the noise till the loud messing with oil. Well, we're going to see what happens, man. We're going to see what happens. If the, what's it called? If, dude, they just said Iranian embargo, which is crazy.
Javi, I was late, but don't worry. You the man. I love you. Tell a hater get a long term and read a book. We really different. Long tiram.
Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. Oh, you guys want me to tell you? I can tell you. It's not done yet, but I can tell you. I can tell you right now. Try assisted dips for shoulder, slow reps, torn rotator cuff, and dips help. Really? That's good, because usually I could do normal dips, but they do kind of hurt. I'll try the assisted dips. Thank you, my friend. And then market coming down, I'll tell you right now, it is market related. I initiated my transfer from TD Ameritrade. So I set up the E-Trade accounts yesterday. I had to make 3 brand new E-Trade accounts. And then now we're waiting on TD Ameritrade to transfer over. Roku. Disney on the high. They're Disney big pop. I wouldn't call it big, but it just looked crazy on the high ticker. I pulled it up again until it gets above 88. I wouldn't get excited. I did not want Charles. Yeah, for the long terms. Why? I said this earlier. Because I didn't want to deal with their transfer process. I figured I would rather make a new account, start over, than doing it. Because I don't like it. I liked E-Trade when Morgan Stanley bought them. Everything of mine over the last 15, 20 years almost transferred without me doing anything. And I just think it's really weird that I have to make a new account at Charles Schwab. I requested if I could be put in a later group. They said no. So they put me on a deadline, and unfortunately, I made my decision. I haven't left yet, but I did start the transfer yesterday. Well, you better do it. You got 16 days. So, I mean, I had to make 3 E-Trade accounts. Once you make the first one, or literally all of your info should be in there if you have an account already. But once you have one account, you could literally copy and paste. It already does it for you. You make 3 accounts because I have to transfer 3 portfolios. and then you just send it into TOS, and then that's it. You tell them, and then that's all. I'm going to have a one account for the trading, that's all. Because I already have a Schwab account for my futures. I did that for futures solely. You see what I'm saying? That's how they connected TD and Schwab for futures. So my trading account, I'm going to keep that one at TD. But for my long terms, I'm just moving them all to E-Trade. And E-Trade pays way better interest on cash just sitting there. I'm transferring to E-Trade, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to use E-Trade to trade futures. I'm still going to keep a TD account for trading, but like I'm saying, I'm just the long term. Why no more? Because they want me to move to the Schwab thing by the end of the month, and I don't want to. I don't like Schwab. I'd rather use E-Trade. That's all. It's personal preference. It's not anything like that deep. Ren B on the high. You don't like the Schwab tinfoil? I personally just don't like. I think it's weird they're making us make new accounts. That's all. Like I said, I've went through the E-Trade one, and that was the smoothest thing ever. So I'm like, I'm down. If it was like that, I would have been good. But other than that, it gives me weird vibes. You don't need me to make a new account, bro. I've seen this happen. I've seen it happen. MU on the high. I tried interactive brokers back in the day, but never like seriously or actively. UAL is getting clapped. I'm down at least $1,100 or $1,200. So like what, $2-3 a share? No, I'm down 14 now, 7%. I do think that's how Schwab is going to report new accounts, and that's why I'm like, it's stupid. But like, I asked them, I was like, damn, y'all could just extend this out because they're not transferring everybody else over, but I just think it's weird. The TD Ameritrade might try to charge you. E-Trade, it's free, but E-Trade, I told me to ask them to waive it. But either way, it's like, I mean, eventually it's either you keep your money with them, or you close out the account and they mail you a check. And then I just don't want a check. That'd be awful. If you do nothing, no, they close your account and then they mail you the check of your balance to the address on file. Disney, B&O's on the high. Watch energy and oil. You're starting to wake up there again, possibly. SPY came back below the level. Yeah, watch if oil comes up. 20-year, that 5.2. That's awful. Again, there's a 20-year bond auction, I think, at 1 p.m. UAL down 6.9, American Airlines down 4, Delta down 4, and Southwest down 2.3. So again, off of the guidance, they're all clapped there. Every airline. Your long term, when is it too late to transfer? They'll tell you, bro. They'll tell you. Like, it's super. So some of you don't have to switch yet, but they put me on the clock. They said 30 days, go transfer. So, I mean, I transferred. I just didn't transfer to them. Like, I did what they wanted me to do, but that's why I figured if I'm going to take those steps, might as well take it where I want to go. Speaking of which, where's Morgan Stanley? And the video, SPY's at the low right now. Bonds came up once again, but overall down 0.75% right now. NASDAQ came back down to 0.69. S&P is down by 0.5, and then Dow Jones down by 0.3. Outlook, another 10. I think every day, again, a lot of biotechs have been running. I think that's what I would attribute it to. Let me see this. Oxy is gassing. You shouldn't have said anything. Oh, shit. Yo, it just covered. Oh, my gosh. It's covering my, bro, my Rite Aid calls are getting covered. Whoa. Nice. All right, I just closed out 80 of those Rite Aid calls at 5 cents. It didn't fill all of them. I forgot to put in the bid. But damn, that's the first time it's filled since I put in that order like 100 times. Interesting. What covered the Rite Aid ones? Remember, I did the Rite Aid ones, and they had a lot of time on them, and then the spread was getting in the way. But essentially, I shorted the $4 call on Rite Aid when I bought the stock. Because remember, I got clapped on the shares, but I sold these covered calls, and they gave me. It says like, damn, what? Why did I say 145? That's insane. But I'm pretty sure I got like 90 cents or a little bit more than that. But I haven't been able to cover the covered calls since the stock dropped. But I put in an order of 5 cents. I've been doing it like every day. Now it finally filled 80 of them. Usually it just don't fill at all. So I'm down with it. So I think if 5 cents, it'll leave me with I'll be about like $14,000 realized if I could close at that price. So that'll pad the stats on the share loss. And then whatever I wanted to do from there, now we could reutilize the covered calls. Broadcom, NVIDIA off the bottom. Airline still clobbered. I don't know. VKTX, I think it came down from the morning. Broadcom. I'd be careful with Broadcom today because, again, ASML. Even ASML is still down 5. Iran president says U.S. is an accomplice in crimes of Israel and Gaza. Biden says, I asked tough questions during the meeting. I can't believe he said it was the other team. That's the wildest characterization of a conflict. But he just said, I think it's the guys on the other team. It's like, yo. Yeah, it was the other guy. I can't do it how he did it. I have the clip of it, bro. I had to watch it in the morning because I'm like, no way he fucking said that. Because I saw the headline and I was like, no way. Because if I say that out loud, someone's going to be like, he didn't say it. I was like, there's no way he said that. And then I had to find the clip and I had to watch it myself, bro. Bro, it was the worst thing to watch. I'm telling you. As awful, because again, it's in the whole issue it sucks, bro. Like I'm saying, I don't think a lot of people even realize that hospital that was bombed yesterday, that was a Christian hospital. Like that wasn't even in the middle of the conflict and where it's at, like, bro. And then you have both sides and how everybody's reacting to it and using it for certain like political things too. But it's just, and then even listening to Biden, I was very, it seemed like Biden doing his little read off the thing, but like it just didn't hit the same time. But like this is what he said. I mean, this is the part that kind of got headlines, and then before you know it, what were we talking about? They were saying, before you knew it, it was, Iran was saying we need to sanction Israel now.
But the point is this, that I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not
Sage's thoughts.
But there's a lot of people out there who are not sure. So we've got to overcome a lot of things.
It was tough to watch, bro. It was tough to watch. Just like, again, it's the bite, but and I get it. He's probably tired. He had to travel. It's stuff going on, but it's just like, as I was like, I don't know if maybe we should put him in front of a live mic. Honest, again, you saw every time with Russia, all this stuff we had to walk back. It's just like, people are getting pissed off. You already have Iran and these people calling for an oil embargo, which I thought yesterday, I was telling you guys yesterday, it's something you have to understand and keep in mind, but it shouldn't have happened. Oh, who then do you put in front of the mic? I don't know. We tried Blinken already. If you did, that's the whole point. We tried Blinken. We tried someone else. But for the most part, I mean, I don't know who to put in front of the mic. Maybe, I don't know if you could take KJP or whoever. But in general, it's to categorize this whole conflict and that tragedy yesterday and then to boil it down to teams. It highlights everything I've been saying this whole couple of weeks where I'm like, why does everybody want you to pick teams? It's like, dude, this is bloodshed. This is sad. Coming up. Yeah, Blinken. And again now, too, just today, the markets, and, I'm not here to bog you down with war conversations, you know what I'm saying? But today, the market is definitely reacting to this conflict. We had a lot of discussions yesterday. You saw what happened, the reactions from other nations, again, oil and just any, talks of embargoes and stuff like that. It is very, very wild. So, right now the markets are trying to digest, is there a real risk right now? Is there a real risk of global tensions? And quite frankly, this time around, you might try to use the Ukraine playbook, but you don't really know how risk assets in the markets are going to take all of this. Spirit Arrow surges on production stability with Boeing. The pipe investor withdrew $500 million from DWAC Spike. Stop spamming it. I was just going to answer it on the first one, bro. But it could fall under 10 if someone backs out. But I think the bigger issue with DWAC is whatever they said about unaudited financials not being reliable. Palo Alto Networks on the high. Is Cyber still killing it? And Outlook is coming up. I mean, Outlook isn't actually that bad. I don't know if I could sell covered calls. Outlook is going up. Again, we don't know when their thing is scheduled. That's the problem. We have shares in Rite Aid. Should you sell? I mean, at this point, we've gotten everything we've looked for, but it's trading completely different than any one of these bankruptcies. Usually the bankruptcy news has gotten us a pop. We popped before it. Then they announced it, halted it, and then it came out. So I do think you have 2 weeks we're going to hear from the court. But for the meantime, I mean, I'm going to use my quantity and size, hopefully, to do stuff with the shares and options. But it definitely looks like that play is deteriorating in terms of the craziness. You tried to sell more covered calls and it got rejected? Really? Why? Interesting. Yeah, Outlook's going up. I mean, it shouldn't be going up right now, but we don't know when the next FDA approval is going to be. The only thing is there's been a lot of, what's it called? There's just been a lot of FDA approvals recently. But Outlook, I told you, last update was in September, and we're waiting for the manufacturing FDA approval or them to approve the thing. H.C. Wainwright, they're shooting to have FDA meeting and new evaluation beginning of 2024. Let me double. If that could be good. I mean, our price, we just got murdered the day of the PDUFA, but remember, this thing was only like at $1 before all of that happened. So, but for the most part, it shouldn't be moving like this too early unless there's like a real catalyst. Yeah, I think that the Wainwright thing, that's from September 29th, though. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. Let me double check. Because every time I look into it, I only see that one. China had good data today, too. That's the wildest part. Oh, no. Yeah, September 29th, they request Type A meeting with FDA. So I don't know. I don't know about that conference thing, but I really don't think Outlook has anything. It might, again, I don't know if any other people are talking about it, but it might just be natural movement, which you could accept, but we do this play is just straight. Remember, what AMD go hard, but you need the actual approval there. Remember, the drug isn't the problem, it's manufacturing. Yeah, I think the H.C. Wainwright stuff is old. That's September 29th. I think I could say pretty confidently. Good morning. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. AMD coming off the bottom. I mean, SPY's still pretty low right now. Airlines ain't getting no love. UAL's about to go lower. Microsoft still, I think, the leader out of all the tech. Even Tesla, then ASML. No play on Artilex. No. Only play this morning was VKTX. Down, I'm in like 10. I top ticked the shit out of that. I'm down 40 cents on 200 shares, so like $80. Airlines, all the travel. Yeah, I mean, the guidance, remember, they lowered it. UAL was very weird in the sense they lowered their guidance like leading into earnings, and then finally the analysts got on board. They beat the low end of the analysts, but then they still were like a little lower than where they guided down the first time, and then they came in and said 20% less EPS. If TD is shot, would you still recommend paper trading on Thinkorswim? Yeah, I think TD it's fine. I mean, if you want to go and keep, I don't think TD has a problem. Like I said, if you're going to force me to switch my account, I'm going to go where I want to go. I'm not going to be forced to go to your own company. And I like them for trading. I already have a Charles Schwab account for futures, but it's combined with my TD. So I'm moving my long terms, making my life easier, and I just don't want to deal with them. But I think TD Ameritrade, Thinkorswim, great platform. All right, bonds coming down, and then SPY still right near the lows. I had a couple movements, AMD and a few others. U.S.-Israel embassies in Argentina evacuated following bomb threat. Dollar popping. Yeah, dollar's up a quarter. It's actually not good at all. Remember, the high of Tuesday, or really the high of Monday. Watch out for them. Where were we at the low? So I guess just watch if we go below Friday's level on the low side. But dollar is going up there. And I mean, if that's the trend all day, bonds are still down. So we'll see. Are the dollars related to yields? I mean, you get all of your bonds come back in dollars. So the relative yield, then based on like the real purchasing power, and then there's also effects of the cost of hedging. But in general, think about it, you're getting a fixed return in dollars. So that fixed return in dollars, if you think the dollar is going to be weaker or stronger or get you more or not, that factors into what you think's going on. That's why people talk about the real yield. They look at the interest rate and then inflation, and then they try to determine a real yield. Why do we follow when bonds and gold are detached? Well, right now we're not. The last 3 days, I think bonds have tapped out. And we said that in advance, but in general, we're following bonds because it's the most important thing right now. Again, just interest rates, where it's going. All the volatility from August started with bond yields moving up. So we said there would be a point where the market isn't going to react to it, but in general, I think bonds are the most important thing. SEC to propose ban on volume-based price breaks for brokers. They say larger brokers pay lower prices due to high volume of trades, gaining unfair competitive advantage. All right, new low. SPY's starting to break down right now. I think gold is popping off of fear. Yeah, 100%. Especially with how strong the dollar is. Yeah. Because, again, the bonds or gold has been dying. That's it. But gold has its own little effect. But in general, I do think strong dollar, high interest rates has been hurting gold. But ever since the war, literally October 7th, gold has just gotten a bid. So I don't think, you would have saw that in bonds if the Fed and Treasury weren't dumping so much, and if that, the amount we require, then not to mention all the Americans and investors who, are responding to Fed policy and now believing that rates are going to be a lot higher for longer. 20-year bond auction fail at 1 would be another dump. It would. And again, vice versa too. If it comes in strong, people might like that as well. Especially after last time. 4349. More downside. We're down by 0.7. I think just using the last couple of days ranges, realistically, you could stay between up and down of here. Just go to literally last Friday, last Monday. Same thing with the SPY. I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, if something bad happens, earnings, a negative global headline, we have to watch out for, going kind of below. So I think this range, low key, I think you could hold in between 427 and 437 just for no reason. Just moving around as we digest this all, unless the bonds or anything else wants to get a lot worse. Bond auction, 1 p.m. Eastern, I believe. So again, you just wicked into the low. We'll see if we can bounce off of it. Costco gold, everyone's still buying it. Yeah, but gold has not been good up until Israel. Literally up until the Israel-Palestine conflict on October, gold has just been getting murdered alongside the bonds. So I'm sure if you overlaid them, you could probably see the correlation a little better. Gold has held the shape, and it was coming back down here as people were realizing it, and then boom, fear bid here. The bonds don't get the fear bid because there's a lot more bond supply than gold supply, I would argue. UUP has been unwilling. It's good. That's very good. The dollar has been calming down. So think anytime the dollar has like stopped moving, it goes down or it breaks the F out and then goes insane. But in a weird way, it won't get above 30 because that's big. But at the same time, you don't want this. You see this climb, and we never really stabilized on the way up. You didn't really have a almost half a month period of staying the same. This was only a couple of days. Every day it was up or down, up or down, up or down, and then continuing up. So I feel you on that. It's something where kind of like rates and dollar all move to a level and everyone's kind of observing, but we still kind of don't know where it's going to take us to. Yeah, MS down 6, UAL, a lot of them. But again, banks, surprisingly though, today wasn't really that good for banks. Again, the first set of bank earnings were decent, but this time around it's more,
And what I want to do here, the price
you got a
level.
couple of worrisome signs in the region.
Now that brings up a pin.
ZS running. Spy pop. Big green shoot out of nowhere. A huge explosion in India. They're saying suspicious of militant supporters of Pakistan Islamists. Oh my goodness. They're saying that it's, I don't know, I need to get this headline. El Coyote posted it. But they're saying it could spread the conflict to flare up in that region. Biden live. Where is he? Oh, he does. He's delivering remarks.
Hundreds of young people at a music festival. The festival was for peace.
Spies going up.
Gunned down as they ran for their lives. Scores of innocents, from infants to elderly grandparents, Israelis and Americans, taken hostage. Children slaughtered, babies slaughtered, entire families massacred. Rape, beheadings, bodies burned alive. Hamas committed atrocities that recall the worst ravages of ISIS, unleashing pure, unadulterated evil upon the world. There's no rationalizing it, no excusing it, period. The brutality we saw would have cut deep anywhere in the world. But it cuts deeper here in Israel. October 7th, which was a sacred Jewish holiday, became the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. It has brought to the surface painful memories and scars left by millennia of anti-Semitism and the genocide of the Jewish people. The world watched then, it knew, and the world did nothing. We will not stand by and do nothing again. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. To those who are living in limbo, waiting desperately to learn the fate of a loved one, especially to families of the hostages, you're not alone. We're working with partners throughout the region, pursuing every avenue to bring home those who are being held captive by Hamas. I can't speak publicly about all the details, but let me assure you, for me, as the American president, there's no higher priority than the release and safe return of all these hostages. To those who are grieving, a child, a parent, a spouse, a sibling, a friend, I know you feel like there's that black hole in the middle of your chest. You feel like you're being sucked into it. The survivor's remorse, the anger, the questions of faith in your soul. Staring at that empty chair, sitting Shiva. The first Sabbath without them. They're the everyday things, the small things that you miss the most. The scent when you open the closet door. The morning coffee you shared together. The bend of his smile, the perfect pitch of her laugh. the giggle of your little boy, the baby. For those who have lost loved ones, this is what I know. They'll never be truly gone. There's something that's never fully lost. Your love for them and their love for you. And I promise you, you'll be walking along some days and say, what would she or he want me to do? You smile when you pass a place that reminds you of them. That's when you know. When a smile comes to your lips before a tear to your eye, that's when you know you're going to fully make it. That's what will give you the fortitude to find light in the darkest hours. When terrorists believed they could bring you down, bend your will, break your resolve. But they never did, and they never will. Instead, we saw incredible stories of heroism and courage, of Israelis taking care of one another, neighbors forming watch groups to protect their kibbutz, opening their homes to shelter survivors, retired soldiers running into danger once again, civilian medics flying across rescue missions, and off-duty medics at the music festival caring for the wounded before becoming a victim himself. Volunteers retrieving bodies of the dead so families could bury their loved ones in accordance with Jewish tradition. Reservists leaving behind their families, their honeymoons, their studies abroad without hesitation, and so much more. The state of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why it was born. I've long said, if Israel didn't exist, we'd have to invent it. And while it may not feel that way today, Israel must again be a safe place for the Jewish people. And I promise you, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that it will be. 75 years ago, just 11 minutes after its founding, President Harry S. Truman and the United States of America became the first nation to recognize Israel. We've stood by your side ever since. We're going to stand by your side now. My administration was in close touch with your leadership from the first moments of this attack. We're going to make sure you have what you need to protect your people, to defend your nation. For decades, we've ensured Israel's qualitative military edge. And later this week, I'm going to ask the United States Congress for an unprecedented support package for Israel's defense. We're going to keep Iron Dome fully supplied so it can continue standing sentinel over Israeli skies, saving Israeli lives. We've moved U.S. military assets to the region, including positioning the USS Ford Carrier Strike Group in the Eastern Mediterranean, with the USS Eisenhower on the way to defer further aggression against Israel and to prevent this conflict from spreading. The world will know that Israel is stronger than ever. And my message to any state or any other hostile actor thinking about attacking Israel remains the same as it was a week ago. Don't.
That always gets me.
Since this terrorist attack took place, we've seen it described as Israel's 9/11. Though for a nation the size of Israel, it was like 15 9/11s. The scale may be different, but I'm sure those horrors have tapped into some kind of primal feeling in Israel, just like it did and felt in the United States. Shock, pain, rage, an all-consuming rage. I understand, and many Americans understand. You can't look at what has happened here to your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, sons, daughters, children, even babies, and not scream out for justice. Justice must be done. But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes. I'm the first U.S. president to visit Israel in time of war. I've made wartime decisions. I know the choices are never clear or easy for
Tesla
leadership.
on the low. IBKR running too. They were red.
But it requires being deliberate. It requires asking very hard questions.
Yeah, they're still red.
It requires clarity about the objectives and an honest assessment about whether the path you're on will achieve those objectives. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses innocent families in Gaza as human shields, putting their command centers, their weapons, their communications tunnels in residential areas. Palestinian people are suffering greatly as well. We mourn the loss of innocent Palestinian lives like the entire world. I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we have seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza. The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict.
Official,
and I
that's
grieve,
the U.S. stance.
I truly grieve for the families who were killed or wounded by this tragedy. The people of Gaza need food, water, medicine, shelter. Today, I asked the Israeli cabinet, who I met with for some time.
I mean, all of this. I'll talk about it after.
To
This is
delivery
big.
of
This is a
life-saving
big deal.
humanitarian assistance
I don't know
to
if you guys
civilians in
realize
Gaza, based on the understanding that there will be inspections and that the aid should go to civilians, not to Hamas. Israel agreed the humanitarian assistance can begin to move from Egypt to Gaza. But let me be clear. If Hamas diverts or steals the assistance, they will have demonstrated once again that they have no concern for the welfare of the Palestinian people. And it will end. As a practical matter, it will stop the international community from being able to provide this aid. We're working in close cooperation with the government of Egypt, the United Nations, and its agencies like the World Food Program and other partners in the region to get trucks moving across the border as soon as possible. Separately, I ask Israel that the global community demand that the International Red Cross be able to visit hostages. I just demanded that the United States fully supports. Today, I'm also announcing $100 million in new U.S. funding for humanitarian assistance in both Gaza and the West Bank. This money will support more than 1 million displaced and conflict-affected Palestinians, including
Watch out, TLT on the
needs
low.
in Gaza.
But market's still holding VWAP.
You are a Jewish state. You are a Jewish state, but you're also a democracy. And like the United States, you don't live by the rules of terrorists. You live by the rule of law. And when conflicts flare, you live by the law of wars. What sets us apart from the terrorists is we believe in the fundamental dignity of every human life. Israeli, Palestinian, Arab, Jew, Muslim, Christian, everyone. You can't give up what makes you who you are. If you give that up, then the terrorists win, and we can never let them win. You know, Israel's a miracle, a triumph of faith and resolve and resilience over impossible pain and loss. Think about October 7th, the Jewish holiday, where you read about the death of Moses, a tragic story of a profound loss to an entire nation. A death that could have left hopelessness in the hearts of the entire nation. But though Moses died, his memory, his message, his lessons have lived on for generations of the Jewish people as well as many others. And just as the memory of your loved ones will live on as well. After reading the story of Moses' death, those who observed the holiday began reading the Torah from the very beginning. The story of creation reminds us of two things. First, that when we get knocked down, we get back up again, and we begin anew. And second, when we're faced with tragedy and loss, we must go back to the beginning and remember who we are. We are all human beings.
You're getting a green shoot. It's not off any headlines.
Humanity and
Again,
purpose.
bonds, dollar are both moving the opposite
In the darkness,
way.
to be
If
the
anything,
light
dollar
unto the
calmed
world
down, but it's
is
still
what we're
bad.
about. You inspire hope and light for so many around the world. That's what the terrorists seek to destroy. That's what they seek to destroy. Because they live in darkness. But not you. Not Israel. Nations of conscience like the United States and Israel are not measured solely by the example or power. And we're measured by the power of our example. That's why, as hard as it is, must
Yeah,
keep
another big
pursuing
candle
peace.
at the high. Dow's even
Must keep
coming up, or
pursuing
the
a path
DOW,
so
the
that
ticker.
Israel and the
They
Palestinian
had earnings,
people
I believe.
can both live safely, in security, in dignity, and in peace. For me, that means a two-state solution. Must keep working for Israel's greater integration with its neighbors.
PayPal, the high ticker's doing what it did
These attacks
yesterday,
only
but
strengthen my commitment and
today's feels a
determination
little bit weaker.
and my will to get that done. I'm here to tell you that terrorists will
New
not
high on
win.
the day. Again, we got to fill the gap.
Freedom will win.
Biden reiterates support
So let
for
me end where I
two-state
began.
solution.
Israel, you're not alone. The United States stands with you. I told the story before, and I'll tell it again, of my first meeting with an Israeli prime minister 50 years ago as a young senator. I was sitting across from Golda Meir at her desk in her office, and she had a guy who later became prime minister, sitting next to me, just before the 1973 Yom Kippur War. And she flipped the maps up and down, telling me how bad things were and how terrible they were. All of a sudden, she looked at me and she said, "Would you like a photograph?" I looked at her. She got up from
Dollar
her
just
desk.
hit a low, but it's still green by a
Walked out
decent
into that
amount.
hallway. I think it's
I don't think
marble
we've ripped.
flooring.
I guess maybe
Walked
29.81
down the
again.
hallway.
That price seems to be a
Walked out,
sweet
there were a bunch
spot
of
on the dollar.
photographers standing in front of us. We were standing shoulder to shoulder. Without her looking at me,
No
she
other headlines
said
but
to
the
me,
Biden
knowing
speech.
I'd hear her, "Why do you look so worried, Senator Biden?" And I said, "Worried? Like, of course I'm worried." And she looked at me and she didn't look. She said, "We don't worry, Senator. We Israelis have a secret weapon. We have nowhere else to go." Well, today, I say to all of Israel, the United States isn't going anywhere either. We're going to stand with you. We'll walk beside you in those dark days, and we'll walk beside you in the good days to come. And they will come. As you say in Hebrew, which I'm not going to attempt to do because I'm such a terrible linguist, I'll say it in English.
All right, word.
The people of Israel live.
Appreciate the honesty.
The people of Israel live. Israel will be safe, secure, Jewish, and democratic state today, tomorrow, and forever. May God protect all those who work for peace. God save those who are still in harm's way. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, what is your red line that would cross?
President Biden speaking in Tel Aviv, Israel, saying
I wanted to see if they ask questions, but that was actually kind of a big deal. I don't know if you guys were listening or not, but legitimately in the midst of, like, just remember, bro, I hope you guys are following the timeline. It's very short term. And again, you know, we've been reacting here today in the markets. There's that element of you know, what's going to happen here with conflict. But yeah, that was huge, man. Again, this is like literally right after a very, very awful attack, bro. I'm telling you, especially just knowing the context behind it, it's awful. But, you know, to focus on the events of what's going on, I hope you guys realize that event happened. You had condemnation by almost half of the Arabian Gulf, and then all of the other allies close to Israel. Again, you are having a condemnation of Israel. And then even to the point we wake up this morning, Iranian president is talking about embargo on Iranian or on Israel and oil left to the supporters or even just Israel in general. And then now, all within a couple hours after, you have the president of the United States getting on public statement, not only vowing to support Israel, but even now standing behind and saying the actual reason of the attack was the other team, as he would say, which is crazy. But this is all, again, man, I'm saying, this is just, I said this on the video yesterday. I quite frankly did not think it would, I don't think it's going to escalate that fast and that bad. But after a day like today now, it's starting to, it's starting to look like the 70s. And again, fuck the 70s. I'm not talking about inflation. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying how the conflicts in the 1970s in the Middle East, how they ended up playing out and what it led to. But this is, again, you're going through, this is like a Cold War in a weird way. The only difference is there's a hot war going on and it just started. But, you know, the war of the rhetoric now, but you're watching people align and choose sides in a public forum, essentially. again, you have people, half this the Middle East condemning them, the United States coming out now, and then again Biden. That was a pretty big deal. So very interesting to see, but I think it speaks to all of the wartime volatility we're kind of dealing with now, and everybody still doesn't know. So that being said, let's look at oil. Mid and late 30s. I mean, I don't know if are we talking economy, but if we're talking dollar up, so hold on, bonds flushing, dollar came down on that little rally. We hit a high, but like nothing crazy, didn't even fill the gap. But watch if the dollar starts to rocket back up again. U.S. vetoes in resolution condemning Hamas attack on Israel. It all comes... Well, it is, but like this, again, even that action there is just depending on how pissed off the other nations get, and if this gets worse and worse, and then we keep going far Israel or nothing, then it's creating the same exact environment that led to a lot of conflict in the 70s. So that's where it's just like, wow. Like, again, I mean, that this in a weird way, like that's what I'm saying, that speech, these feel like the lead ups into a broader conflict, like literally like the early 2000s or even, again, the 70s. Oil could skyrocket, but just like everything else, it sucks because like everybody, it's just like the Russia stuff. It's not in your best interest for energy, but like what do you care about more? So quite frankly, I do think anything could happen, but you see how it played out. But if the Iran and Saudi Arabia and literally Kuwait, Oman, of all of those places do cut off 30% of the world's oil, and then the other 10% or so from Russia, I mean, it's not going to be pretty, but there is a high incentive for leaders to avoid that situation. But then again, you kind of got faced with a high stakes scenario last night, literally all day yesterday to today, and they doubled down. That's if you haven't realized. That's why I'm saying, oh shit, everybody is doubling down. If you haven't realized, that's so between here and the last 2 weeks of this conflict, even gold is still up, but for the most part, everybody has doubled down. Israel, United States, they've doubled down on the support. They've doubled down on who is responsible, and then same thing for Palestine, Hamas, and anybody else in the Middle East. So you have, again, you could even take out now Palestine from the situation, and that may sound difficult, but what I'm saying is yesterday you got 4 or 5 Middle East neighbors and countries all in condemnation of Israel, and that's what I'm saying. Right now, Biden just went up and said that wasn't Israel. He said it was you guys. So it's kind of crazy to think about, but that's where we're at. ESPN and TNT explore buying smaller package of NBA games and media rights negotiations. I don't know if we're going to sell. That's what everyone's saying, is that we don't know why we're going to sell off, if we're going to sell off based on conflict, because the only thing that'll make that happen is oil going up by a crazy amount. You see what I'm saying? But other than that, up until oil and like real more escalation happens, nobody knows what's going to happen. That's why you have this weird, everyone's looking for a pattern, and everybody is talking about how there is just no pattern when you look at how conflict broke out. Even how Russia-Ukraine traded, that may be your best playbook, but for the most part, even Russia-Ukraine was random as hell, if you think about it. So that's kind of the element of the volatility here, where markets are kind of on the fence. And then not to mention you have earnings and everything else that we're dealing with. I'm in VKTX. That's the only play I made for today. I have a lot of other trades I'm getting clapped on. Even Netflix is one we're going to be riding into today. But VKTX is the only one I opened here for the morning. I was down 140. We think Palestine bombed its own hospital, and then even think Russia sabotaged its own pipeline. I disagree with that. And I'm telling you, you don't know. The thing I will tell you about that hospital, it was a Christian hospital. That's all that matters. If you don't understand, that means both sides of the conflict have already had a very awkward history with that church, or excuse me, that hospital and the background of all of it. It's not, so whoever got attacked by that, you are literally talking about a party that both sides have not been favorable to. So again, it's back to the same story. 500 souls were lost, and I think the blood is on everybody's hands. I blame everybody. Everybody gets the blame for that one. But yeah, I do think the conflicting. The point I'm focusing on right now, it's who did it. We will find out eventually. But as of now, all you know is what each side is claiming and how that is leading to escalation. Yeah, we just Clifforded off. You just sold off that little pop there off of nothing. But again, bonds already went one way. They've been dying on that. And then dollar just hit a new high. So you're actually getting a little volatility. It was all around the Biden speech there, more or less. I want to buy calls for oil, B&O or USO. But you can't hold it for too long. Otherwise, go for an oil company. Otherwise, I like the futures. There's MCL futures. Yeah, those are fire. They're cheaper. It's like, I think every 10 cents is like $10, I think. So every dollar is like 100, or it might be 10 times that. I don't know, but MCL is a little better. A lot better in terms of cheaper. None of the good. Well, again, today's a weird day because today was a mix of the global tensions and then finally our like first set of bad earnings. Where is it? Brent crude futures extend gains up 1.7. So is U.S. oil. Again, we are up 3% on the Iranian headline. Honestly, oil is still quite calm. That is the crazy part. Like, low key, it's just because we had such a big run up. I think it's gas. 10-year yield highest since 2007, 4.88. So I'm going to pull that chart up. Yeah, gasoline. I think gasoline prices are making us not feel it as much. I don't know if that India thing. No, I didn't look into it. It didn't hit. It didn't hit my wire there. It could have gone by, but if anything, I take it with a grain of salt. It could be. It sounds true, but it just be, like I said, I don't know if it's not like flashing breaking. Probably because it's in India and we're not giving it that much weight. The oil reserves, they're decent. I think it's 70% lower than the peak, but that still means you got 30%. You know what I'm saying? Something along those lines. All right, SPY's about to go lower again, dollar higher. I'm thinking about the oil plays again, or whether to go with the futures or not. And then, unfortunately, we have to deal with earnings, too. We have 13 days left in oil reserves. I think we have more than that, but it's just not. We have enough to do something, but it's just, you have one move left is what I'm pretty sure of. So, and then depending on how much confidence you do it with, we'll see what happens. But for the most part, I don't think we're running out of imminent supply, but I do think, if you wanted to dump oil again in another strategic sale, you got one more left in you. And then at that point, then you would be running on fumes, I would assume. Dow testing lows, 0.4. Honestly, Dow is break even in the morning. And then even the breakdown for companies, right now, Dow Jones, 21 names in the red, 9 names in the green. NASDAQ 100, you have 78 names in the red and then 23 names in the green. And then S&P 500, you have 374 in the red, 128 in the green. We're dumping off of bonds, bad earnings, or some bad earnings, but I would put most of it on geopolitical tensions and then also getting ready for the tech earnings. But, again, Morgan Stanley, Ally, Citizens Financial, they weren't too hot. Again, Procter & Gamble did good, which was great for the consumers. And then there's one more I keep missing. China even had good China data, but pretty much from last night to this morning, Biden going to Israel, Biden making Israeli speech, Middle Eastern leaders canceling meetings with Biden, Iranian president calling for embargo on Israel for oil. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of those was just weighing on today, not to mention bonds are clapped. RB gasoline prices are going up. SPX 43. $82 weekly TLT. 4342. You're down 20 points maybe in 20 minutes? So again, this will be first parachute level. 4-3. We bounced off of this yesterday, so ironically enough, you've been here, but you don't know whether it's going to let you go lower or if you're going to do the bounce every time. And again, I'd say worries here, dollar bonds, and then ultimately Middle East conflict. And then there is tech, Netflix, Tesla after hours. I'm on the upside for Netflix, but I'm down on it. I played it for a trade like a month or two ago, and then I got blown the F out on it. So my dilemma today is either hold through or not. But I'm kind of leaning towards ride it out, but then it would expose me to a much bigger risk, more or less. Yeah. Hedge it. Well, the put's already expensive. That's literally, I was just looking at those. But I like Netflix, but I don't like the potential downside. So I'm already down a lot on it, and that's fine, but it's fine in the sense that I know what I'm down on. But after the earnings, I think Netflix is going to be like another 10% risk, I feel like. I don't think they've moved less than 10. Even if you want to grab a put, you're going to waste your money, I feel like, unless it's like cheap out of the money. Let's see. Oh, you could sell covered calls. That's actually a pretty good idea. Yeah. We'll go through it in a little bit. I could be down for this, selling covered calls. That might work, but then it'll cap me on anything for a little change. But we will see. Netflix, I'm just going off of the fact of how much is sold off, but they're at a weird spot. If they don't have a good earnings, they still have a lot of downside. But at the same time, they've sold off like 10, 12% here. Even from I think they're below their last earnings point. Let's see, Oxy. Where's even XOM? Tesla, that's another story. We haven't talked about that one yet. Yeah, Nvidia's murdered even after yesterday again because they closed down 5. So I mean, it's just back down to 8% where it was. It doesn't look as bad intraday, but the last 2 days have been wicked. Biden a lesson on how to not deal with geopolitical conflict. I mean, I don't think that speech was that bad right now. Like, again, I think his speech last night was way, way worse. But at the same time, it just seems like it's just like the 70s where there's a lot of game of rhetoric. We're talking back and forth with people, and it's indeed having an effect. So I do think there's something to keep in mind in that sense where it's whatever happened back in the day is borderline happening again just right now with modern times. Don't. That one, I feel you. I don't know if that's the warning that gets the people in the Middle East responding. Don't. Okay. But other than that, I'm kind of in shock, bro. I'm telling you, this is the early days of history unfolding where it's either going to become nothing or like these are the lead. This is the lead up into something we're not even talking about now. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the simple way I would break it down. Getting mugged, just say don't. It's the lead. So like what we're seeing, I don't think what we're seeing now is the full picture where it's like this is the lead up into something we're not even responding to right now, which is wild. But that's what these speeches are very surreal. Again, watching the statements from other countries, even Biden. Again, even in Biden himself, that was a pretty surreal speech. Again, just in the face of what you heard this morning and what happened last night. You're watching the sides get drawn now, and it's exactly what happened in the 70s, but it's kind of happening faster now. The Euro 50, no, I don't trade them, but the Euro 50 comes into our analysis. It's very important because we look at, where things are. Like right now, that's down 1%. Even Germany, Switzerland, France, everybody's down right now except for the FTSE 100, I think. It's still down, but it's showing me green. But we don't trade them personally, but I do think how Europe trades is important to U.S. stocks. U.S. weekly product supply of distillates rose last week to highest since March 2022. U.S. Majority Schumer, Senate will move on Biden package without delay. And then Treasury yields highest since 2007, even the 10-year. Bro, we're about to hit 5% on the 10-year now, which is wild again, because then you got gold catching a bid, you got global conflict, but this time around, nobody is buying a bond. So yeah, you're about to do the 2007, but now this is that 2001, man. I mean, it's kind of clear at this point. We're just going to go until we find our spot, which we do not know where. That's crazy. This is the 10-year, 4.9 right now. So remember the last couple weeks and months. Remember last time we were hitting 4.88. That's where we calmed down at the beginning of the month. We were down a little bit. It tested again, and then we got that relief there. That bond rally helped out, but now it's right back up there, 4.9, 4.9021. It's literally climbing every second. We are close to the parachute zone, yeah, but I mean, it's good. This is the first one. Remember, we bounced right off of this, so it's better than not. But like I'm saying, today doesn't feel the same way as yesterday. Remember, yesterday, like the high ticker was just running no matter what point we looked at it up until the end of the day when we sold off. The high ticker, there was green, but today you do have a majority still in the red, and I don't think you're getting that same support. Not quite yet, though, but remember, it is earnings season, so just be on the lookout for a weird-ass move by the end of the day. Everyone's going to position, and then, I mean, hopefully nothing else happens. You know what I'm saying? In the meantime. Down 1,000 on VKTX. Damn. I did the shares. I kept it smaller because I figured I'd trade this one all day instead of like just buying it once and then waiting. I'm going to go for it a couple times, but I'm down 180 on 200 shares. So it's not too bad. It's moving a lot slower, though, than yesterday, which is kind of good. Yeah, ZB bonds, dude, everything's getting destroyed. I mean, right now, even then, I'll tell you the real thing is the Japan bonds. They hit 0.8. So by that happening, that says a lot. You know, and that's like we were even talking about those yields going up, but globally, it's the same. Right now, we are juggling two situations. It started with bond yields getting blown out. It started out with bond yields destroying the markets. I hope everybody is on the same page with that. You know, remember what happened around, it was like end of July, you know, you had end of July, and then what ended up happening, bond yields started going 4.5 to 4.6, 7, and, you know, look at where we're at now. Today we're at 4.9. So then what happened afterwards, you literally, it was like, what, right here? As bonds are first breaching 4.8 and hitting the high, you have an issue with the literal Middle East going back into turmoil once again. So that's kind of the problem there, where it's like we are now juggling between how are high interest rates hurting the market, and then now what's going to happen if there's a global conflict that throws us into war, could affect the future plan, interest rates, and then ultimately the price of energy. So that's where we are at with all of it. We're getting view botted again. Hey, what's up, man? Nightbot brought his friends. No, yeah, if we are, I guess, is it time to talk about Jesus? Did we want a philo? We could have the Jesus talk. That's it. Fake news, it usually is, but I mean, think about it. You got to follow in line with the logic. I've been members only, tighten you up. I go non-members only. And then you got a view bot right away. So somebody is clearly trying to bother the mix in the relationship. You know what I'm saying? Oh, y'all don't feel me. But God is good, man. God is good. So, I mean, I do have a certain threshold. Once it reaches a certain amount, you know, we go to straight Jesus talk. So we'll see. We'll see. But, you know, don't get too distracted. Somebody wants you to go members only. Somebody want, you know what I'm saying? They want a little trolling. They want a reaction out of us. So, but Jesus, I like Jesus. I do like Jesus. Amen. Can we pray live on stream sometime? Amen, man. We can. I mean, we could pray for all the people out there. Honestly, man, I think we should. For real. Yesterday was heartbreaking. Again, even and you know, even what everybody has to go through. I think it's heartbreaking dude, like people just getting slaughtered. And then not to mention, like, dude, it's heartbreaking what I'm seeing happen the younger generation, and you know, the people who have to see this stuff and what they're believing and what it's turning them into and all of this, man. So it's just pray for everybody, man. So I could definitely get behind that prayer. And like I'm saying, man, I just, you know, you don't have a lot of people talking about dude, that was a Christian hospital in the middle of both of those places. You know what I'm saying? It's in Gaza, but that is the middle of that situation, and it's wild that of what happened again. And I mean, I hope people pay attention to it, because You could add that. That's in one day. You know, you're talking to the if you wanted to break down the tallies and all that, but that one day, 500 people. And that was a group of people that was committed to literally just helping people that were hurting there. You know, and it's not, I mean, again, it's not about Palestine. It's not about Israel. Like I'm saying, that was assistance there. And again, you don't hear people talking about Christians and the other people who get slaughtered in all of this. And that's why I said, I think the blood is on everybody's hands. It's not, I don't think anyone's to blame. I don't think anybody is like, you know, one specific group of victims. We are all a victim. All of us, every day this happens, bro, humanity, we are losing a little bit more of it, man. And it's sad to see. So I pray for that, Lord. I do. I really do. I think the Lord knows my heart. And I know a lot of you have good hearts in here too. And that's what you're on. So amen, man. You know, we'll get our prayers in. That's denying the victims of terrorists. No, I don't think you've got it at this point. I have been a victim of terrorists already, every single day. And even watching this now, again, these are my people. And these are even, again, the Christian people. Again, you know, you guys got to realize it. By even my faith, I'm Middle Eastern by descent, by birth. Me choosing to believe in a different faith puts me at odds with people from my own kind. And even then, even choosing my own belief, it puts me at odds with people who hold another belief. Again, I have cousins, I have people out there. It's just like, dude, and to watch a Christian church get blown up and both sides use it for political, like, come on, like I'm telling you, bro, I get it. I experience it. And all I'm saying is we are all victims of it. And we are all, again, we're all doing this over and over and over again. So it's the same thing, but you could say I'm denying it, but I think my family has probably paid for it more than most people, and more people. Again, it's a blessing that I'm in this country. I can't even believe it. So, amen. TNX closes above 50. Do you think the market, bonds, if that's 5%, 5% is scary, but you know, we don't know what's going to really happen, more or less. You know, 5%, it might be able to take it or not. You got the chat. I was hating the past 3 days. Well, listen, encourage everybody to be positive. That's all. I really, that's something I would throw to the chat. I hope you guys could help me police it, but by policing it, I don't want to ban people. Like, you know, David has already spammed the same, shut up with the lies 10 times. It's like, listen, I want people to be positive. If you want to communicate what you disagree with, you got to do it positively. That's all. You know, I don't want to ban you. I want to give an opportunity for people, especially during this conflict. But you have to, like I'm saying, man, if you are not going to be mature about it, that is what I don't want to deal with. You know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of people want, if you're here to attack or just prove people wrong, you're in the wrong place. But to further knowledge, to really know about the situation, you know, you could do that, and you could call out things that you think are untrue. You can do that, but when you attack other people, when you go after sides, when you literally just are turning it into a political war versus asking questions and discussing to really further knowledge in a situation where we don't even get that much info, and like, what can we really trust after what we've seen and how we've already just, again, the credibility is so low on every front in the media and governments and the motivations of money and so many things. You know what I'm saying? So, like I'm saying, just y'all out there, even David, you want to, again, I'm not against you bringing up something you think is true or untrue, but to instantly jump and say people are lying, to call them dumb, to, like, you know what I'm saying? That is not how we are going to get any progress on this situation. So I'm here for it, but please, like I'm saying, if you're trying to like test my resolve to ban you, I don't care about that. Like I'm saying, it's just, I've seen a lot of people learn. I've seen a lot of people ignorant on the situation, and ignorance is not a crime. And like I'm saying, we need to help each other out to really find out the truth. But we can't make progress if we are attacking everybody verbally, thinking that, oh, that person's this because of they thought this, Like I said yesterday, it's how you treat people, and how you treat people who disagree with you or may hold a false opinion or may have a difference in opinion. That how you treat them is what defines what you believe. I hope you all realize that. Just hands down. That's so no matter whatever you stand for, how you treat other people that tells me a lot about what you really believe and what you stand for. It's like, and that's where I'm saying we got thousands of people in here. You know what I'm saying? And I hope you all listen to what I'm saying, because let's work together. Let's try to make progress. And the only way we could do that is if we could communicate respectfully with each other while disagreeing. You know what I'm saying? While being different. While I'm not telling you to succumb. I'm not telling you to bend the knee. I'm none of that, actually. But all I am saying is present what you believe to somebody else in a manner where you could help people get educated. But when we approach with our fists closed, the other person is. Maybe I wasn't referring to you, man. If anything, David, again, a couple people, I've liked your comments here. Like I'm saying, you say what you say. It may be aggressive. It may, you know what I'm saying? I may not like it if you tell me that, I'm denying victims of terror when I've suffered from it. But at the same time, it just, as long as you say it respectfully, that will be there. Again, let's further knowledge. Let's further the discussion, but we're not going to do it by ever attacking each other. And again, I saw some people, they're saying, no, it's this, it's a lie, you're a liar. It's like, well, tell me where I'm wrong. Let's work on this. Let's figure this out. But we can't go first to attacking people. Otherwise, the conversations are ending after propaganda. One person says this, one person says that. We hate each other. We stop talking. So that's not going to take us anywhere. Unfortunately. And again, we've had members only, and I think some people have done good, so we'll see. You're just the same as the liar Biden. Maybe I am, man. Maybe I am. Maybe we're all the same. Maybe we're humans, and maybe we all will get into conflict over and over again and never learn from it and advocate for death. That's human. So maybe, my friend. I learned so. I'm glad to hear. Honestly, though, I've seen a lot of open minds already. So believe me, there's a reason why I'm doubling down as well, because I've got some of you. I've seen your attitude go from very ignorant towards the situation towards I've watched development. I've had people already thank me for it. I'm not. And again, just where I stand with this situation, this is my life. Like, dude, I don't know if, again, like I grew up around a lot of this stuff. I'm thankful to be born in this country, but, and how it's all related into it all. Like God is good, man. But it's something I've said for a while. Again, I've brought up Middle Eastern conflicts when nobody was talking about them. That's why. So I'm very thankful for the people who have gotten in the conversation in a positive way, because I've seen a lot of it. And, and that does a lot of good. So I really do believe in that. And that's why I'm saying, if you want to spread evil, if you want to be evil, go ahead. You could do it. But, but just know my door is open for education and knowledge. And if you want to have a good discussion and you're not here to attack and you genuinely want to get to, and discuss, you got people here who are down with that. You know what I'm saying? So that is what I stand for. And I know that's good, and it will create good. And that is virtuous. It will create good things. I hope I could build up men and women in here to make decisions on their own, and to do so without having to be, shielded from anything or censored in that way where you have this opportunity. But again, there's a standard. You have to act a certain way. Calling the other person this, calling the other people that, just because you disagree, it's not going to get us anywhere. VKTX short term, not long term. Yeah, man. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's fun though. It's fun. I think, like I'm saying, people have learned that it's exciting. I think this situation is bittersweet because it has forced us to confront issues, and it is doing it, and that is something where I just hope people learn, and I definitely the younger generation, man, we're the ones playing with their future now at this point, but it's still I got faith in them. I got faith in them. You have a stop loss for UAL? No, I'm going to use the clock just by end of the day. Like I said, I'm most likely going to not hold it. But if I was going to make that decision, I'm going to run it till the end of the day. That's how I feel with all the plays. Because, again, it's earnings mode, and we've just seen wild swings intraday. So, I mean, first half of the day, maybe one, and then the second half, we go from there. Yeah, but that back to the first conversation, they're saying the Bloomberg soft landing economist blindsided. The weird part is I don't even know if it's recession right now, but the problem is that, like I'm saying, I mean, for markets right now, I feel like everybody could comprehend it, but it's our focus gets pulled here and there, and what I think it has to do with is simply bonds at the same time of a very weird global tension that is directly linked to oil. So, like, in a weird way, if this was like, I don't know, I wouldn't want another conflict anywhere else, but it's like if this wasn't in the Middle East, I think we would have a way different reaction to what's going on because, quite frankly, you just don't have, again, this is now connected to oil, Russia, Ukraine, inflation, and all that the same reason why the yields keep going up. So it's like, I think the markets right now, just the problem, the last 3 months, it has been 2 months, 2.5 months of reacting to bonds running up, going insane, and that's potential inflation resurgence down to policy, and again, the economy even being better, to the point where people had the soft landing, no landing, but it was like 2 months, 2.5 months of that, and then now like 2 weeks of this Israel thing, but now it's just like it's escalating fast, and what it's linked to, that's where we're kind of having to juggle here. So unfortunately, that's where I think our problem is at. So hard to, again, one day we're focusing on bonds, next day it's the conflict, 3 days no conflict or developments, nobody responds. Gold, meanwhile, running up all the while, but then the other safe havens are selling off. Oil already ran up before and then calms down. It's putting us in a weird juggle position. Thank you. That's what's been affecting. It's been easy to understand. I feel you. That's why like days like today, and I've given you warnings on it. I did say eventually in October we will watch bond yields go one way and stocks do the other. But unfortunately, the situation now, the other situation we're dealing with, the Israel thing, it is just extremely volatile, and now it doesn't really give you a pattern. There's no real breakdown of what we can do, like, okay, if this, then that, but it's just more or less kind of now waiting for one thing while at the same time still having to respond to bond yields all the while, and what that means for economy, rates, lending, loans, all of the good stuff. Bill Ackman wants a full-out war. But that's the thing, not like it's weird because usually like people be buying bonds during the war. Again, when people get freaked out, they'll go and buy the bonds. But like I'm saying, I just think there's way more bond supply. That's why, like, the weirdest thing you should be seeing now, and it's happened every time volatility, this happened with SVB too. Don't get it twisted. but literally like the gap between oil or gold and bonds, gold bond. But like, again, same thing happened with SVB. You see what I'm saying? Like at the beginning of the year, recession, gold gets the premium. People were worried about it. But then eventually, right when the bonds start dropping again, happens, and then everybody starts buying gold. And then it breaks out of that's what's giving you the gap until it matches up. But once again, bonds pulling down, and then safe haven, the OG safe haven. Like, why the fuck are you buying gold? You know what I'm saying? Like, really think about it right now. 2.5 months of really hammering home higher for longer rates, 2007, 2000, whatever. It's like, why are you buying gold right now? Again, the economy, retail sales, you could go down the list. Why are you buying gold right now? Think about it. I don't think gold going up is not a strong economy. I don't think so. Whoa, NVIDIA flush. Yo, NVIDIA on the low. I don't know how big that is. It just printed on the low ticker. Wait, was that NVIDIA or NVIDL? I don't know if I clicked the wrong one. So it's just usually, again, high interest rates, strong dollar. I hope you understand why gold should not go up. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, what it's saying right now is just, again, people are buying it probably out of fear. People are buying that as a more safe haven asset. Again, especially with conflict overseas, I think way more inclined to buy gold. Again, people from overseas are probably buying gold, if anything. But it's like, I think gold is just off of fear. I think it's warranted too. I don't disagree with it. But that's why I'm saying the phenomena, or what you should observe, though, is that at the same time, you have bonds not catching a fear bid. So you have people buying a safe haven asset, but another traditional safe haven bonds, the yen, the Swiss franc, they're not getting purchased. So that right there that's why I'm lending it to, massive bond supply. Maybe we'll find out at the auction today, but for the most part, it's truly fascinating because it's highlighting the randomness and the lack of pattern in volatility, where now we're kind of just looking around like, wait a minute, what is going to happen through this Israel thing? What is going to happen next? What is going to happen to oil? We know the worries, but the steps leading up to them, you have no idea. There is news. You're going to have a couple of Fed speakers. You got like Fed Waller, I think, in an hour. Why does high rates mean strong currency? Usually because higher rates limit the supply of currency. And just think by it, if rates are the cost of money, if money costs more, the money becomes worth more to a degree. So, but then also in general, just you have a strong dollar, you have strong currency, factor that into gold is what I'm saying. If both of those are high rates, high currency, gold really doesn't perform good in that, especially if it's the number one currency in the world that has those features. Foreign currency. Or you're saying the lending, they need foreign governments trying to raise rates for selling treasuries. I got a hot take for you. NVIDIA, new low, bonds again. So watch out. We might flush through. And remember, we are near the level. This is parachute level number 1. You went below it earlier. This is where you bounced off of yesterday. You were a little higher. And I think it was around the same time. Actually, no, we were bouncing by 7 o'clock. So you were actually behind schedule if you wanted that run up here. But I'll give you a hot take right now. I don't know if you want it. Maybe I could give it to you for 50 likes, or because I have to risk my life to tell you this. Just like the video. Not really. It's not that serious. But it's not foreign governments that are selling treasuries. It's our government. My hot take is that it's our government raising money, as well as just all of the quantitative tightening It's the Fed. It's the Fed plus our appetite right now. That's why you don't realize we haven't figured out the budget stuff for the November 17th. They are not agreeing on that shit still. You're doing all this stuff here, but we are dumping a ton on the Treasury, and then at the same time, Powell is just buying less and less and less than we are used to. I think it's all just, I think it's having that compound effect. Otherwise, there's a lot of reasons that people are buying. And again, it's not like I think bonds are a bad buy. I think they're a bad buy if you're trying to speculate, but there's a lot of people just holding and collecting interest right now. But it's wicked to think how, there's a lot of pressure leading into it. All right. Another low here. Watch out. Again, bonds hit first. Actually, SPY looked like it was hitting. Maybe SPX didn't hit a new low. It looked like SPY did. Gold going down. Yeah, it should. I mean, gold it's fascinating. It's up how it is right now. OpenAI says issues with elevated error rates resolved. Urgent. Saudi Arabia. The Saudis should leave Lebanon immediately and now. So everyone's evacuating Lebanon. What shocks you the most about what's going on in this market? My first thought is my own behavior, actually. So, in a weird way, I'm not shocked, but I am shocked that I still got roped into not doing anything but buying bonds, if that makes sense. I don't know. You tell me, but because I feel like there's a lot of things, but it feels like the same story of last year, just with like 12 months of delay, and then it reminds me of the boat crash, and again, maybe the most shocking thing is probably what's it called? I would say people's response to everything. That's what I'm saying. So like even my response. But like even like the war shit, the fact that we like keep doing this, I think that's more shocking than not. But other than that, maybe the banking crisis, that's still very, very shocking. But I wouldn't say I wouldn't say too surprised. Well, there's protests everywhere. I don't think if there's anything in France. There was a terrorist attack in Brussels yesterday, but there's protests all around the world after yesterday. So last night, due to the hospital, there was probably, I think, like 10 different countries or areas all around the globe that had like massive protests, and that it looked crazy. It looked like, it reminded me of the Egypt protests back in the day. Update. Oh, dude, I think I looked at it. I was gonna give you everything. Just long day so far, man. Long day. A lot of stuff to take in. But I did see it. I'll try over the weekend to get a hold. But email me the name you have, because I did a quick search on the owner. I have like one owner's name, but the weird part is they bought it. They don't seem, the owner I have on file, I'm gonna double check it, but they don't seem old, which is weird. But in this case, there's a good chance they have a descendant, and we'll probably need to get a hold of them. The Taiwan, and then the Taiwan, that one's crazy. DVA popping. Oh yeah, be on the lookout. Maybe we get Don't the mood is ripe for the activist investors, it feels like. DVA is up 3.3. DaVita, did they have earnings, or is this just a natural move? Yeah, the Taiwan, I mean, I don't know if you guys heard it. You know, like, part of the funding they're working on is for Taiwan, too. So that's it. They're not even, like, it's low-key the elephant in the room, but not anymore. They're not even, like, that's it, bro. Ukraine, now this. Like, they're already understanding Taiwan. They're like, we need funding for Taiwan now before it happens. They said, no, we want funding for Taiwan now. We're going to throw this into the mix. But that's where, like, even today, though, in a weird way, like, a lot of you guys, when you were listening, when Biden was talking, a lot of you guys are like, more money, of course, more money. But, like, I was more shocked by the unequivocal support and denying of the attacks immediately and throwing support. That was more surprise. That was more politically significant than announcing $100 million or any money. Like, that speech to me wasn't even about the money at that point, because that was more like, that was immediately after hearing Iran and Saudis and everybody. That was immediately going on and saying, yeah, no, it was the other team. He didn't say this. I can't. That still blew me away. But that's where I was like, dude, it was kind of crazy to think. Big squads, sadly. Does Israel have nukes? I want to say yes, but I mean, the Israel army is very advanced, which again, which was weird in many, many ways of why everything even happened. But yeah, so much political good luck trading. Well, yeah, it is. I mean, today is there. If you're not aware of it, unfortunately, I think we're still going to have earnings. And again, we have one earnings play. We made another play. I might grab another here too. But today is very the undertones of politics. I would say it's the invisible hand on the market today. TSM, I think that one's going to be big too, but ASML was a bad sign today. That was the other bad earnings. ASML, that was the one. Okay, what time is it? Is it Euro close yet? 12 minutes. Okay. If Netflix does good, I think it has upside, but there's also a chance. There's also a chance Netflix does hella mediocre. And what I mean by that, they don't miss, they don't beat, and then you're just waiting on the rest of the earnings until next week, which we've seen before. Otherwise, if they don't do good, they got a lot of downside, and if they could actually eat up all of the losses there and come out with the good earnings, they could be good. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. I averaged down on the VKTX. I grabbed another 200 shares at 10.10. I said I want to trade this today, but it's actually kind of whack. But we'll see. Where's even NVO? Where's the GLP? Hot takes for Netflix or Tesla. We'll go over the earnings, so we'll see. But for the most part, I think Netflix might be a little more important than Tesla. I don't know if Tesla's going to do that bad. Again, I think Tesla is what's it called? I think Tesla, by releasing the numbers ahead of time, every time they get those delivery numbers like a month ahead, I think that's it. I mean, Netflix just has a lot of bad sentiment. I think, the hot take may be growth for Netflix in a weird way. That's why I'm like, I don't know what the hot take would be, but I maybe that one is it. Netflix grows is a hot take to a degree. But if they do, that would be a great earnings hit for them. Remember, last time they came in, I think they did beat subscribers by a lot. Tesla's margins, I mean, I used to not think they're good, but comparatively to some of the other automakers, I think they're killing it. I mean, even compared to like a lot of the EVs too, I think they're actually doing good. Meta and Snap. Snap, I think Snap is interesting after that little leaked memo. I was actually proud of them. Again, if you don't know that 2 days ago when it had this little run-up, there was a leaked internal memo of guidance there. So I don't know if they could actually make $500 million of non-ad revenue next year. I'm down. That would be a game changer for them. Because remember, at one point they were doing like what? They did make like $1 million in profit or something like that, or they lost 700,000, but very, very wild to think about. So I think Snap, very interesting. Meta, I just don't know how much they're going to spend. But at the same time, I feel like Meta has been deceptively the best stock here. I don't know if it's done better than Nvidia now, but like low key, Meta is absolutely insane. So the one thing I'm weird about with Meta is their spending, the recovery, the year of efficiency, and then ultimately just this like, bro, that Nvidia had great earnings and sold off at the top. I don't know when Meta is going to have that reaction. Second vote on speaker there. Why weren't you talking about Meta when it was at 90? Netflix needs to put out new Squid Game. Oh, dude, hold on. I have it. I feel bad, though. I don't want to pump it because you guys know I love my Netflix. You'll be like, fuck you, Josh. Bro, are you ready? Are you ready? I finally watched One Piece. And it's good. Bro, One Piece was good. It was so, I didn't like the first, I don't know, like I wasn't liking no pirate shit, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't no Captain Sparrow. I never watched Pirates of the Caribbean. I know. I was like, nah, like I was just like, no, I watched it with my girlfriend, not my nephew. We watched it before and we just hated it. We just couldn't do it. And then like we had nothing else and we put it on and yeah, bro, it hit. It grew on me. I like it. I like it a lot. It grew. I was like, because I was like, man, Netflix has not came out with anything good this year. And I was like, One Piece was pretty decent. It gave me nice, warm and fuzzy feelings. But it's good, man. I like it. Narcos was good when it first came out, but like I fell off after season 2, bro. I got sick of reading them subtitles. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It was dope at first, but then one day I remember I tried to watch Narcos, and I think I was really, really tired, and that's it. I didn't know what happened, and I missed everything else, bro. Yeah, Snapcast. They do. They got the good ones. But those are old though. That was all like I'm talking like usually every year they come out with something, but I mean this year I have admitted to you all I was like I haven't found anything good on Netflix. And I think it is because of the writer's strike or something, but all of the releases on Netflix this year have just been like, you could kill the time with it or it's just a good movie to have, but I don't think any of them have been like home runs like what we saw last year with them. Procter & Gamble said to consider $1 billion sale of VS Sassoon's China business. And then SPY above VWAP. Again, we're approaching Euro close here. 4 minutes. Was it good enough to make you want to watch the anime? Yes. After I'm done with it, I'd be down. But I like it. I like the story. Suits. Yeah, Suits was just, they got the licensing to it, but they need like, last year, bro, they killed it. What was it? What was the little vampire girl? Wednesday. It's like, that was dude, there were so many movies and shows last year. I was like, oh, great. They're great. Like Netflix, everyone's like, they suck. I was like, you guys are tripping, bro. I love the lineup this year, though. I'm like, yeah, I see what you guys are saying. Y'all probably mad about the $15 a month that, because I feel you. After 9, 10 months and nothing good. Lupin. Those are like the continuations, but they didn't have like a home run new series this year, unfortunately. There's 1,000 episodes of One Piece. Oh, y'all crazy. Y'all ain't got a Spark Notes version. I don't know how much. I think Netflix is 15. Super pumped. I don't know. Is it a movie? Oh, the Battle for Ubers. No, I saw it on there. I haven't watched it yet. I watched the WeWork one on Apple TV. That one was a good one. Oh, the Netflix thing is the Spark Notes version. You're on episode 500. Whoa. That seems, it's a good series, though. I could see why people like it. It seems really, really cool. I'm sure as a book, so if they had a book, or you guys are saying they do, like, I feel like that would have been a crazy book series. Fall of Usher was good. I didn't finish it, but it's actually, that was really good. It just like, it's like a mix of Succession mixed with American Horror Story. Is a trip. But either way, though, I think Netflix, they've struggled on titles this year, at least in my opinion. But again, their earnings are today after the bell. PG just announced the sale of or they want to sell a unit. Stock didn't go up. You just bounced up to VWAP, wicked into the high, or wicked into VWAP itself, and then just sold off a little bit here. Bond's still down. Dollar is back up 0.39, almost a quarter higher than the morning. Goldman on the low. Remember, bad banks today. Goldman didn't do that bad, but damn. Morgan Stanley's down 7. I mean, UAL's still down 8. Everything. Uber, BNB. Oh, and then VKTX, I averaged on that. But we'll see. I don't know what my average is now. 10.50. But yeah, man, you guys are all talking movies and shows now, huh? Well, it's Netflix earnings season, so I mean, I feel like we have this conversation. I think maybe we'll do that every 3 months, you guys. We should every 3 months be prepared to come with your favorite shows and movies because I think we could discuss them on earnings day. Because this is what we're talking about. Otherwise, it boils down to margin, subscribers. Remember last time Netflix subscribers, it was like a surprise of like 1 million above. Again, the writer's strike ending, the cost associated, but Netflix easy. Subscribers, how much money they got, how much did they spend, and hopefully they have good things to talk about with the margin, because that's when we made that first play not too long ago, but they've been dumping since. All has to do with the margin. I have watched Black Mirror. That was last year, though, I think. Not to mention, like, 2020. And then the world just became Black Mirror in real life. Which, that was a weird one. I didn't see that coming. You see that people are saying that the bomb didn't hit the hospital. Anyone have truth to that? Well, yes. I'm glad you asked it that way, because somebody was yelling it at me. But I can't confirm. Again, like we were saying yesterday, if you were here yesterday, you watched it in real time, and I love you, and God bless you. I hope you were able to see, but yesterday we watched in real time the first attack on the hospital, what people said, who they blamed, and then right away, before even news media confirmed it, before you had any CNN, CNBC, whatever it is, you started hearing Israel have their own narrative to the story as well. So I do agree. The fog of war is very real. So it's possible, but we don't know yet. But somebody has brought that up to me in a very negative fashion, but I cannot confirm nor deny. But like I'm saying, I think in the realm of possibility, there's a lot of things in both sides. You are going to, I would expect both sides to point the finger at each other, not only for what just happened, but everything else that is about to happen too. Okay. 4-month bill auction, 5.3 allotted at high, 46%. Yeah, Tesla's after the bell. What's this? FBYD. Oh, no. Yesterday was Fiber. PayPal price target cut, maintained at hold by Oppenheimer. Or maintained at outperform. PayPal. The bond action when it comes out. I think the Treasury website, usually Treasury website, even like Trading Economics, I think has it, but that's the only way. It's all through the Treasury. Netflix has just been guttered. It got guttered ever since the day after we played it. We played it for that news, and then they just started getting bad news after bad news. CEO tried to comment, but low key, you just kind of, and mixed in with the yields and everything else. But I think that's why. And then earnings are today. They don't really have to move. People are definitely more cautious towards it. So I think that's where it's there. It's time, baby. It's time. You want to know how to measure implied moves? We'll go over it after push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're all mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare to object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go bling, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. Just like that. Chest to the sun. You look good. Chair Gensler says SEC is still weighing Bitcoin ETF proposals. Watch crypto plays if they move, but not getting a headline or not getting a pop. But move that body and chest to the sun. Don't wrap those legs behind your chair. You are not riding a dolphin. Stop mangling your spine. Stop kicking your nuts right now with your left leg. Why are you doing that? It's okay. Chest to the sun. You look good, baby. And then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Oh, man. Hey, man, doing pigeons. You got sciatic. I feel you. That's a good stretch, man. Pigeons, a great stretch. I love it. Mm-hmm. I need that stretch. It's good, man. It's good. I gotta do my stretches. I gotta go easy on the shoulder ones, bro. I'm telling you. Whatever I did last week, like my shoulders grew, but man, I've been so sore. What's good, my lovely people? Good morning, man. How are you? Welcome to Wednesday. I hope you're feeling good. Oh, man. All right, little ones, man, little ones. Get the resistance out of the way. Is your back part of the shoulder? I'm pretty sure at this point, I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to do what the chat said. I'm probably going to go get an MRI, but it got a lot better, though. Like, I just messed up, bro. I messed up on the work. I overworked it, but I'm pretty sure it's like a slightly torn rotator cuff for healing. It's not bad, though. Last week, it was, like, awful, but that's it. A little rest and protein. That's it. I can't bench too much. That's all. Or I got to watch out for the shoulder workouts too, but we good. We good. Went ham. No, bro, I went ham on these stretches. You have no idea.
Bro, what was it?
I did it a lot.
There was a setting on your end.
Yeah, the stretches work, but like I think I overworked it, and then my arm was just burning. I was like, oh no. And they were like, torn rotator cuff.
Gosh, dude.
What's your crystal ball say? Calls, puts? Earnings, no, my crystal ball says things are getting weird, baby.
Oh my gosh, dude. Awesome. Oh, glad we're going to figure it out. All right. So now that we're here, fuck. What's good?
I've done the rotator cuff workouts. You got to be gentle.
You hear me?
Be gentle is what I learned. Yeah, Qualcomm, I was running earlier. Actually, it's on the high ticker now.
All right, cool.
0.2.
I did. So what do these options play, bro? I need options play. All right.
Are you remote viewing Wall Street? Or you're talking to a chat, right? What do you mean?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Qualcomm might go green. We will see.
Yeah.
Again, you had that crypto news right now with Gensler, but then Coinbase just went down.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're still holding. The dollar is up, which is no good, but for the most part now, I think we're going to be in the weird earnings mode, and the headlines have been quiet so far ever since Biden spoke.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when everyone said that the JB30s over 5, everything would blow up? Last time it was huge news. This time it's not mentioned. It's because they refinanced a lot of that shit. So remember the gilt scenario? I agree with you. That's why I put in one of those watch lists, because last time the gilts and the bonds in Europe were going up like that, especially in the United Kingdom, we were freaking out. But remember they did that like emergency buying thing, and then they later like sold it off to the market when it recovered. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why. So I think the risk moved up to a higher point for the gilts. Dollar working its way up 106. What's the new level? I don't know. That's the thing. Unfortunately, if anything, there's only one bond market we could look at now. Maybe Japan. I mean, I mentioned that to you guys, but I'm mad we didn't track it a little harder. I was too focused on the yen.
Yeah.
But really, the answer was with the JGB. So remember, we were talking about it. Even then, even like with the bonds, like, you know, some people are like, it's surprising. Remember, we were asking what was been most like shocking about some of this stuff. And it's like, in a weird way, even the 10-year move wasn't that shocking. I mean, how many of you remember a video? I don't know. You tell me. But 2001 versus 2006. I'm sure this echo, you have to remember this. I'm sure we wouldn't shut up about it. But literally, it's like you could have had this idea because, I mean, it was pretty easy to forecast in the sense of if we didn't pause or we did pause, it was going to play out like 2001 or
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Another thing, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be flagged for what's it called, PDT or something like that. Don't you get like a slap on the hand, like one time? Just once, like you can reset it if you do it once, but you can't do it again. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I can't. I can't day trade. Like I can't open and close a position today or on the same day until Friday, which is not the best.
Nightbot's real name is Kip? No way. Knight Rider fans? Hell, dude, that's so cool. Hell yeah. I love Knight Rider. That's the reason why I like cars to this day. You know that Michael Knight, bro. Michael Knight. It's OG character. Mm-hmm. My portfolio's getting murdered. I mean, you and me both. Long term loves it. Long term's fine. We lost some of the gains, but I feel you. I mean, I'm holding a lot of down plays now, but I do think everything is boiling up for opportunity. You just got to stay alive, or even be
All
wise
right.
to pull back in some areas too. You know, we got to take decisions today.
Yeah, dude, I'm glad I got out when I got out for
plays, but
income.
like I've been
got
saying,
it
I mean,
almost
you know, the
right at the top.
shocking thing of this year is how I reacted.
I got out at 53.
And what I mean by that is,
the
like I'm
highest it went
saying,
today.
you have an opportunity to do nothing and make money, but the temptation and the movement and the volatility is real.
You should be able to just,
so
just change
going in that
50%.
sense, you got to find the balance. It's a good alternative. I'm telling you, bill and ride out till things are good. It goes a long way. U.S. issues new Iran-related sanctions. U.S. Treasury website. We'll go over Tesla a little later. We already covered it somewhat, but I'll have an earnings preview for any earnings companies, maybe around like 10 a.m.
Yeah.
10 a.m. 11 my time. And then we have Fed speakers in like.
Dude, look at CEI real quick.
Keep that in mind.
Remember we were talking about that yesterday?
You're about to have Waller, Wulu.
Up 10%
the lineup's crazy.
in the day.
Waller, Williams, Bowman, Harker, Cook.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. Again, lately we've gotten headlines, but a lot of them haven't been live anymore. So again, like this week, we've gotten.
I already had one up. Yeah, I already had a position.
So many
open.
of these,
out.
like Fed speakers, but I think we've only got to see like one of them live.
Mm-hmm. I can't remember. I know. I just wanted to capitalize on those profits regardless, because I'm just.
Waller discussion of economic outlook before the distinguished.
I have little to nothing. Miss account. It's gonna go up to. I don't know, man.
Where is this?
Yeah. Yeah.
What is it called? Distinguished Speaker Seminar.
Yeah, I approve of that.
I think they're all dovish. The regionals low. Remember, regionals were bad today. That was not good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Is there anything worth shorting right now? You think?
Stuff with Waller.
No.
Yeah, their website is bunk.
Mm-hmm.
The news, this is a news wire. It's a mix of things that I've helped develop. It is proprietary. So I put it out on the chat. Not available, not for sale, but we love you. Again, I mean, a lot of what I've done, I put together. I have a lot of news sources. So this is just a combination in a nice view. But I need you guys to look at it, though. So if you see anything on here, because sometimes this one escapes by me. I'm trying to see the Waller. Dude, the Waller thing is weird. This meeting he's supposed to be at looks crazy. The European and Economic Financial Centers. Financial Center, Waller. Oh, my man, Josh, been busy. I haven't been able to watch as much, but I'm glad he's still killing it. Dedicated. Much respect, brother. Thank you for all you do and the people you help. God bless you. Let's get it, boys. Oh, Snake Eyes. God bless you. Oh, no. It's a 50 bag. What's up, man? So I'm talking about. God bless you.
YOOO Snake Eyes, I don't know if you know me, but I am Josh AI and I am grateful too. Thank you for showing support, dog. Tell a hater get a long term. I love you.
Amen. 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 He said, yo, 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 yo. That first sentence, he kind of just spit it out there, bro. I thought it would have been a little smoother. Amen, man. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You got that long term still, man? Always. Always long term. Always long term. I love you. Why? City lows down 2. Again, Morgan Stanley, I think, is down 7. Outlook still holding up. Yeah, Morgan Stanley's down 8 now. Again, UAL, that's where they were at earlier. Disney low. Yeah, they flipped. Remember, Disney had that pop. Dana here down 2 on the day. It's still early, man. Very, very early. Israel says 9 launches crossed from Lebanese territory. The Ali Al hospital in Gaza still stands. Local footage shows all buildings intact. No rescue workers are pulling bodies from rubble. There is no bodies. There is no rubble. You're in the rabbit. Email me. Again, if you have sources on these. If someone gets me a good source, I would love to show it. Anything. Like I'm saying, present it respectfully. You guys all have theories here too. If you could send me something we could see, I mean, run it up. I feel like that you could verify with, again, I've heard about it 3 times now. Again, a lot of people have said it, one a little bit more distastefully, but, we'll see. But if you have anything, email it to me. The source is Mabis is full of crap. So leader, that's what we were talking about earlier, where we lose efficacy of learning, getting info or anything the moment we turn it into a personal attack. So I'm going to time you out for that. I love you. But that's not the vibe, no matter what. Like I'm saying, let's get to the bottom of things. Let's discuss. But if the first counter argument to somebody is an attack on their character or them, I don't think we're going anywhere. I was under the impression the hospital was leveled an hour ago. Then the guy ranting in Chad made me look into it. Seems to be spreading around. That's what I'm saying. Like, it just, for real, like, listen to people. And if things pique your interest, go look into it yourself. But, we have to find a way to share that info. What's the new live leak? You don't know? Dude, I had this thought yesterday. I was so mad because I was just trying to set up the stream at night. And then I'm like looking through my Twitter because I see some of these headlines. I'm like, oh shit, bro, it's Twitter. Twitter is the new live leak. Even if I don't want to see it, I'll see it. It's crazy. If you go through Twitter, bro, I don't think you could scroll on Twitter right now without seeing at least one picture or video of a child that is like hurt or injured. It's crazy. And then if you click any of the trending topics, or if you're like, oh, what's happening? Literally, just even Gaza, bro. It's insane. Literally, bro. I'm telling you, X is the new live leak, man. It's nuts. I didn't even want to. That's what I was saying. I'm trying to go to bed. I don't want that. I don't want to see that shit. And then, dude, all it was just war images. And then I was like, man, that's wild. Yeah, I guess it is true. I mean, It is for better or for worse, it is like one of the places with the lack of censorship. So, you know, it sucks. It's unfortunate. I've told you guys, be careful what you like look at, but you know, unfortunately, that is the result of the lack of censorship. It is the new Live Leak, I would say, to a degree. Going down. What's Sigma? Sasi? Up 57%. VKTX, I didn't move at all. Again, Euro close was 20 minutes ago? We did not do anything. I seen Wag the Dog from the 90s? Nah. But I did show my girl the movie Toy Soldiers. She never seen that from 1997 or whatever. I was like, oh, this was one of my favorites. It was like the more edgy Toy Story. You guys remember that movie? Toy Soldiers? I loved it. That's why I was like, you've never seen this? Is it Small Soldiers or Toy Soldiers? We'll show no mercy. I love it. I love that movie, bro. Dude, you got Kirsten Dunst in there. I didn't even realize that till I'm an adult now. I was like, what the fuck? She was in this movie? Yeah, so that's the movie from the 90s I recently saw. Archer! Yeah, I love Archer, bro. I love Archer. That's my guy. That's my guy, bro. Mm-hmm. They have an EMP. Commander Chip Hazard, reported for duty. I thought it was Toy Soldiers. I just watched it not too long ago, but I guess apparently it's called Small Soldiers. Why after each invasion does the stock market shoot up? That is the question of today. You're not the only person who's asked that. And what financial media is talking about is just how the random nature and no predictable patterns based of war. So like every one of these like conflicts, we've had some sort of reaction, but it's not really predictable. You know, like even in Russia, Ukraine, there was days where the market was in its own world, did nothing responding to the situation. Then all of a sudden we would respond to it. It's not basically is the answer nobody knows? Yes. But there is more understanding that you could get from it. And what I'm talking about is like, you know, why? That's the question. Why does nobody know? It's because you don't know the military strategy of Israel. You don't know what Iran is talking about right now. So this is the problem with it. You know, we thought there was going to be an invasion last week, but it didn't happen. So like, why didn't it happen? They might be working on something else. Again, even like the 70s, the United States tried to stall Israel on purpose back in the day to get a better outcome. So we don't know, but that's why it's like that nobody knows. And the answer is because there's just so many variables where it's like same thing with Russia, Ukraine, and other conflicts. How many variables do you have to really deal with? So in this case, unfortunately, we got to deal with a lot that is still, all of those pieces are moving. Yeah, Lebanon heating up today and yesterday. So again, you had more, Saudis told their citizens to leave Lebanon. Israel said the same thing yesterday. They're saying an Israeli drone has struck a mortar site in southern Lebanon, while IDF artillery is continuing to pound a number of Hezbollah positions who have launched anti-tank guided missiles at Israel troops in the last hour. So Israel says 9 launches crossed over from Lebanese territory. And then Russia says 2 missiles intercepted over Crimea, no damage. And then Russia PPI coming out now. And then EU Britain, and then you have Waller. I don't have the live video of Waller, though. Fed Waller, too soon to tell if more policy rate action is needed. Okay, so kind of bullish. But again, he said way more things before. Who do we have after? You have John Williams next. There's a lot, dude. The headlines are crazy. Waller, again, I will be watching how recently risen longer-term rates evolve and impact financial conditions and economic activity. Waller, I will be patient in waiting for data to document how spending evolves. Time will tell if higher rates dampen business spending or subsidies and onshoring increases it. Unusually tight labor market to continue loosening, but watching closely, we'll watch for next several inflation reports for clear indication that it's on its trajectory to 2%. Fed Waller sees clear progress on inflation. A couple of reasons to be concerned progress may not continue. All right, so it sounds like himself. It seems a little bit more hawkish, though, if anything. But again, every other Fed speaker has been just a lot more clearer cut, bullish about everything. Let's see, did we hit another new low? So again, we have 5 Fed speakers. That's Waller now. I don't have any more headlines after that, but I'm trying to get ready for the other ones. And he plays VKTX. That's the only one. They had data on their GLP-1 drug yesterday. That is the only one I'm in. Fed Waller. How do you feel about actors like Idris Elba promoting gold? I don't feel anything about it. I didn't know. So I have no feeling towards it. But again, I mean, I think gold is very specific asset and just, learn more about it. That's the best way to explain it. It's like, even my dad tries to sell me gold. Like, a lot of people like gold for many, many reasons, but you do have to, you have to learn about it. You got to learn about it. Dude, my dad loves gold. That's why I think like Middle East conflict, it isn't that surprising that gold is going up. You're bouncing off the bottom real quick. Again, Waller's the only event right now, but I don't know if he's saying something on this comment. I would have got a headline by now. You're getting a nice little pop off the bottom. But like literally, man, like my dad loves gold. Like I'm telling you, all the Middle Easterns I know, if they any investment, it's their favorite one is cash and gold. And that's so. But my dad is a big fan of buying bullion. He tells me to buy bullion. I think every day, every week, every time there's an event, he tells me to buy gold. Said if the real economy slows, we could hold the policy rate steady. I think I already came out there. That's a big pop, but I don't know if it's just earnings vibes than not. Do you buy the gold? I have gold. I mean, that's it. But like, my dad has more gold than I do, I think, which is weird. Because I want to say my dad's whole entire retirement is in gold, probably. Like, there's no way that this guy he keeps buying gold. I can't stop him, dude. like I'm his son. I'm not. It's not the other way around. Like I cannot get this man to stop buying gold. Like I'm telling you, it's wicked. He believes the OG. Yeah, he's a gold bug, bro. I'm telling it's the people at church, bro. It's my dad. I've seen him go from. I see now he's asking me about YouTube videos. He's like, "What about this video?" And then he say, "Buy gold." Does he wear gold chains? No, my dad does not wear any jewelry. No. I don't know where I got it from. I don't know where. I think it's Western culture that made me so flamboyant, I guess. But other than that, I mean, my dad, you don't know. The closest thing to swag he got was that Bob Marley shirt. And then I had to tell him, I was like, that means weed, right? And then he said, no. And then I think he didn't do anything. He likes the shirt. I think he's in denial about it. You go to a barber shop and your barber buys $500 of silver each time. Is it every time you're there, or are you selling it to him? At that point, he's just flexing on you. I think he wants to take you out on a date. Because if anybody is just making big purchases in front of you, every time you see them, there's no way I don't think that's a coincidence. He's like, oh, well, look at my client just came in here. Oh, look at that. I need to go buy me another ounce of gold, maybe 100 ounces. Oh, man. Oh, nice to see you, man. Can you hold on a second? I got to finalize this purchase real quick. So I'm just buying $500 of gold right now. Sorry. I never talk about your brother. How's he doing in the market? Man, you don't tell me about anybody in your family. I don't even know your last name. I don't even know about your family, your mom, your dad. So why? You need to slow your roll, sir. Let me tell you about my family at my own pace. Okay? If this was therapy, you wouldn't be asking me like this, So let me get there on my own time, on my own schedule. Damn. I would be worrying about how much I pay my barber for a haircut. Oh, no, man. My birthday is, it's like February 33rd, I think. I keep forgetting. Barbers are the big red flag. I like barbers. I haven't seen one in a very long time, but, that's it. I feel like they all got their swag. There's like barber confidence. Like that's like every barber is like a pirate in One Piece, where they're like, I'm the best in the East Blue. They're like, I'm the best barber in the West Coast. Every single one of them. It don't matter which barber you ask. You can ask any barber if they are the best, and you just met the best barber in the world, according to them, every time. So that was my problem. I had to learn it down the line. Because then, I'll be like, can you line up my weird ass-shaped head? And they're like, yeah, I got this easy. And then that was the start to how my hairline progressively got pushed back. Coming to theaters in 2024, Josh's hairline. In theaters everywhere except for the top of his head. Find out how he was 18 years old and lost his hair. I don't get it. I'm going to be young forever. Yeah, I have my long-term. Everything's going to be good. The long-term worked. The hairline didn't. Josh's hairline coming to theaters 2024. Find out how going to Turkey will not fix your hairline. I'm sorry, you have to deal with it. What the? No. Oh, Richard Luis, baby. God bless you. Hard on. That's a 50 piece right there too, man. God bless you. Oh, man, God bless you.
So, okay. Yeah, did you get my message? I had somebody come to the door, so I had to go do that real quick. Right.
God bless you, Richard. Thank you for supporting the Chad. Brought to you by viewers like you. Shout out PBS. Tell a hater get a long term. I love you. GG.
Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Hey, can you hear me? Word.
How do you maintain so
Yeah,
much
did you get my
energy
message?
throughout the
Somebody
day?
came to my door, I had to deal with that real quick.
Water, gratefulness, and then a
Yeah, somebody came to
constant
pick up my
aiming
cable.
and goal to be a better person. That's all. And I've not fulfilled the last one yet. I'm working on becoming a better person. But I'm telling you, man, I appreciate life, bro. And drink some water. As I haven't even been on caffeine, bro.
You get 80TX right now.
That's it. White powder energy. Thank you. I'm telling you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's it. But back in the day, I need it.
That was the one we were talking about.
Drugs, I need it, bro. I need it. It's a good compliment. Amen.
The one
No,
that
man, no
did that
caffeine, no
multiple
nothing,
reverse
bro.
splits or something
For
like
real.
that, but
I
we used to talk about it a lot.
And it's not. I mean, someone said I don't even think I lost my hair because of trading. You know what I'm saying? Like I think
30%
all other things in life, like my diet, stress, dealing with other people, probably like that's probably more reliant.
Yeah,
you know, I got a girlfriend, so then that could make sense. And my hairline, you know, the stress, all that. But
no dudes on it. So.
For the most part, though, the energy stuff, man, life, bro, every day. I hope you guys are excited, and I understand it's a struggle, dude. It really, really is. I get it. Everything in this world is designed to.
So what's your boy talking about over there?
Not let you tap into your potential, and you know what I'm saying, and like just so many things that are just designed to keep you just tired. I'm telling you, there's so many things, but it's just like, hey. When you start to like appreciate life, bro, it goes a very, very long way. And do what you love. Is this a philo? This has been a philo.
Like emotional trading, or
disappearing when I met my wife. That's the most noticeable thing for me. I just know.
You said emotional trading or impulse trading? My girlfriend
was the one who called out my balding, and then I'm just noticing. I'm like, well, listen, the only thing that's changed is you. So you are the cause of my hairline.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding, obviously. I ain't move at all.
What's he talking about now? I can kind of hear him in the background, but I can't make anything out. Damn,
I agree. But again, I think I don't know though. Like if you see me play 2K, like I talk
CEI right now is up 20%.
I could get really quiet. It's just I don't know, man. And then again, good conversation too. That goes a long way. I'm just gonna wait for the bond auction to come out. I'm not gonna believe me. Just surprise me. I'll wait till it comes across here, but I don't. There's nothing to look ahead for. It's either gonna destroy us or not. It's not like it's kind of like a bullet flying past. It's either the bullet flies past or it's gonna hit the bonds right in the gut, and then we have a problem. The 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. I believe. 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. What was the one that we were talking about that we were debating whether or not it possibly looked like a inverse head and shoulders? Which stock was that?
Sometimes it all depends, but
I remember.
When I get quiet, I get quiet. I get quiet. 30-year 5.0. Dude, I think even the 10-year is about to hit 5.
You're lying.
You elite or rise. I'm none of them, bro. I don't got time to fucking wait around and join a fake club. I'm in a cult. I just play rec all day. Hall of Fame, baby. I got that purple plate. Don't play with me. Don't play with me, man. Don't play with me. I've not played the new Call of Duty, Chad. I'm sorry. I don't know if I will. I'm still in love with 2K.
Yeah, I have it on I'm looking at two graphs. So one's Mara, and I'm just going through everything.
Spy's pinned down here. Oil still has a move to make, whether it's tomorrow or the next day, but damn.
Are you sharing your scooter now?
Like
Or?
a perfect day for the 10% rant. It does. We could talk about the rant. We could talk about the saving. I do got a philo for you. I got an interested one, but
I don't think I see
even then,
anything.
I mean, word to 10% right now.
Okay.
It's saving the money and
Right.
just don't forget the world we live in right now. Again, so whatever money you have right now, keep saving your 10%. We had a nice discussion yesterday about, or 2 days ago, just about how saving is going to separate.
That trade deal?
But even then, right now is like, I've told you about getting side hustles, starting
you still like the
businesses.
trade deal, huh?
You damn well know save the 10%, but I want you to understand how powerful your dollar is right now. That is the thing where we're entering into kind of a different era where maybe the dollar does calm down in a weird way. If your dollar weakens, great. We'll go back to responding to other things. But just in general, like I'm saying, just don't forget right now. Every month you have saved, every 10%, bro, it is already growing for you. It feels weaker than ever. And now listen to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you your dollar is strong, and it's only going to get stronger because, again, there's even a return based on the bonds. So don't let the day-to-day, like I said, you have to survive. Again, the hard part is getting there, but don't underestimate that your dollar produces right now what it never produced, a return, which is wild to think about. Oh, and even then, but always, the dollar, it took them 15, 20 years to get the bond yields, but every day, consistently, you get the peach. Ladies and gentlemen, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. Get your ass up. Peach Nation, where are you at? Where's the horn? Where's my horn? Horn! Let's go. Wow. Oh, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. God bless you, Bradley Fritzl. Thank you. What a message of hope, of consistency. While we talk long term, that peach every day, right beside you. My goodness. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, that's something, man. 10% is just, the fact is interest rates are high. You save that money. And again, don't be too afraid to put it to work. And maybe that time may not be now, maybe it is now, but when it's all said and done, though, just like I hope you could gain as part of your 10% journey. I hope you could gain appreciation for the future value of your dollar. Because remember, like I told you, the idea of the 10% is that $1 today will be $10 in the future. It's looking for that future glory, that future value. So I hope you can recognize the evidence in front of you today to help you appreciate it more. You know what I'm saying? The fact interest rates are at the levels they are, that you are getting, there's a reward to save that wasn't there. So where do you think the ball is going? So, it's either going to benefit you very much or benefit you a decent amount. But having that dollar, having those savings, that 10%, I hope you're encouraged by knowing, in a world where ups and downs and a lot of this and that, but that dollar is getting strength. And not only that, it's paying a return to the bonds. In uncertainty, I hope you could gain appreciation of the appreciation and realize, this is all working in your favor as a saver. Dollar has lost 95% of its purchasing power. It has in a period. And just don't forget, though, where it's all going to end up. And then at the same time, everywhere around the world, just like in the weirdest way, you're right, your dollar has lost a lot of purchasing power. But if any of you go and travel, you're going to love that dollar at least a little bit better than you would have here. That's the crazy part. Do you guys, that's the sad part about all of it is, right now, cost of living is, almost comparable to Switzerland in a weird way. So, back in the day, my girl would tell me, when she would come to the States, Switzerland America used to be cheap. My girl used to come with her family from Switzerland, and they would be like, oh my gosh, you Americans are crazy. It was just dirt cheap for them. Why? Because strong Swiss franc, weak dollar. Right? Nowadays, she said that doesn't exist. If anything, prices in America are higher than Switzerland. But now you go to Switzerland, the prices are going to be the same for you rather than weaker. If it used to be you were American, you went to Switzerland, you would have been like, oh my gosh, it's $50 for a water bottle. Now it's $50 for a water bottle everywhere. Unfortunately, but in the world, in that dynamic, it is wild. So if you're buying overseas to support your business, your dollar, you may be getting killed at the grocery store. But guess what? Your business is loving it probably. Depending on if you import or export. So unfortunately, the dollar it has a purchasing power, and just don't let your day-to-day life deceive you of the value of that dollar. Above all else, if the government is paying 5% for your dollars, maybe you should value them a little bit more. That's all. But that is definitely a 10% lesson where, again, if you've heard some of the stuff we said in the early days, this should motivate you a lot. And you should be able to see it and look at it and just, again, word to keep saving. But I could give you the contentment philo because that'll boil down into spending money too. I don't know. Again, end of the year, just as a reminder, in the essence of 10%, growing your finances. SPY is going down. That's not what I was going to say, but let me see. The oil's just staying pinned. Again, there might be moves for oil here. 4331, you're below parachute level number 1 now. Jordan rejected again. Bro, we're breaking this level. You just did 15 points almost. 12 points in 10 minutes? Give or take. So then 4324. And if we go below that, maybe 4300. Fed Waller anticipate unusually tight labor market to continue loosening, but watching closely. Beat the yen. Just dead, but barely. They've been trying to intervene with it, but it's not working. If you see those pops, the pound and the euro, though, those are moving more. Honestly, the dollar could be a lot worse today. I took the advice hiding my savings in money markets for the yield and to keep my wife from spending too much. That's good. That's good. But now, this year, richest man in Babylon, he asks, do you have a budget? But he says the budget will expose where the leaky holes in the cave. And just go through. Again, I've given this about 2 years ago. Maybe once a year I tell everybody. But just go through your expenses. Go through if you have not looked at your bank account, if you have not gone through any accounts that you use, and you have not literally looked at the, where's monthly payments, all of your monthly payments, where are they going? Or some people, this is the phenomena, I'll tell you right now. I will tell you the phenomena. I'm making up the name for this, but some of you have a phantom subscription to something. And what I mean by that is that you have no contract, no commitment, no nothing. It's all variable. But, damn, wait, Fed Waller, you're saying you could run down the balance sheet a total of 2 to 2.5 trillion? Damn, son, I thought we're not there yet. But you have something like a subscription that you didn't sign up for. Yes, weed, alcohol, strippers, etc. Unfortunate, and all I'm going to tell you this time, if by last year, 2 years ago, you didn't understand, what I'll tell you now is if you realize you have one of these phantom subscriptions, something that you are just literally, you're just doing it over and over and over again and spending money on it, whatever it may be, it's that adds up. I encourage you to add it to your budget instead of denying it. I'm not telling you to stop it, but at the same time, at one point, you may have to look back at it and say, well, shit, even though it's not, I'm constantly spending this amount by every single time this month. So just a way, but at the same time, look where the money is going. That's what I always say. It's easy to get caught up not looking at it, but make sure you know where all of that money is going out of. 2K is my phantom subscription. I feel you. I don't have it like on a monthly basis. I still got my VC, but the time, I put in too much time on it. Even that 1 hour, it'll add up. Yesterday I didn't even have time for anything yesterday. I was fucked. I was calling E-Trade, TD Ameritrade. I had to wait my ass on hold, bro. Oh my goodness. Calling into places is the worst thing in the world. It's crazy. I forgot how slow the world works when I have to do the calls. I forgot, man. Calling like general like people for like assistance at like institutions is the most difficult thing in the world. It's so bad, bro. It's so bad. Oh, dude, I was on hold, I think, with was it E-Trade or TD Ameritrade? I don't even know, but I was like, oh, this is ridiculous. Both of them put me on hold dude, I've been spending 15 minutes just to get connected to the wrong person. I'm like, oh my gosh. No, dude, customer service representative. Dude, I was driving. It took me like 4 fucking times to realize it. My AC was blowing and the phone, the little automated thing, thought I was talking to it. It was like, what are you calling for? Sorry, I didn't get that. Can you say that again? I'm like, customer, I'm sorry, I didn't quite get that. And I had to literally mute my phone while the AC is on because I'm like, man, this stupid ChatGPT. Fed Waller says does not want to address rate cuts when rate hikes have not stopped. Nope. No. Troy, none of those links. I don't fuck with nobody. I don't know why you haven't learned this by now. Thank you. Thank you. Consistently. Y'all could DM them to each other privately, put them on wherever you want, but I can't claim anything on my shit. I've had too many bad experiences. And then we have to enforce it equally. Thank you. The chat bots. I mean, I had tinfoil, but then I proved my own tinfoil wrong. Would you guys like me to tell you about failed tinfoil? Oh, I don't know why it unmodded you. That wasn't supposed to happen. But I had tinfoil that you remember like when ChatGPT came out, and remember when AI came out, and like just like with every technology, everybody is like, what do they say? They say they're like, it's military technology, right? So my tinfoil, I was like, at this point, I think ChatGPT was just a propaganda machine for when all of the war machine convinces everybody war is okay, and everybody just ChatGPT's war questions to history, and then just gets propaganda answers. So then I went on ChatGPT, and then I started asking him about Palestine and Israel. But then I realized ChatGPT gave a pretty decent answer. So then I was like, okay, maybe it's not as nefarious yet. But yeah, that was my 10. But I don't think it's true. Yeah, I quizzed ChatGPT. He did better on Palestine, Israel than he did figuring out the median price. So that was good. If the 20-year bond comes in higher than expected, we're probably going to flush heavy. Fed Waller, we still have one rate hike penciled in. Will be totally driven by the data if it happens or when. Senator Brown, Warren query on U.S. plan to curb crypto financing terrorism. Or maybe you work and made you think what you wanted it to. I mean, I'm pretty skeptical, bro. I was really ready to rip it apart, but he answered exactly the same on both questions. That's the welcome to justice, you guys. How did I know? I was like, wow, there was one thing that gave me a clue when I asked it the same question and it gave the same response, even though it was two different people. That's how you kind of figure things out. But if it gave me two different responses to the same question, then there you go. Booking big dump. Bay Area quake? Oh, I didn't get anything.
The state of Israel was born to be a safe place for the Jewish people of the world. That's why it was born. I've long said, if Israel didn't, I've long said, people of the world. That's why it was born. I've long
If long rates go up, that will do some of the Fed's work. He's talking now again. He seems like a little. And Lending Tips telling me, hold on, he's trying to make me guess. He's saying there's two different loans. Yeah, and then a 4.6 earthquake in Bethel Island, California, near San Fran. Yeah, that's actually kind of in the middle. No, I don't have Reuters news feed. Reuters is like Bloomberg. They're proprietary. It's expensive. I didn't. It just wasn't worth it to get access. I can get access to it, but Reuters cost almost as much as a Bloomberg terminal. But then you don't even get anything, and then Reuters just will lie sometimes. It's just above all other things. Hey, LT, he's trying to make me play a guessing game, but he's saying the market is crazy. He's saying nobody's going to afford a house here if they're buying interest. And I said, everybody already owns a house. This is stopping the investments at this point. And, I mean, I thought about it the other day. Sad, there's only one reason. It's crazy now to think about. I'm about to blow your mind with real estate right now. I'm going to blow your mind. I'm waiting for him to tell me what the rate is. Oh, he told me. 8.375. So $900,000 purchase price. You would have to put $180,000 cash down. 780 credit score as the borrower. 8.375 interest rate. I'm waiting for the monthly payment. We'll see. FBY, that was we had that on the wire a little bit. I forgot what the headline was though. The financing fee, I don't know. Damn, what? Oh, that's crazy. The payment is $5,500, but that's not including taxes and insurance. So it's probably like a $7,000 a month payment for $900,000 with $180,000 down and 780 credit score. But then you're bouncing here, wicking to the bottom. It's either going to go vertical off the bottom or it's going to just dance and queen, and then we're still in flush formation. The kicker is the house would rent for $3K. The house would probably rent for $5K, but you're probably going to lose on the other one. Just depends, but most likely. Yeah, it does sound like a bad deal. But are you ready for it, though? Like, there's only one part about it, though. This is where it gets really, really crazy now. Because with real estate, the problem is that, everyone's like, who's buying these houses? Like, why would you buy at this rate? The only advantage you get of buying right now with these crazy rates and prices, someone tell me the only advantage. There's one advantage that I don't think it's been discussed a lot. There's one thing that the only logic, if you really believe in, not taxes, believe it or not. Well, that's another topic, but no. We'll remove it out of why would an individual buy it? Like, yeah, maybe they have to have the house, but why would they go right now and buy it, not refinance later? It's like it's information. It's something mentally. It's competition, no cash flow, interest write-off, taxes, inventory, no. And none of these are really wrong answers, but I'm gonna show you something I've seen recently, and it kind of blew my mind by thinking about it. So rates keep rising, sense of ownership. Well, the rates we talked about, remember I talked about that at the end of the year when it was already at end of last year, and we were like, that's the paradox if you buy a mortgage end of last year because you didn't know if it would go higher or lower. But no, are you ready for this? You buy a house today instead of renting over the next 3 to 5 years, even if your interest rate is extremely high, at least if you buy, you know what your mortgage payment will be. I don't know if y'all feel me. The point is, as long as you're getting a fixed mortgage, even if it's expensive, at least do you understand why that's getting important right now? Because it's been 3 years of this shit of everyone telling you it's going to crash. And what has happened every year? Your rent payment went up. You know the cap, exactly. It's the difference, shares and options to a degree. You're like, my interest rate fucking blows, but at least I know what my price is. Whereas now if you're renting, renting could be cheaper. But then if you end up going 3-4 years, rent goes up 10-20% a year. You don't know what's going to happen with rates or anything else. That's the downside. If you end up in a more variable rent position, you're more clapped than the higher house position. But then again, if houses go down, you're clapped on the high mortgage, high interest. You would have been better off renting. But in a weird way, the security of it is the good part. Insurance and taxes can go higher. That is true. But generally speaking, you know you are going to be on a fairly fixed payment for whatever your tenure at that house will be. See, I had Booking up there, but again, Tesla, Netflix, dude, Tesla's down 4, even Netflix down 2. This is actually insane. Maintenance fee, if you have to pay that, that's part of it, but it's cheaper to rent. Again, right now it is cheaper to rent. Like we said, they got to get this thing back into balance, but, I've seen people, again, anybody I've seen purchase a house, I'm like, if they needed to, and I'm like, why? But I have heard this recently of it was 2 people. One person said it specifically why, but the other person pretty much, that's what they implied, but they were worried about rent keep going up. They're like, again, I've already done this for 1.5 2 years, but if I get another 10-20% at this point, I'd rather have it there. I didn't feel the earthquake. No, it's in the Bay Area. 4.6 wasn't too bad. But nope, did not feel anything. It's cold real estate Wednesday, baby. Amen. Bond auction should be at 1, I think. So in 20 minutes. Reuters poll, Fed to wait until quarter 2 before cutting rates, said 91 of 111 economists. U.S. Federal Reserve to hold funds on hold for 5.2 to 5.5, said 90 of 111 economists. Fed majority expecting Fed rate cut by mid-24, reduced to 55 from 71% in previous polls. And big risk is first Fed rate cut comes later than expected, said 26 of 28 economists. My rent in San Diego is $2,800. I moved to Florida, and my mortgage is $1,400. It's just the problem is just like all the people who bought the high mortgages at 6 and now it's to 8. It's like they were buying higher than rent, but then it's like if the rent prices go up coming into next year, then if you're renting, you're going to match up with the late buyers. It's all messed up, but. One thing to keep in mind, though, is just if we're talking inflation and prices and purchasing power, just don't underestimate stability and clarity. It goes a long way for people, but the longer we persist with this, the more now you might even, this is where behavior changes. Again, where people's behavior starts to go towards, what they're worried about. Your worry isn't real estate this, real estate that, crash or not. Realistically, it's what's going to happen with this price stuff. Is it all going to still keep going crazy or not? Are we just going to keep watching it do this? And then for how long? But then if it never really comes down, or if it's taking a year to come down and then you only have one moment, this is having people react in certain ways. So even then, the last year, you couldn't have done that. So like in the last year, mortgage rates were at 6, 7. We went down by SVB. They dropped for a little bit. Remember, the real estate market was looking bad end of last year. Then it got a little pickup after SVB. But it's like you weren't even able to refinance on that. It wasn't a big enough drop. It wasn't, you were already up high. So it didn't really open up the door for refinances. But then now the mortgage rates are almost 2-3% higher than that. So that means the prices are the same price. The mortgage rate's even higher. So even if you rented for a year, your year is up. And now if that rent raises, you're just like buying at 6. And now you do it all. And then what's going to happen next year? Nobody fucking knows. Look at The Economist and the polls and everything else. And now, so to a degree, little by little, if people start shifting economic activity towards certainty rather than not, and that's what I'm saying here is that it's an interesting way to look at who's buying, because I don't think people are buying houses right now. This is slowing down investors. The people who are buying really have to right now to live in it. But if anything, 8% mortgages are slowing down investors. But then again, they still got their cash. You got 2 fake Josh requests. I'm sorry about that. Report them. But yeah, those aren't me. They'd be like, hey, how's your trading going? Send me crypto. Outlook, I think people are just getting hyped up on it. I mean, there was the, what's it called? Think about them trying to do a resubmission of the FDA approval for the manufacturing stuff. But I think people are just talking about that. But at the end of the day, it just started to work its way up over the last couple of days. I don't think that update is new. Volcker once said he wishes he never dropped interest rates before raising them. I think Powell will learn from that. Yeah, but Powell already did it. I'm telling you, SVB was them lowering it. Oil's running now. So again, it's been staying pinned. If this starts to wake up, that could get big. It could be going up. I'm looking at the oil. Dude, you might be getting a move here. I'm saying oil looks hella creepy today. Don't forget that Iran news. That's the only downside. But if it starts to get out of this, I mean, if that could move, we'll have our own thing. Weight loss drugs won't deplete medical device industry, says Abbott Labs CEO. Fed Waller, that was 5 minutes ago, talking jobs. MPW, I mean, I like it, but I don't like it at all. So unfortunately, we've burned a year on it. I need to update on the maturities. And again, I'm still not happy with management. Since I feel a little bit better at first, I was pissed off more at management. But then, I mean, granted, all of this occurred during the 5% bond yield blowout. But for the most part, like I'm saying, I'm still not. I wouldn't give them more time. In the sense of we'd wait. We still have a lot of reward if it ends up working out good, but I don't think you need to throw any more money at it. It's yielding like 15% or 12% now because they cut the dividend, but then the stock price went lower, so you still get a decent yield if you got at the lower end. Oil, I think oil is, I kind of want to play it. I'm contemplating right now. That's why I'm trying to think though. But if I'm going to go play with the oil stocks or if I'm going to go for the oil futures, I don't know if I want to take a Netflix risk as well too. So I got to kind of decide either go for earnings and tech stocks or go for commodities and energy. I could get a little bit of both, but at the same time, I think either oil goes really crazy or we get absolutely nothing and then it resumes what it did same time this time last year. And then we just but then again, too, if the economic activity, I am still worried about that. But just around last year, we did the same thing. I have a friend that bought a condo 10 months ago. They found out 2 lawsuits against the HOA, and now the court is ordering the tenants to pay the restitution. My friend had no idea about the lawsuits when they bought. Shouldn't there have been blocks on the mortgage entitling with the lawsuit pending? Yeah, but that one, I need to ask I have one guy I go to in those situations. I'll see what he says, but for the most part, if they did allow it though, it gets tricky. Maybe they already waived it, but there could be a way where they don't have to be responsible, or unless your friend wants to take over the HOA afterwards and make it worthwhile. But that is a tricky scenario because it reminds me of my one guy I need to ask because I don't know if it's a situation where if you say the wrong thing or if you imply something, there could have been like an implied agreement. Bro, stock's going down again. S&P, another low. Oil is starting to wake up a little bit. Let me see. We got to get these earnings previews. SPX. I want to see. I have the SQQ still. I forgot about those, but let's see. SQQ just looks stable as hell for volatility index. Go after the title insurance company. They were supposed to clear the title. How do you invest in oil going up without buying the oil? Futures, you're just pretty much trading it off the price. Oh, I didn't even tell you guys that. This is going to blow your mind. Actually, I still got the UAL too, which reminded me. Do you guys know what, do you know how much United Airlines spends on gas? I read this number and it blew my mind. Do you know how much money they spent last quarter per gallon of gasoline? We're talking jet fuel. $14 million. No, how much do you think they spent per gallon? Bro, they spent $2 and like 93 or 97 cents a gallon. So obviously they bought a massive amount, but when you break down their per gallon cost, they are spending $2.90 a gallon. Basically diesel, yes. They are filling up their jets cheaper than you fill up your car. That's why you got to buy in bulk, son. Go buy you a crude oil barrel today. Contact your local refinery. Isn't that wild? I saw that on the earnings. I was like, what the fuck? All right, man, you're still flushing once again. Where is it? 7 minutes till bond auction. I mean, equities are already moving, but bonds and dollar are kind of already in the position they're at. That's what they do. They buy. That's why I brought this up. They use future contracts to lock in the price. Even if they never use the contracts to like deliver oil, the money they make off the price difference will account for whatever gains or losses on the price. So that's what they're the biggest buyers usually to try to balance it out. But not all airlines hedge for oil anymore. A lot has changed as of recently. I'm still caffeine free, yes. Amen. Amen. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you, and I will be RB.
Roll. It's a lot more than the profit today.
I thought it was it's an ad. They want to hit you with the ad. 4328. I know I'm going to the bathroom into the low.
Volatile.
We'll see.
Keith in Ohio on Devon. It's about 9% of Keith's portfolio, $53 roughly a share. What should we do here?
That's a big position. So, I give you an F, but I give myself an F because I own it also. So I do think Rick Muncrief, the CEO, will turn it around. The problem is the free cash flow yield. This time last year, it was 9%. It's below 3%. They need to turn that around to bring investors back to the stock.
All right, final trades or next?
Damn, they got me midway, bro. I'm sorry. I'm muting it so I can yell at you. I'm finishing this piss, bro. My guy hit me back up for the condo, though. I have an update on that. This guy was hella responsive to I can no bowl it. Do you guys hear it? Is this weird? Do y'all hear anything? I don't know if this is going to make it weird. I'm not trying to make it weird, but I'm just trying to communicate. I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, the lender orders an HOA certificate. Yeah, we got some response. All right, we're back. We're back. Just like that, man. Yeah, don't worry, we're good. We're good. I would like to get a water though, so hold on. But I have do you hear it? Oh, I didn't know. My man talk. I don't, bro. You guys don't realize. Like, I realized it the other day. Like, I'm just sitting here all day, like looking at stocks, finding it, and then like every like 10 to 30 minutes, I just have like intrusive thoughts that just enter, and then I just share them with you. It's like, that's it. That's why I go from like hella serious to just like, oh wait, I need to go pee, and then random stuff. It's awful, bro. It's awful. 4327, another low. But I have an answer for it, but let me see. So again, for the guy with the condo, my guy texted him. He texted me right back. He said, lender orders a H of A certificate. Some lenders would waive it, but the buyers should have read all of that stuff since they got the budget and homeowner documents. He said they're about 100 pages, so I doubt he read them. But he said you can sue the seller if they didn't disclose the agents. He didn't say anything about the title company. I think you can go for the title, but I think that would be the question. So if it really was pretty much, you just need to prove that the previous homeowner knew and then didn't tell anybody, because then that's it. So if there was a notice, if there was like a certified mail sent
Inbound.com.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Bond auctions, well, here, let me see. That scared me, bro. Oh, man. I was like, what the hell was that? Yeah, that terrified me. I forgot. What's up, displaying? How you living, man? It does sound like Sunday Night Football. Did it. Or is that ESPN? But yeah, so like if you could have like pretty much if they sent like certified mail to the original owners and they have record of that, and you could prove that the homeowner received it and that they didn't disclose, then I do believe you could pretty much pass the liability to the prior owner, and they would be responsible instead of your friend. Pfizer 52-week low, but I feel like a lot of things running up towards there. Again, even the bonds, Tesla, hideous. Even Netflix, bro, coming into earnings here, not good at all. Any of the other earnings still down. I think Procter Gamble slipped. It's still in the green. ASML had bad earnings. Yeah, I think Nvidia was part of that. Plus the chip news yesterday, they're just lower than that. We'll see. Greedy short. I think it's a very greedy short at this point, but it hasn't played out too well over the time. So yes, technically it's a greedy short. I don't know though. Just unfortunately, it's a mix of earnings after the bell. We've burned enough time on the day, and then we still have all those other factors. Only 10. Here we go. Yeah, 20-year bond dog. Just watch if it's up or down. You're going to get like when issued numbers. So take a look at the wire. It'll be like, it might take 5 minutes. So you'll get the first data, and then that's it, and then we'll go from there. But I'm pretty sure you'll see an immediate reaction. But remember, last week, the first two bond auctions, we did nothing. We did absolutely nothing, and then we didn't react till the 30-year bond auction. So that's something to keep in mind. Okay. Well, just watch the wire if you get any of that data. 20-year bond. So previous was 4.592. I don't know the when issued. So again, any minute now, you're going to just start getting little results. And then Fed Bowman, I believe, is speaking, and Fed Williams. And we're going lower. I feel like the bonds aren't moving, but that could be it. But Fed Williams, Fed needs to understand climate risk to effectively oversee banks. Fed Bowman says inflation has come down, but still too high. So Michelle Bowman kind of a little bit hawkish there. We're waiting on the 20-year, though. So Fed Williams, Fed Bowman, headlines now. Bond auction results are not out yet. Fed Bowman strengthened spending has been surprising. So she sounds bearish because she's just saying things are too good. Or she's saying inflation is still too high. And then Fed Williams is talking climate shit. And then Fed Williams says expects rates will move down over time to lower levels. Not convinced yet that neutral interest rate has risen. So that's a little bit more hawkish too. I don't think anything crazy. Like I think you're also getting natural movement here into the low as well. Is it bad to buy where there was a shooting 2 years ago, like in a school? I don't know. I've not really had to deal with that, but I want to say no, but you never know. I mean, just make sure it's not on the street, like the house. That's the best advice I could give you. But that one's that's harder to say. I have no idea. Treasury yield 5.25 before. All right, that's your number right there. 5.245. Oh, wait. Are you sure that's not? I don't know if that's the one issue. That might have been the number. Yeah, 5.245. Yikes. That's high, but it's not as high. I don't know what the when issued was. So pretty much it's literally 0.75 higher. Oh, versus 5.257. And then it came in at 5.245. So that's good, I guess. Came in slightly lower. That's not bad. So bond blowout did not happen. Crisis averted. 20-year bond auction, it's high. It's a lot higher than last month, which is it's 0.75 higher, but it actually came in like what, 0.1, 0.01 lower, 0.12 lower, which shows a little bit of demand. Remember, last time we freaked out because nobody wanted to show up. Yeah, way better than zero. Nobody showed up last time, and it wasn't good at all, and the rates ran up. So in this case, we'll see if it holds, though. I'm not saying this is going to make the bonds move, but for the most part, just crisis averted like last week where you're not getting that news, having to react to it. It's reacting because people are like, woof, people came to buy it. At the very least, you had so many buyers to the bond auction today. I wouldn't say so many, but enough where the demand was slightly bigger than supply, to the point where the yield ticked down a little lower, but it's still very, very high relative to, again, last meeting was 4.5. Last bond auction on the 20-year was 4.5. A couple weeks later, a month later, you're at 5.24. RTX had a pop. You think the bonds was part of the war last week? I don't know. That's why I'm saying it was a weird week of, 2.5 months dealing with bonds, 2 weeks of the war. But I would have assumed that they would have bought because of the war. But I don't think, I think the lack of bond auction was just people not liking Powell and this whole rates argument that we have now. All right, man. You're bouncing a lot since there. Again, Fed Williams, Fed Bowman, a little mix of hawkishness, but I don't know if it was enough. If anything, you just got your run up here on bonds after the auction, and then the market's helping out with that, or the bonds are helping the market out with that. Okay. Yeah, hopefully you just don't sell the bond candle. That's what I would blame it on. And we'll see. But all right, let me go get me a water. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Even the Twitch, too. I got to get a Twitch link in there. I want to try to stream. Is it? God bless you. Quick scalp, quick scalp, quick scalp. I'll be right back.
Increase then weaponization of oil, that would be the real concern within the markets. Now, I was covering oil back during the Arab Spring when oil was $150 a barrel. So below 100 seems like there isn't as much premium in as we may think. And there's a couple differences this time around. A big one is Saudi Arabia holding back a lot of production, which is leaving a lot of oil actually in the ground, which in essence increases spare capacity. And of course, the U.S. being able to produce over 13 million barrels of oil a day is a huge counter indicator also.
How much of a problem is low low U.S. stockpiles. I mean, we have so much, but we've drained a lot out of the SPR. So how is this affecting the market?
It's huge. And that was we got another boost up in the oil price because of the EIA data. So we have about 350 million barrels of oil already in the SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Now, that sounds like a lot, but it's 40% of where we were back in 2020. And you can't drain it to zero. You need to keep some lying around there or else something goes wrong with the tank. So you can't go all the way to zero. And there's nowhere to really replenish it. Also, a lot of the refiners are using a ton of oil right now because diesel and jet fuel crack spreads are so high that they're just going to keep pumping and using oil so they can make a lot of money off those products. So you're not going to see the ability to build from that perspective either.
All right, Alex, great to have you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Alex Steele talking to us about oil as a result of these tensions and as a result of the IEA data that we got out. Now, outside of the Middle East, investors are still keeping a close eye on Treasury yields. We're also seeing reaction to the latest auction of 20-year Treasury bills. Bloomberg News Chief Global Macro Markets Correspondent Liz McCormick is here with the details. And Liz, we saw the last couple of auctions not quite going swimmingly. How did you see this 20-year auction turn out?
Yeah, well, the Treasury Department got a little reprieve today because everyone thought we'd have another tail, meaning the auction result actually came at a yield higher than around the time of the bidding completion, but not today. So the auction result came a little over a basis points below where the what we call the WI, the when issued security, was trading at around 1 when the bidding completed. So and I'm looking at some of the breakdown from some of the dealers. The stats were pretty good. I mean, the bid to cover a measure of demand wasn't stellar, but some of the other stuff is good. So it might be that the run up in the yields and the 20-year security has been, let's just say, somewhat of a dog a bit since they started reissuing it a few years ago. So that yield has tended to be above the 30-year. Maybe people thought, hey, these rates are too juicy to give up. But yeah, overall, the auctions have been a struggle because there's just so much debt. All the concerns you're talking about, Fed higher for longer, more term premium. But this one went okay, better than I think a lot of people expected.
We have seen the 20-year yielding more than most other parts of the curve. Right now, I'm looking at a breakdown on WB Go on the Bloomberg terminal. I see 5.219% compared to the next best yield on my screen, 5.212 for the 2-year. Is there a lot of demand for this duration? We've seen a ton of people pile into TLT, the 20-year plus Treasury ETF this year. It hasn't been a great bet, but does that demand hold?
Yeah, somebody said to me the other day, well, what the heck? Why are people going into the TLT? The market is underwater. It doesn't make sense. And I said, well, first of all, sometimes you're, kind of like people buy stocks on the way down, hoping it'll come back. I think people who want long duration are still hedging if we do fall into a full-blown recession or, a super hard landing, that you should see that flight to quality. But for now, mostly people are weary of the long end. There's just too much embedded risk. If you want a haven demand, you're better off buying 2-year notes, putting money in a money market mutual fund. That's the thinking. But yeah, so the long end has been troublesome. We've had Fed speakers. I was like, wow, it's like a topic I love, that it's all over, that they're talking about there's higher term premium. Maybe that's doing some of their job, that's rising long rates higher. But yeah, I think it's a bit of a don't catch a falling knife in the long end. But yeah, but 20-year went okay today. So that's a win for Treasury.
20-year went okay today. Yeah, Liz, she's not bad. She's not bad. Good to hear. Good to hear. But Chattadonia, how you living, man? Fed Williams, Fed Toolkit is broad enough not to need negative rates. I watch the price actions at levels. I mean, I kind of just view the levels, but it just sometimes, every time yesterday we bounced off this one. Today, the same thing. So, but I don't really get too into it. It just all depends. Even lately though, every day so far, I don't know. It feels like fake volatility. I don't know what to describe it. I don't want to say fake, but what I mean, everything has just been like a slow boil. It's still just everything. You don't know where you're going to end up until you add 4 days together, pretty much, and then it's usually in the same spot. But we'll see. But Chad, you know what's going on? There's enough people in here for Jesus now. I'm so excited. We got enough, man. We got enough. So like the video. Check me out on the Twitch, man. We love you. God bless you. But yeah, it's philo time, baby. It is time for some good old philo. And this one will probably be interesting, I think. I'm sorry. Don't let me get ahead of myself. SPY's going up. We're loving the 20-year bond auction. We've been talking about that since the morning. And you got it. So let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, man. So, Chad, very, very simple, bro. Very, very simple. Today is a philo. And I don't know if I'm going to talk about Jesus per se, but that's why some people have not liked me in the past. But I hope you know we love you, man, regardless. And what I want to go over today is something I'm going to share with you a story. I'm going to share with you an old ancient story. And I given a philo on it, but what I want you to get out of this, I don't know, to be honest, but I felt like I needed to share it because the original philo I gave was the heart of the king. And in a weird way, it just nowadays, I'm like, it reminds me of the heart of society that we need. And this is what I've been talking about a lot where, again, you know, like I'm saying, bro, like for real, I don't think a lot of us have that many differences. And I hope you really start to understand that for real. Like, and looking at and I'm not talking about like, you know, there's way more around the world and stuff going on. But like literally, you spend time with people in here. You look at the chat again, even everybody else in the stock market community. You know, we are all here for certain and different reasons. But I really hope that the way you guys are all looking at it is just you have a group. You know what I'm saying? And like, you are not if your goal isn't to further others, what is it then? You know what I'm saying? It's like for real, you got to ask yourself that. And I think a lot of us, we do want truth. And I think a lot of us, we want truth or we want to better ourselves or protect our families. I could say that about a lot of people in the stock market. Some more than others. Some prioritize money over many things. Again, look at the world. A lot of people put money over life at many times. So the point I'm trying to say is that we need to communicate better. We need to work with each other, but also too, how you treat others says a lot about everything that you believe. Please don't forget this. I'm telling you. That's it. It's one thing, you know, it's one thing about how you conduct yourself and the fruit being able to show. But like I said, man, it's more along the lines like in this day and age, I hope you guys are looking around and seeing it's like it's one thing to think, how could anybody support people who kill babies? How could you support this? It's like, okay, but how are you treating other people if they have a question about those babies? If they have a question about the conflict, if somebody genuinely wants to ask a question, how are you treating them? So I don't care what side you pick. I don't care what you believe in and what it is, but I hope you know what you believe is reflected by how you treat people who are in disagreement or people, again, and like I'm saying, what is the priority? Is it to get information? Is it to grow? Is it to seek the truth? Or is it for something else? So that being said, bonds have recovered. You're coming up here. This is the start of philo because what I'm trying to tell you is the story of David and Saul. Now, unfortunately, this story, I'm not trying to bring up this story to inflame any regional conflicts because if you understand the background, then you know what I'm talking about. But I've brought this story up many times, and I really think everybody can learn from it. And it's the story of David and Saul. And essentially, Saul wanted to kill David. And Saul was the anointed king. He lost his anointment. I could go through a lot of it, but it's very simple. There's one scene where Saul is in a cave. And David had the opportunity to kill him. The guy who has been hunting him, he has the opportunity to kill him. The guy's alone in a cave taking a piss. So even what David did, even David's homies told him to kill him. They said, why wouldn't you kill him right now? Boom, you got it served up to you. God gave it to you right now. But David said, though, at the same time, if I was anointed to even become king and I'm supposed to be this, he said, how am I supposed to be the one who kills what God has ordained? Oh, my goodness. And guess what? This story, there's one thing about this story, but I want you to really think about it. So what does David do? David does something very honorable, and it's not only does he not, he understands how humans are. So what did he do? He cuts off a piece of his robe, sneaks up behind him, cuts a piece of his robe, and then gives it back to him later and sends it to him just to let him know, I could have clapped you. It's funny. You know why I'm bringing this up to you two? Besides everything going on, I literally saw a video the other day of some guy on a podcast explaining how he did this to some guy who shot him. And I was like, what? I was like, I wonder if he knows that this is a Bible story. Yeah, so the gangsters with drones. That's why I saw it, bro. I don't know if you saw that video. Yeah. It's the same exact concept. He literally, David comes up behind him, cuts his cloak. He says, I could have got you right now. But what I believe is this, and this is how can I say I'm ordained by God if I kill you and do the same thing that you have done? I hope you guys understand it. But then here's the next part. Even after that happens, and Saul knows that he could have got clapped, Saul continues to go and attack David. So I don't know if you like this story or not, but what I'm trying to tell you is that this is where our society has gone to now. This is what I'm saying. We got to stop acting like this. We got to stop acting like the people who we have the opportunity to murder. We think we're so high and mighty. We're better than people. I got believe. I'll virtue signal this. I did this. Oh my gosh, but the moment somebody's at your mercy, you don't show mercy. Not once. And then vice versa. Somebody shows us mercy. They cut our cloak, let us know they could have clapped us. What do? We still continue to act the same way. That's what I was thinking about. That's why I've said it with a lot of stuff, and that story reminded me a lot about the heart of the king. You want to be the king. You want to show people the right way. You stand for a lot of things. You cannot stand for good while doing what evil does, unfortunately. And the story that says a lot. You got two things. Yeah, you could respond to a lot of what happened, but at the same time, you have a belief. David had a belief, and he let him know. And that's the crazy part. You would think a king who got a warning like that would have been like, okay, you're right. No, he was just as brash and brazen and continuing. So it's a story to think about. Because really, I think you could learn. It's an ancient story. It goes back in the day. It's very, very long. Many cultures know about this story. You see it now, but it's just with the age of it all. I think it's something to really think about, and something you got to ask yourself where you stand. Are you the king or are you David? And even then, with what you believe, what are you doing in that situation? And guess what? I understand and that's the whole point. I understand if you don't choose what David did. You're not supposed to. That's the whole idea. That's why David was David. That's why David was a king. So it's hard. We have very, very hard and stubborn hearts. But it is something to think about in society and where you want to live and what you want to be around. But if this is how we continue to act, man, I don't think we're ever going to get the opportunity to see the other side. So It's something I wanted to give to the chat because it's one of my favorite stories. I love a lot of the David stories. And I given to you this last time, and I said that's the heart of a king. That was the last philo I gave you with this story. But that's why looking at it now, I'm like, it's so wild. It reminds me of all the tit for tat stuff we see in the world to this day. And even how we view David for not killing him. You'd be like, oh man, how dare you not do that? But it's like, it says so much. So give mercy and receive mercy, my friend, and love above all. But I hope you enjoyed it. Take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Boot Camp and Realistic Calls. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning. Good evening. And that's it. I don't know if you want post uncle. Biden meets families of victims in Israel. I message people from trading. You're probably talking to a fake Josh. That's not me, man. I'm sorry. I'll post uncle for the vibe. I'll give you some. You want uncle or you can get F-350? I don't know. I don't know what you're into.
Angel on the track.
Yeah, loading on my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man? I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, thinking Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got roadway. Loading on my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster. Hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Loading in my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. Loading on my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird.
It's good, man. It's good. The post Philo. That wasn't Uncle. It was Josh. So I'll take it. I'll take it, man. Yeehaw. Yeehaw, bro. I can't wait. That's it, man. Let's go. Next year, bro, let's get me on the farm. I got to go see Snapchat Evi. That's it, man. Maybe I'll get an F350. I don't know, man. We'll see. Let's see how I feel after second country song. All right, either way, man. Either way. Good to be here. I hope you know y'all blessed, man. Put a smile on your face and make the world a better place. No? Okay. All right. No. Either way, bro. Good vibes. And again, earnings. Again, the day is almost over, so that's kind of good. We're making a little bit of progress, but it's been wild. A little bit of a crappier version of yesterday, but for the most part, big time with earnings. Maybe we could do the thing. Oh, bro, did you see it, bro? I DM'd you back. Dude, that was the weirdest thing in the morning. It's never happened before, bro. I DM'd you while I was pooping because I was like, dude, this was a trip. I'm going to listen to it. I literally, I wake up, I put my phone in my like pocket walking down. Yeah, bro. And then like, I just saw like right when I touched my phone, it just opened up your message. And I was like, I don't even get notifications. That's why I'm like, what the fuck just happened? And then I'm like, oh shit. And then I see this thing. I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to give that a listen. You got me in the morning. Because usually I open up my Bible first. That's why I'm like, it's weird. That tripped me out. Yeah, copy. You can search Josh Answers F350. It's on YouTube for free. You could get it on Spotify, Apple. And you have, do they have Tidal? What about Deezer? You know, there's a new music platform out there called Deezer. Apparently, it's gaining some traction, but I don't know about it. But either way, it's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Is that ESG news big? Which one? I think the biggest thing was the bond auction, but I doubt any ESG news here will be. This one right here, ESG didn't make the cut. Their compliance priorities for advisors. That's good. No, that's a great. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Mm-mm. Yeah, man. 13,000 viewers. It's because we said today was about Jesus, and then everybody wanted to join. So, in dedication of the Lord, our Christ Savior, I think it's a testament, again, all of your peers are showing you right there, man. The world needs Jesus. So, amen. Amen. Deezer, Tidal, and Audius. Yeah, bro. I didn't know about those, but apparently they're there. It's the best thing to happen to me after high school. I was good, man. And now do something with it too, though. You know what I'm saying? I think the channel, I don't know. I think our channel is kind of unique because in one way, it's like I have seen a lot of real life impacts from the channel. It's one thing what we could do on a computer screen and what the digital accounts and everything is all going to show. And your, trading is its own little world. Your long term is forever and it's going to be amazing. But, make sure you put some of this to work, especially, post-high school, dog. I'm jealous. Who was it the other day? Someone said they got their 13, 14-year-old son on the stream now. And I'm like, dude, that's what's up, bro. You got to just turn it into real-life action and just make sure that that little motherfucker buys a house, buys stocks. You're out of high school, man. Just, find a way. Don't listen to no narrative telling you not to do this or that. Just save up some money. It'll be worth it. Even if they tell you it's hopeless, promise you it won't be. And even then, it's more hopeless without saving than not. You're going to try your best no matter what. You're going to look to own assets, but start early and do not be timid. Do not waste the youth. What do they say? They say youth is wasted on the young and then wisdom wasted on the old. Something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Amen. But put it to work, though. Like I'm saying, the real life impact is insane. I'm telling you, we're kind of, what's that? Isn't there like a dating app that says that's the goal? But my in a weird way, I want you to not want the stream. Down the line, you should tune in because you love me and you want to update on the news and anything else, and maybe you just want to spread some love and positivity, but it's like legitimately to the point where, I hope you get into something to the point where you are producing and thriving and growing at a point where, you have your long-term work in, you know how to react to the trade, stay in tune with stuff, have other businesses, real estate, and doing all the other things that culminate into this one part. I think trading in the stock market, maybe the stock market in general, 7 hours a day here, it's a big part of my life, but there's other parts to life. And that's where I'm saying, man, I hope if you do take that wisdom, apply it in real life, in real terms, you're going to get some real shit back. So especially if you're young, I'm giving you that rant because you said post-high school, okay? That's the only reason why I'm giving you that rant, okay? Anybody, if you were like 40 years old right now, I would have said go put it in a money market, man. That's cool. That's it. No, I'm kidding. But you got the young ones, bro, especially for the young ones out there, man. Y'all better run it up. Y'all run it up. Amen, amen. Amen. Say yourself, the jaws are getting wider, contradict about the long term. I mean, listen, if you don't believe in the long term and want to sell stocks because you're scared of what's going to happen, I can't do anything about that. There's enough knowledge, enough info shared, but I'm going to own shit forever. And all of you and the richest of you will do the same. There's no questions asked. I have no fear. I don't care. I promise you, I will not have fear owning in the long term. If my plan is that, even what little or what large amount it is, and that's what I'm saying, especially if you are young, starting off, do not have fear of losing the little. Do you get you know what I'm saying? And you're telling me you have time, that opportunity, always, man. And that's it. I haven't met anybody without it. But like I'm saying, it's the same conversation. At this point, that's all. Like, I think, what was the parable? The guy goes up to heaven one day, but he went to God. He's like, yo, just let me go back down and let me tell him one more time. Let me go just tell my brother, my own blood brother. Let me just go tell him and warn him that, this is legit. I don't want him to go through what? And he said, bro, he's like, you had the same warnings. You had people tell you. You had all of this. There's signs. There's mirror. If you have seen all of this now and you have not made up your mind, I mean, going back isn't going to change his mind. So in the same respect, warn him once, warn him twice. But at this point, we're going to get, I'm not saying that the world is going to be all roses, but whatever happens, you have to make your decision. That's it. Are you not going to own stocks and real estate out of fear? Or are you going to find a way to do what is best for you in your financial future in the long run? And that doesn't mean buying something without thinking, but it does mean having a plan, having a strategy, and sticking to it. But so you got to pick your strategy. If it's fear, that's fear. Take it, run with it, and good luck. But if I choose not to do that one on mine. Even then, I saw a good video by Ian. Man, shout out to Vets, bro. Ian called Real Estate. You guys got to see him, man. I'm telling you, he made a good video. I loved it. It was a real short. It was very authentic. I liked it because it was just he showed a clip. He showed a clip of the real estate people, man. And it was like one of these real estate guys who was like, I can't wait till everything crashes. It's gonna crash, and then I'm gonna buy everybody's houses, and then we're gonna sell them. And he was talking, he was like, so you're telling me? Ian just goes on like, this guy is saying he's gonna provide value by waiting for people to struggle, sell their houses for less than it's worth, and then buy it from them, and then try to flip it. And that's his whole game plan of their next real estate move is all dependent on everybody failing. And you've heard me say this even years ago. And then SPY's coming down now. Hold on. All rants aside, you're doing another one of these 50 points up or 30 points up, 20 points down type beat. But yeah, man, it's the same point. If that's what you believe, you believe it. But it doesn't matter. There's no perfect time. That's all. It's simple as that. Don't fall. You're never gonna. If you fall into that, you're just not gonna do anything. Let's just be real. How many people waiting for the perfect time have you seen do anything with it? Though, but the perfect time does not to start. Say, oh, I'm gonna do this when it's the strippers who go to saying it's for to pay for school, but then you never again you drop out, you never go back to school. It's the same type beat. The general idea, a little bit starting saving, starting at any point. I mean, it's not going to alter your life negatively. Unfortunately, there's a higher statistical probability starting at any time when you first realize it, you will actually do better. Again, if you're on a 1-year time frame, 2-year, you're gonna be like, oh man, this sucks. But then again, it may even be better than you think. But everything is, you got to get going when it comes down to ownership or not. Again, a small strategy, small good decisions goes a long way. Remember, save 10%, use 10% of your income, use that to buy stocks you're going to hold forever. Some, again, $200 a month, $100 a month, whatever amount that may be. It's not, that shouldn't negatively, where's the other 90%? So whatever happens in the world and the economy, you should be good. And then you are dumping again. So this is the story now. I mean, if we break the level, you flush the parachute and then watch out for 4,300 flat. My story is 20 years of hating money, waiting for perfection. I know it's bad. It's a lot. But it's that strategy. I feel you. It just, again, it makes sense. The world is always going to be uncertain. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what, it's always a shit show. They always thought it was going to be a rapture. There was always stuff going on, but it's just like, you got to start embracing that. You know what I'm saying? You have to start really real, especially if you get that when you're young, God bless you, because you have the time. So like all I'm saying, I think the real debate here with it, and I appreciate it, it's good to get the feedback, but I think it boils down to, do you want it quicker or not? But then also in the same respect, it's not really, it's not about waiting for the perfect time. The farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. And that's all it comes down to. I disagree. This time, the real rapture. Hey, man. Like I said, every generation had their opportunity. Every generation did imply the same thing at one point. And you could see why. All 4 in the barn. Right? All right, man. What time is it? Just some generations had it easier. Nah. Bro, you telling me the first time they saw a vehicle, you didn't think Jesus was coming back? That must have been a trip to never see a car. And you're like, they got these spaceships on wheels. Bro, every time, bro, the first time they're like, man, the world has been a wild, wild place, bro. Every single time. And then society, they're like Sodom and Gomorrah, bro. The first time in the 80s, dude, I think they were doing more coke in the 80s than in the White House today. But at the same time, like, the world, how society, it's been on a constant scale of just crazy. It's just especially for the people at the time, too. Again, there's a lot more war. I don't know. Don't ever forget, like, we could say somebody had it easier than us. World War I, World War II, that was a lot of people dead. Like, legitimately, it's kind of unfathomable at degrees. But, there's a lot of things that led to, just death and other reasons in society to make you think, wow, the world is ending or it's really, really bad. Maybe that's it. There's no future, no point. So, like I'm saying, it's just, I don't fall for that. Yeah, man. I'll always be Josh. Yeah, man. G, Well, God, show me the way. That's good. The Jesus rebuke, it worked really good last time. This time, I don't think, I think we converted him. I think it's out of thankfulness now. That's the only thing I could think of. It's crazy to think about this stuff. Someone who's born in 1900 soft, they lived in 80 years. Yeah. What's crazier is that a lot of people didn't make it 80 years because of how crazy it was and how bad things were throughout that time. Now, I mean, I don't know. I feel like some of you might see 80 pretty easily. I think some of you might even be 80 in the chat. I think we got like some 70-year-olds. I see you 70-year-olds. Y'all got good long terms. And y'all got really, the 70-year-olds in the chat, they don't even want the reverse mortgages. That's it. They got long terms and they buy houses, bro. So I'm like, good for you. But either way, I be cashing out that reverse mortgage right now, bro. Stop playing with me. Yeah, they're uncle's friends. They're not like, I mean, I'm sure uncle referred them to the channel. But yeah, they're more friends with uncle. I love them though. I feel like I'm their nephews as well. No 70-year-old uses the internet. No, they do, dude. I'm telling, dude, it's like, it's not the first time it's happened to me on YouTube. Even back in the day, I had some 80-year-old dude send me his account. This guy was showing me like $20 million in Apple stock. No, and I thought he was cat. I was like, bullshit. You know me, bro. I don't know. I'm like, bullshit. Let me see this. He's showing me, and then we have another guy. He's like 70 or 80 in here, and he's killing it, bro. And he's just fully on the computer, fully, bro, fully in the chat. It's crazy. You got some ballin' ass boomers out there. They're considered boomers, right? Or is that? I don't know. I'm 66. Yeah, you good. You good out there. Some of y'all out there, man. It's quite impressive. It's quite impressive. You're 19. You just better get a long term, bro. Better get a long term and have no fear. That's it, man. We'll see. Honestly, it's going to be a trip asking people what they felt about 10 years ago, 10 years from now. So maybe you'll answer that question one day. Or my Roth IRA, it's replaced my options addiction almost entirely. So much more enjoyable buying 125 of shares every week. Oh my goodness. Hearn. That's good, man. I know. Then you got your girl on the long term too. That's it, man. So I like to hear. I'm 67. I'm 52. Got into the market. Yeah, I mean, some of y'all should be inspired. I mean, maybe we do a highlight of some of the older members in here, so some of you in the middle don't feel so left behind. Because for real, I mean, you still got time. I mean, that's the time thing is what we keep talking about. I keep telling y'all 2030, and then we're gonna, even then, God willing, you're gonna have even time after that. So we are gonna see, bro. I'm 40, I'm 45. Hey, man, that's the new 30. Didn't Biden say that? No, but, actually, I'm pretty sure the Biden team said, the 80's the new, 50 or something. I think 40's the new 30. I think this is a government mandate in turn. So I really think, 40 is the new 30, man. Uh-huh. I don't know. Maybe I don't know if they'd be down, but I could throw this out there for any of the, 45, 50, 60, 70-year-old plus Jads. If any of you want to adopt a mid 30-year-old, there's people in the Twitch who are they're seeking adoption. I don't know how it would work. I don't know. You might be able to claim them on your taxes if you're really down with that, but other than that, I have no idea how this would operate. They know I don't accept these offers anymore, but I figured I'd throw it to you. LA 40 is the new 20. You should see it. I mean, that's just it's a different kind of twist. Like, it's really different kind of 20. 40 is wild. That's it. They out here, though. They out here. Mm. Do you like KHC for the long term? I do, but I don't like it after, I think it was at the Warren Buffett bounce, or there was something. They had a little bounce. I think it was last year. Right? It was in 2020, but like they were struggling before. So I like them, but I would want them ultimate bargain bin. That will be the key. Conducting a joint study of the effects of automation. That's old. NASDAQ new low. Yeah. So SPY's holding. NASDAQ's down 1.3. S&P is down by 1. And then Dow Jones is down by 0.7. Russell's down by 1.67. That's crazy. You threw a big piece of ice in your cup of water. You wanted to let us know. Look cool. That's awesome. I see your ice. And have you ever seen one of those little ice shapers? That shit's crazy. I had an ice cube that was a ball. It tripped me out, man. I'm a big fan. And then I'm a big fan of crushed Chick-fil-A ice, which is top tier. If you know, you know. If you don't know, don't even talk to me. Mm-hmm. The Lord's ice, bro. Crude popped. I was looking at that play right before. I wanted to take it, but like I said, I got to either decide earnings or crude oil is pretty much how I'm looking at it. But I'm kind of down more with the earnings. But then again, I feel like crude might be easier, but it would be nice to kill crude oil. I feel like crude oil has a target on its back. Playing oil. I like either. Honestly, I mean, you could go for both. I just don't know if I want those problems. Because you could pick the wrong earnings, but then if oil goes down and you pick the wrong ones, then you're just double fucked. Oh, the random play? I don't know. Did it go up? Let's see. Do I sports bet? No. I played DraftKings like 2 weeks ago. I won $5, but other than that, I didn't make a lineup last week. The Tesla's up $20. I think we should hold it. Random play. Get you in on some earnings action. Indo and Husa. I'm already in it. I have an old play from the beginning of the year with the oil stuff. Honestly, that's a joke. I'm only down 8% on Husa. That's fucked up, actually. So I have other plays that have moved way lower in just 2 weeks than this one coming back up. So I'm already in this. I forgot. Never mind. I don't need the oil future. This thing's almost break even now. We'll be in the game. You get this stupid pop. That's literally all that this play is for. DraftKings killing for 2 years. If it ever really drops, you could fix that with average down. But I kind of regret not buying DraftKings at the lows. But in the meantime, I'd wait. Because it's still up. It's actually one of the top performers on the year. Yeah, who's even the last 3 days. Like Husa, I'm very surprised. This is all in I guess a week, 2 weeks, all October 6th. This shit's better than oil. But it's still way, way behind, but I think it'll catch up from there. Yeah, meeting with the fund owner. He made 25% in the last year, 80 in the last 3. Can I send you the link? Oh, yeah, email me it. Was it in Canada? We talking Canadian? You could go to the, I think the, what's it called? treasurydirect.gov for all the bond auction information. You could even see future ones. Or if you go to like E-Trade or TD Ameritrade, you can go into the, what's it called? You could just go into like the bond offerings and you might be able to see it. Average of 15 at 52-ish. It went down to 17. Yeah. If you got it at the lower price, it's fire. DraftKings is actually doing good. That's one of those companies that grew. They cut down on their ad spend and like, you know, it didn't die. Like I am still shocked by it. Still in disbelief that sports gambling has more sustainability than Robinhood gambling. Says that I've never seen anything like. I don't know why DraftKings users are growing and active the way they are. It's wild. All middle-aged men do it. I thought it's just like high school kids and like college kids, and then like shortly thereafter, I thought it was like a 18 to 35 activity. Yeah, I thought the college kids. That's where I learned about sports betting. It was right when I went to college, and then I met all the kids from New Jersey and New York, and then they all showed me sports betting. It was a trip, dude. It was a trip. Your dad sports bets to have something to talk about. Damn, you got your dad betting? I guess he would have something to talk about. People just ask me about sports betting because they know I like money and they think I know, but I'm like, no, man, I don't. I know the odds. Take the negative 1,001. Let's go. I'll tell you the math. You only got to hit like 1 out of every 10. We break even, man. Let me see. You use your skills, but I don't know anything else besides that. All right, still kind of working your way up. Bonds, I mean, remember, the only thing here that happened, you sold it off on equities. Bonds are still holding up, but main story of the day, main kicker here was literally that bond auction. And the dollar has gone down since then, but still overall up a quarter on the day. That's office talk. I have 0 people talk with stocks, so I have stock, sports, and gambling. That's okay, man. That's good for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta learn how to talk though. Like, you have to be able to have that. Like, I could talk about shit I don't even like, or I'd even know about. Like, I could, as long as you could withstand that, if that's the case, you know, you gotta blend in, man. You gotta blend in, and then ask them if they want to sell their house on a sports bet. What? No. But yeah, you get it. You got to. So it's good. What's your weekend stock market? Yeah, like prop bets, they're dope. That's what I did. That's what I did for the Super Bowl. I just did a bunch of prop bets to try to make like 50 grand. I put down like maybe like $500, I think. I don't know. That's it. All right, let's see what we got. Sports bet real estate sounds like something LT would do. I think LT used to sports bet, but I don't know if he. No, but like it was the New York people who put me on. New York and Jersey. That's you bet 10. All I'm saying though, if your sports betting requires you texting somebody, you have a problem. That's all I'm telling you, man. Okay? That's all I'm telling you. If the way it's like, how do you bet on sports? Oh, I just text this guy. Yeah, that's an issue. If you got a bookie, if you don't even know it's called a bookie, it's an even bigger problem. So yeah. Josh bet on both teams to not score in the Super Bowl. Hell yeah, I did. Took something like that. I don't even remember, but that's the type of bet I'm looking for. I saw the funniest sports betting thing. Oh, little green shoot. Whoop. Then you got comments. I was still no. Palestinian leader statement 5 minutes ago. Why is it an issue? Because usually, like, sports betting isn't like it's not like a experience-based type thing. Like, that's not your concierge, dog. Where are you placing these bets in a manner? And if all you could do is text somebody and they give you a line of credit and they pay you at the end of the week or you pay them, that's a really unhealthy relationship. All right, see if we get above VWAP. Watch bonds and dollar. Let's get some of the earnings. Yeah, Netflix is wild. Tesla's awful, though, even though today it's kind of crazy. But here's the deal. Are you ready? I saw one sports betting strategy, and it made me laugh, and I was like, okay, maybe it works. I saw one guy. This was a TikTok video, and he would just bet on WNBA games. And he would just find players and bet the under on them scoring. It was the funniest thing I've seen because it actually worked. I was dying, but I was like, you know what? Maybe he's onto something. I was like, nah, like, all jokes aside, I was like, I kind of like that bet, though. If I could, like, pinpoint the bench on the WNBA and take the under, that might actually hit. A beige book is going to come out, I think, at 1, right? Not a minute. Or 2 p.m. But I don't know if the beige book is going to have much. We'll see. I'll read it for you. It's going to come out on the Fed website. Where is it? What is a beige book? Oh, September. This will update in a little bit, but it should come out. Maybe out right by now. Oh, 5, 4. It's the summary of economic the state of the economy or economic. What is it? I got to read it. Summary of commentary on current economic conditions. There's a lot of words, Habibi, a lot of words. It usually doesn't have much, but you'll get to hear some statements. Give us some stuff new, but not too crazy. So that's coming out right now. Here it is. This is just released. Watch the bonds. I don't see any immediate effect. Again, remember all the districts and everything else. What is the beige book? The beige book is a Federal Reserve System publication of current economic conditions across 12 Federal Reserve districts, categorizes economic conditions. So you can read this here. Does that sound familiar, though? Hopefully some of you know what it is. So here's the national summary. There's headlines. They said beige book. This report was prepared by the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Most districts indicated little to no change in economic activity since the September report. Prices continue to increase at a modest pace overall. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna wait till all the headlines come across, but I can read it to you if you want. Oh, I know who's gonna read it. Oh, sorry guys. This is a job for AI, Josh. So you'll get headlines here coming out too.
Overall economic activity. Most districts indicated little to no change in economic activity since the September report. Consumer spending was mixed.
Oh, I gotta edit it out. Otherwise, you're gonna stop at hella weird times. I don't know. I think you can do it though. Maybe we'll see. We'll see. I see sign-on bonuses. I don't think much came out of it though. But I'm going to get this queued up for you so you could listen to it. Okay.
Labor market tightness continued to ease across the nation.
No, sorry. Okay, start over.
Most districts indicated little to no change in economic activity since the September report. Consumer spending was mixed, especially among general retailers and auto dealers, due to differences in prices and product offerings. Tourism activity continued to improve, although some districts reported slight slowing in consumer travel, and a few districts noted an uptick in business travel.
So this is before
banking contacts reported slight to modest declines in loan
Israel
demand.
Stuff too.
Consumer credit quality was generally described as stable or healthy, with delinquency rates still historically low but slightly increasing. Real estate conditions were little changed and the inventory of homes for sale remained low. Manufacturing activity was mixed, although contacts across multiple districts noted an improving outlook for the sector. The near-term outlook for the economy was generally described as stable or having slightly weaker growth. Expectations of firms for which the holiday shopping season is an important driver of sales were mixed. Labor markets. Labor market tightness continued to ease across the nation. Most districts reported slight to moderate increases in overall employment, and firms were hiring less urgently. Several districts reported improvements in hiring and retention as candidate pools have expanded and those receiving offers have been less inclined to negotiate terms of employment. However, most districts still reported ongoing challenges in recruiting and hiring skilled tradespeople. A few highlighted that older workers are remaining in the labor force, either staying in their existing position or returning in a part-time capacity.
They said weaker growth.
Wage growth remained modest to moderate in most districts. Contacts across many districts reported less pushback from candidates on wage offers. There were multiple reports of firms modifying their compensation packages to mitigate higher labor costs, including allowing remote work in lieu of higher wages, reducing sign-on bonuses or other wage enhancements, shifting compensation to more performance-based models, and passing on a greater share of healthcare and other benefits costs to employees. Prices continue to increase at a modest pace overall. Districts noted that input cost increases have slowed or stabilized for manufacturers but continue to rise for services sector firms. Increases in fuel costs, wages, and insurance contributed to growth in prices across districts. Sales prices increased at a...
U.S. plans some oil-related sanction relief for Venezuela. Wait. Hold on. Beginning almost immediately in response to Tuesday's election deal between Venezuela government and the opposition. U.S. prepared to reverse easing of sanctions on Venezuela if it fails to take steps including lifting bans on oppositional presidential candidates and release of political prisoners. U.S. is issuing licenses to broadly ease sanctions on Venezuela oil and gas, including its business with Caribbean nations. U.S. is optimistic with employment or engagement with Venezuela will lead to release of political prisoners and wrongfully detained Americans in the near term.
Sales prices increased at a slower rate than input prices, as businesses struggled to pass along cost pressures because consumers had grown more sensitive to prices. As a result, firms struggled to maintain desired profit margins. Overall, firms expect prices to increase the next few quarters, but at a slower rate than the previous few quarters. Several districts reported decreases in the number of firms expecting significant price increases moving forward.
And there you have it. So that's the beige book. I think stable but slightly weaker growth, and then prices are elevating in services but at a slower pace, and then employment is still very tight. You could go, if you want to go on the Fed website, just search the beige book in their little search bar. It'll come up, and then you could read all of the 12 areas. It's like Boston, Virginia, New York, and all Texas, and a bunch of other places. So that's how they determine it. Does that mean they see something with oil? It could, but it also could, the way I'm kind of looking at it, I think they're just trying to get, last thing you want is Venezuela to pair up with the Middle East while we're going through it. So in a weird way, it could be because they see something coming, or they're just trying to take the Venezuela chip off of the table now and at least, have that in the bag so you could be stronger coming into any negotiations. Convenient timing. I think strategic timing. Again, if you can't use the strategic reserves. So that's it. But that's what I'm saying, though. Like things with oil, the oil market is going to react to that. Those are the downside things for oil, where it's like, okay, and unless the conflict doesn't get that bad and you don't watch, again, to the point of the Persian Gulf, Arabian Gulf deciding to like limit oil, then, if they start saying, hey, we won't even sanction you anymore, Venezuela, come on, it'll get interesting. But then oil is just gonna react to those headlines. Arku, Death Cross, and Baidu. So remember, I was saying Baidu, I really wanted to average down. I'm glad I didn't, but I think 108, I'm going to take it. Again, their little press conference thing was not good. 108 or like 100, that's the next level, because now once you break below here, I think 108, if you go there, that's it. But then China too. We've been ignoring the shit out of China. My goodness, ever since the rates and the dollar and everything, dude, China has been like this. You got like bond defaults, you have stimulus, you have data, and like we are just not reacting. And surprisingly, the yuan has stayed up. I like JD too. It's all China. I think it's one thing individual for the companies, but I mean it's also the broader trend out there. China going to invade Taiwan? I don't know, man. I think we're all like tapped out. I think Taiwan might have to wait till the next war cycle, man. I don't know, unless they want to throw this one in 3-for-1 deal. But if this Middle East gets bad, and then you got Russia, Ukraine, I don't know. I think China might even wait at this point, because another conflict would be insane. But then the U.S. is already preparing for it. That's, again, some of the funding and aid stuff. They're already allocating money towards Taiwan. And then another green shoot, a line on the high. Let's see where this takes us. What time is it? Oh, 2 hours left? Oh, my goodness. You got a lot of time. My goodness. And bonds, I mean, high of the day. I don't know how you feel about that. It's still down 0.62. Again, we've gone up at least 0.5% from your boy, the bond auction. It's your boy. Correct answers. Game time. Oh, yeah. You're right. You guys want some earnings previews? Game time. Y'all ready for it? You just flashed the Chicle. Whoop. It's not showing up on mine. It says it's down to 82, though, or 89. So it's into the low of the day. Shout out to Twitch, bro. Amen. Shout out to Twitch. Shout out everybody. Shout out my positive people, my educated folks. You know, making yourself educated. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. Netflix. No, not pressure. I typed in preview. It came in as pressure. Boston in the chat. Boston. Does this sound like I'm from Boston? Is this a Bostonian accent? No, I can't do it. I love the Boston accent, though. Boston accent goes hard. I'm not going to lie to you. I have the Netflix preview, but it's so... this is way too comprehensive. I need like two screenshots. Dude, there's way... I don't know. I don't know if this is good or bad for Netflix. There's like way too much on this preview right now. Okay, hold on. I'm saving them here. You're going to have to give me a second. I got another one. Okay. So, we'll start with Netflix. You're going to have to give me time to get a Tesla as well. Shout out Skip Lag, my flight to Tennessee to Boston, getting off in Charlotte. Save 300. Cha-ching. Okay. Oh, wait, no, that's today. So, here is the earnings preview for Netflix, but I do have a couple of comments here. So, Netflix, they report third quarter earnings on October 18th after the close. The street is expecting results about in line with guidance on revenue, 8.54 million or 8,000, so 8.5 billion versus guide of 8.52 billion, operating income of $1.8 billion versus guide of 1.89, but below EPS of 349 versus guide of 352. Paid net ads looking at $5.91 billion versus guidance of similar second quarter of 5.892. Full year guidance target operations margin 18 to 20%. Consensus is currently at 19.8. Areas of focus: pricing increases. Recent media reports have indicated that Netflix and other streaming services are considering raising ad-free prices. Investors will be looking for any updates on management's focus, pricing tiers, and ARM relative to macro headwinds and competitive dynamics. Advertising tier: investors will be looking for updates on advertising supported streaming, pricing, and management priorities on the different user subscription offerings. On margins, at the recent conference, the company spoke to a growing business instead of growing operating margins at 3 percentage points per year. We note consensus of operating margin for full year 23 is currently 19.8 and 22.2 for full year 24. Stock performance and ratings. So I think we'll go over this again, but Netflix is 24% up year to date, underperforming the S&P IT index, which is up 41%, and the NASDAQ Internet Index, which is 41.3, but outperforming the S&P, which is up by 14.2. 53% of analysts have Netflix at a buy equivalent rating, down from 56% last month, but up from 44% a year ago. 43% of analysts have the stock at a hold equivalent rating, up from 37% last month, but down from 47% a year ago. And 4% of analysts have the stock at a sell equivalent rating, down from 7% last month and down from 9% a year ago. The average price target of $456 represents a 24.7% premium from the current price. Ta-da! So, I don't know. Here are all the numbers. We could just keep this for after, but again, 8.54 billion is expected versus company guidance of 8.52. Operating income 1.89, guidance versus 1.89 billion. Operating margin 22 versus guidance of 22.2. So remember, this is going to be the issue with the talk. Breaking it down, EPS 392. Fourth quarter revenue of 8.76 billion is expected. Operating income of 1.26 billion. Operating margin of 14.3 billion, and then EPS of 217. That's much lower. Then I need screenshot number 2. I think I already went over these. So Netflix, since last close, they're down 25%. S&P is down 4%, and then XLK is down 5.8%. Options imply a 8.2% move. Last 4 quarter moves, loss of 8, loss of 3, gain of 8, gain of 13. Revenue has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue guidance has beaten 5 of the last 20 quarters, 1 in line. And forward quarter EPS has beaten consensus 8 of the last 19 quarters. The margins and like guidance, and then it seems like that other comment, you just don't want Netflix to talk about like trying to grow versus kind of maintaining. So it seems like with margins, and if they try to adopt a growth first mentality, then I don't think people are going to like that. More or less, that kind of seems the vibe. But yes, borderline, you do have to deal with those margins, and that's what shocked it last time. Market's coming down here, though. Hold on. Bonds and SPY just took a jarring move. E-Trade, I did it. It took me like an hour to do everything because I made the account really quick, and then they needed me to call in because of the ID stuff, so I had to verify my identity. But the guy did it with me on the phone, and then he expedited it all. And then I made 3 different accounts, and then I initiated the transfer from TD Ameritrade. Tesla. Let's see. I don't know yet. TD is the one I'm waiting on now. So TD Ameritrade, we're waiting on their end to do it all. But E-Trade, there's no fee, but TD Ameritrade might charge a fee. I think it might be like $50 or $100. You sent the email. I'll take a look at it. I'm getting the previews now. I got 1. I got 2 on Tesla. I'm going to use Schwab and TOS for day trading, yeah, but not for my long terms. See if you can get a refer link for E-Trade. I didn't. I just wanted to get it done. I was going to reach out to them for that, but I just said, fuck it, dude. We need to get this done. Is it 5 a.m.? Okay. So Tesla, that's the next one. Is there any other earnings companies? Do you guys want more than Tesla and Netflix? Because I feel like just Tesla and Netflix is all that matters. So Tesla to report quarter 3 earnings post-market close today, October 18th. Despite the stock performance, quarter 3 profit estimates fell nearly 50% this year. The release follows a miss in quarter 3 deliveries earlier this month after longer than expected Shanghai factory downtime. Focus will be on margin performance after a course of aggressive price cuts and overall quarter 4 outlook, as well as global downtrends in Model 3 refresh, as well as Cybertruck production targets and expected deliveries. Alternative energy and solar earnings previews continue to revolve around higher rates and inflationary pressure narratives. Analysts are generally continued to relatively favor utility scale renewables and remain cautious on U.S. residential solar growth. Demand following California NEM 3.0 remains in focus, along with equipment destocking and large-scale project demand. City analyst Vikram Bagri anticipates challenging quarter for residential solar. Utility scaling back should be better, though both sectors risk price decline next year. Sunrun remains among preferred installer names. TD Cowen remains cautious on residential solar growth. They're talking a lot about the solar. I don't know if anybody for Tesla was aware of this, but all of these comments are on solar. Hold on, I think I read the wrong one. Because that was all about alternative energy. Yeah. Yeah, that's just all on renewables. But now, did I save this? I'm just saying, I mean, pretty much analysts are worried about their solar, but that was just an update on their solar. I don't have anything on the vehicles. It just was talking briefly about price cuts and then the recent Q3 delivery miss and outlook for quarter 4. But for Tesla today, revenue is expected at $24.26 billion, $20.3 billion for automotive, $19.5 billion in sales and credits, $19 billion in automotive sales, $273 million in automotive credits, $635 million off of leasing, energy generation and storage, $1.79 billion, services and others, $2.2 billion, GAAP gross margin, 17.7, automotive, 18.6, excluding regulatory credits, 17.6, energy generation and storage, 15%. Services and others 7.3. Adjusted EBITDA expected to come in at $4.07 billion. Adjusted EBITDA margin expected at 16.8 on an EPS of 73 cents. Cash from operations $4.91 billion. CapEx $1.97 and free cash flow of $2.5 billion. Next quarter guidance expected to be revenue of $26.79 billion, automotive $22.93 billion, sales and credits $22.01, automotive $21.26, automotive credits $315 million, leasing $716, energy generation of $2.13 billion, services $2.29, and then GAAP gross margin of 18.5, automotive 19.6, EPS of 0.85, and then cash from operations $4 billion, CapEx of $1.96 billion, and $2.06 billion free cash flow. Since July 19th, last quarter, Tesla is down 13.6%, S&P 500 is down by 4.2%, and XLY is down by 9.0%. And near-term options imply a 5.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 11, loss of 7. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters. Ta-da! So Tesla is actually pricing in less than Netflix. Fun fact. Fun fact indeed. And it's 11:25. Puts or calls. I mean, what do you think? That's up to you on there. Netflix selling. I think I'm gonna ride my Netflix. It's bad though. I'm down like $6,000 on it. It's $60 a share. I either close out and don't risk the earnings, or I take the earnings and then we break even right around here pretty much. Again, I'm at the 400, so that's the good part and the bad part. That's why I'm like, I don't know, but I think I'm gonna end up holding it. I might be down, but then that would definitely put me over the edge if I have to hold that for a longer time. So we'll see. That one's a tough one, but I'm kind of leaning towards stay. Doesn't make sense to insure it on the puts. However, the calls are good, but if I wanted to sell them, but I don't know. DOJ issues advisory on Iran ballistic missile procurement activities. But Tesla, I don't want to play Tesla. I feel like Tesla's pricing in the least. It's moved the biggest last times, but then, I don't know, you're coming off of the bad delivery numbers. But, like, after the delivery numbers, I think it just does its thing. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah. No, I guess. If I sold a call with time, we could probably pull this. But then I'll have to be married to that play. We're going down in an earlier ramp. Is Netflix? I don't even think Netflix is. Are they in China? I know they're in Asia, but I don't know how they operate in China. Could that affect Disney? It could. I mean, usually I bring up the Disney sympathy play, but I think Disney's kind of in its own little world right now. And then there's just too much kind of going on leading into it. But definitely, I mean, right off, even if they end up doing really good, then Disney might even get a little bit of lift. But just remember, they are like kind of, Disney's been struggling. LRCX reports will further affect. All of them can. Again, ASML this morning, that's no good. I think that even had an effect. NVIDIA back down the lows of where it was at the day before. Let's see. The Cybertruck. Dude, where is the Cybertruck? Even then, though. I told you, it's ugly, though, man. I can't wait to buy mine, but that's just ugly as hell. Stupid. Okay. Follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingFraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. Check out the Twitch, too. Especially if you're a baller. I don't know if we got any 2K ballers. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if we got any 2K ballers. So we'll see. But I will be right back.
At ILO, commodities are higher. The Bloomberg Commodity Index up nearly 1%, having a lot to do with the Israel-Hamas war and the possibilities of supply shortages. So you can see that New York crude up about 2%. We also have European natural gas up 4%, a big rally there, and the possibility of supply shortages. Gold up 1.4% at its highest level since, I believe, late July, early August. That Haven bid coming in, and then wheat one of this year's year's big commodity laggards, down about 30% on the year. The last time I looked, the worst year since 2009. Today, getting a bid up 1.9%. Now, oil is one of the biggest weightings to the Bloomberg Commodity Index. If we take a look at a chart that we looked at last week, it's very, very interesting. And this, of course, is in the Bloomberg terminal. We do have the uptrend out of the June lows, July lows. This version of the chart makes it look as though we're going to see oil break higher toward the top of the triangle, some consolidation. However, if you take a look at another version, Romaine, this area of congestion, it's going to be very interesting to see. It's likely that we're going to see a big move in crude up or down. I know that's not necessarily so helpful in and of itself, but probably a big 1 to 5 day move coming up soon for crude oil.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Our thanks there to Abigail Doolittle. Oil prices, we should point out, still below the year-to-date highs, but the recent uptick, of course, tied directly to what's going on over in the Middle East. President Joe Biden arriving in Israel for meetings with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Later, Biden actually talked about that explosion at a Gaza City hospital on Tuesday night that killed hundreds of people.
I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza. The United States unequivocally stands for the protection of civilian life during conflict, and I truly grieve for the families.
The President of the United States speaking in Israel here, a relatively bold move by the President, of course, at a nation under war. Jennifer Flitton joining us right now, head of U.S. Government Affairs over at Invesco. And Jennifer, I do want to start off with the symbolism here of Biden going to what is effectively a war zone, obviously well protected here, but the symbolism of actually setting foot there instead of just making a phone call with Netanyahu. What does that say?
It was an incredibly strong move and supported, I think, in Washington on both sides of the aisle. He has since left, and as we understand it, he is holding calls with the president of Egypt, as well as the president of the Palestinian Authority. So I think there'll be interest in hearing how those conversations went as well.
There's obviously going to be a lot of talk about how the president, as well as Congress, follows through on the rhetoric, meaning the idea that the U.S. is going to support Israel at any cost. But we know that comes with the financial cost. Do you think Congress will find a way to approve whatever funds are needed?
Well, right now they're working with Senate committees of jurisdiction, the administration is, on some sort of package. It's been reported somewhere around $100 billion, not just for Israel, but also for Ukraine, potentially Taiwan, and then security along the border as well. So we'll have to see the details of that package. But right now, you've seen the Senate Republicans in a recent press conference on the Hill here showing strong support, aligning themselves right behind the president. And so far, the conversations between the two leaders, Mr. McConnell and Mr. Schumer, have shown that there is a lot of bipartisanship that they're willing to do going forward.
So there's bipartisan support for sending aid to Israel. But when you think about the details of that package, and of course has yet to be confirmed, could change, but Bloomberg News has reported that would be $100 billion that would include aid for Israel and Ukraine in addition to those border security measures. Do you think that's enough to push Republicans over the line to help approve this?
I think in the Senate, there are a number of Republicans who are willing to go there at the leadership of Mr. McConnell. But in the House, it's a totally different story. And how they can get there on money to Ukraine, I think there's a giant question mark over that. Whether there could be some policy structured around that and the border money, I think is still an open question.
And of course, let's talk a little bit more about the House and what's going on there and the efforts to elect a speaker after Jim Jordan lost 2 rounds of votes. How drawn out do you think this could be? Will this turn into another 15-round situation, or do you think that this House is getting ready to move on from Jim Jordan?
I think we could potentially see additional rounds. I think if you're listening to the rhetoric coming out of the House conference and those supporting Jim Jordan, they want to see another round. They want to continue to put pressure to get Jordan to that 217 number. Whether they can do that through several more rounds or whether his opposition will only build.
I'm here right now. I'm looking up something
question.
for you guys.
But there's only a few paths that could be taken here, right? So you have the Jim Jordan path, and then you have another candidate potentially who could come out in support in conference. But we're still at the same problem: who can get to 217? So then the question is there a way of empowering the current Speaker pro temp, Mr. McHenry?
Jennifer, got to leave it there. Really appreciate your perspective. That is Jennifer Flitton of Invesco. Thank you. Still ahead on the close, all eyes on Netflix results after the bells. Investors.
All eyes on me like Netflix and core. All right, so here's the deal. So the Chad, we've had this talk all day. It's, it started with some, you fucking liar, Josh, I hate you. I'm like, okay, man, I love you. The hospital thing, again, they just showed the Biden clip, and you guys were even saying on both Chads, YouTube and Twitch, you guys were saying that it was, that the hospital's still standing there. So I'm like, all right, man, what's up with this, bro? So I don't know what's happening. Because you have two different things. One, you have and I think this was posted earlier, but I don't know this video. This is on Twitter, so, I mean, there's not anything dramatic, but they're literally saying this is the hospital, that it was the parking lot. But then here's kind of the other issue is that you kind of have a similar video posted by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. So they have something recent today kind of highlighting this as well too. And then if you go look into it, there was even deleted tweets by Israel and weird shit yesterday. So when it's all said and done, I mean, I guess it's fair to question if the hospital is there or not. But I mean, this is what people were saying today. But like I said, get proof, get evidence. But I have no idea now at this point what is going on. But there is a couple of things out there, and obviously everyone's going crazy back and forth on Twitter. But my goodness, I don't know it, and I don't know. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? We watch the reports come out as they have, but we don't know. I mean, again, there's very weird stuff then on both sides. Like I'm saying, it's not this whole reporting of it all. You watched it go down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, remember the ghost of Kiev? But we watched it go down when it all happened, but I don't know if, people were debating who shot it, but now you have people debating if the hospital is still standing, if it was just in the parking lot or not. And again, it's obviously we're talking reports of dead people, and you have people debating semantics, it seems like. But then at the same time, it's there's just different videos and random shit. You have people talking about some videos, whether they're old or not. And again, I'm not making any claims. I don't know. But like I'm saying, Chad was saying something, looking into it. I mean, I'm fully at conclusion. I don't know. And at least, I mean, that does bring in some reasonable doubt into the picture. But again, I mean, welcome to the fog of war. That's what I was saying in the morning. I was like, at the end of the day, I hope, because somebody was communicating this to me very negatively in the morning, and then some of you just looked into it like a normal human, you know what I'm saying? And kind of communicated that it was, hey, maybe there is something to look into. But it's like we said from the beginning, it's just, we've already gone through how many months and years of just the credibility of news reporting has gone in the gutter. I mean, believe me, the report, and I'm not talking about what you think I'm talking about. You may think I'm talking about Russia and Ukraine and war. I'm talking about Sam Bankman-Fried. That highlighted all of it for me. And then even Elon buying Twitter. But it's just for the most part, just the level of, what's true, especially with stuff of this scale now, with war and death and what could happen. It's already hard to judge. So, at the end of the day, that's why I'm saying I hope we could all continue to respectfully share info and communicate, because this might be the best we got if we're trying to really understand what's going on. But yeah, that's what I was looking into. I was seeing because you guys just kept saying it in the chat. So, but that's all I could find was those 2 videos, one from the IDF and then one recently posted. And honestly, even though there's a lot of shit on Twitter, it's not like, it's still kind of just all recycling of the same videos, more or less. There's no, yeah, that's a thing. It's so, that's why I hope you guys will like realize, like, I got my sources, but I know my sources are all tainted by the by the machine. But at the same time, it's like, we really don't know what's going on. I mean, I keep saying this, but I'm like, this just every day, bro, we're watching this happen, and it's just like, this is just getting dark and twisted by every minute. But welcome again. This is war. That's why peace, man, peace. It's getting nuts. If it comes out that if that hospital is still standing, and you're telling me that, because there's no way 500 people died in that parking lot, unless it was literally packed with patients. I saw the video. That's the crazy part. I saw that video of the doctor and then the zooming out, and I was like, shit, bro. Like, it looked vicious. But if it comes out fake, and again, I'm not saying it is. I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, you do not know. Like, this is the whole fucked up thing I'm trying to explain here right now. And I hope everybody, before rushing to a conclusion, before, attacking somebody because you think they are, it's like, dude, if 2 days of this does not already show you, then there you go. Like, even if you're playing the are you really falling for this game, it's not. It's, what did I say today? I mean, I'm going to take it at both everybody was saying 500 lives were lost. At the end of the day, even President Biden acknowledged 500 lives were lost. You even had, nobody was saying the people didn't die. And now we're saying if they actually, like, if the hospital is still standing or not. But, like, what I'm telling you and what you're witnessing with me right here, right now, every day is what the fuck is true. Like, it has nothing to, that's why I said, the thing I brought up even this morning, I was like, it's a Christian hospital. So if you're telling me those people are dead, bro, the people who got attacked was Christians in the middle of all of it, which does not make sense for the narrative. But at the end of the day, it's like, dude, we have no idea what is happening. That's it. Josh sympathizes with the satanic democratic evil. I would argue you sympathize more with evil by playing this game of attacking your brother. Because, again, after years of this and even how I've approached this situation, if you don't see the love in what I do, my brother, you've been blinded by hate, and the hatred has taken you over, for real. To even put me in a category, to blame me a Democrat, a Republican, oh, man. So, amen, but honestly, I'll pray for you, man. Because, again, everybody here, bro, I'm telling you, wake up. And I'm not saying it in some stupid... I'm not selling you anything. I'm not trying to get you to vote for nobody. Like, wake up and pay attention. Guess what? The best we're going to do about getting info is with us right here working together. So you could be a little kid about it if you want to, and forgive me for even, calling you a name, because I don't mean to. That's my human nature that you have as well, too. You see what I'm saying? Like, I get it. But at the end of the day, it's like, this is the best we're going to do of getting info. That's all I'm telling you. And if you want to fight people about it and you want to be against people about it and go like that, is just, it's not going to be productive. And I am, I'm realizing that more and more. That's why I take it upon myself to work together with people. I don't care what you believe. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you think, but it's simple. If you are the type who are going to seek truth and info, you are on my team. If you are the person who is going to jump to conclusions and attack, I cannot say you have a door and an opening here, but do not expect me to follow along with that type of BS. I can't play that game, unfortunately. There's real lives and real things at stake, and it's boiling, and it could get even bigger or worse than who knows what it could be. But at the same thing, bro, the truth has been a casualty, and we got our effort to work together and find it. So if you could call it what you want, but I am going to say, I love you. And at the same time, I think you are blinded by hate. And that's what I've been seeing a lot of. Don't be blinded by hate. I'm telling you, don't be blinded by hate. Those are the words, man. Seriously. Say that to people. Tell your brothers and sisters, bro, don't be blinded by hate. Don't be blinded by it. Like I'm saying, even myself, I want to say a bunch of things. I get caught up in it. I caught myself there. Now, you know why? Because you could get blinded by hate. Trust me. Don't let it happen. Mm-hmm. We all get triggered. Yeah, man. But we have to work together. Like I'm saying, dude. Every day we're getting proven how unreliable this shit is. If you guys want to do another year of fighting about it, great. But the way I'm looking at it, the best shot we have is working together. So I really hope you guys want citizen journalism. You want things back. It's like, dude, the best we're going to do, let's create a safe space to actually share info and to be able to have these discussions. Otherwise, where else are we going to have it? Where else are we going to get? Again, Reuters, Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg. I mean, what? If you want to rely on that, you already see what it's giving you. Even Twitter, and only videos and people you see, they all verified, and they got a political bio too behind it. So best of luck to everybody. But, this is, we could either work on it or not. Mm-mm. You can't talk to being a sub? Oh, yeah. That's because you're not... Bro, you haven't subscribed to the channel. Asshole. So you need to just subscribe. It doesn't cost you money. But you need to, hit the bell and do that for at least 5 minutes to be able to talk. So you've been here for years, my man. Maybe they unsubscribed you or something, but yeah, you got to subscribe, dog. It's free 99, bro. It's free 99. Mm-hmm. Can you name drop a channel? You don't want to get banned. Someone said you could whisper, but what's the channel in regards to? So like I'm saying, I don't want to endorse anything. I don't know if it's about the war, if it's about trading, if it's about how to sell drugs. So at the end of the day, I mean, approach at your own discretion. But if I don't know a topic and what it could be referenced to. Is there any other identifying factors to pop up on my feed again? So you guys might not be subscribed. So make sure you are subscribed. The topic is about the rocket. Yeah. Is it on Twitter? But see, that's a tough one. I would just say, whisper preforms if you want a video about the rocket. So I don't know. This one's Twitch too, but you have that ability. But I just don't know, like I'm saying, because you see how everybody is, man. You see how it is. I'm not trying to put something out there, and then even then, if I have to show another counter channel and it has something else, and then before you know it, we're down the rabbit hole. It's just playing videos of the craziest shit. So, but I think just whisper anybody who wants it, or if you want it, you hit them up. Like the stream, baby. Oh, Mr. Hanlon. Oh, with a 5-piece on the members. Oh my goodness. Horna. So I'm talking about, baby. Thank you. Hey, Mr. Hanlon. You have the ear. You have the love. Did you hit the puts? So usually, I know that's what that means. Mm-hmm. China acquires a share in Tencent domestic unit. I have Husa Oil Play and Oxy. That's about it, but nothing new. I don't know what to believe. Hard to when you get so many conflicting stories. Amen. It is hard to know who to believe. And you know who you should believe. You determine that based on how they treat other people who either agree or disagree with them. That's your answer. That's why I'm saying it's like, yo, very simple with everything that we have going on right now. It's like there is good sources out there. There is good news. Like you could find out info, but you could really generally get an idea based on how other people are treated with responding to it. I'm telling you, if that's not telling to you, I really encourage you to see what I'm saying with that, because you see it. You know, you could get information. It's not saying, oh, well, somebody treated me good, the information's correct. No, but you can really understand a lot about things just where it's like, okay, this person told me this information, and I asked a question about it, and this is how I was reacting. That tells you a lot. You know what I'm saying? Even because you could have had a genuine question. There's Raul. That one's not bad. We saw worse earlier. If anything, the weird part is just nothing else is moving, but now you are below parachute level. 4,300 flat is now in play, Chatadonia. Four, 3, 2, 3. That's crazy. So if we don't bounce from here and that's not the flush, it gets wild. But then again, every time we bounce today, at least you did not immediately bounce at these levels. Every other day you did. I make more than dude, I feel you. It's awful. Again, a lot of individual names. My Netflix went down 20% in a month or two. The bonds was still bad, but I'm glad we got out in time. But then the second one, that one I think will get a little better. But even just equities, bro, what we've witnessed here, dude, the last 3 months have been vicious. Again, a mixture of bonds and now background in war. Their messages are coming through. But that's why it's like, I don't know. The water keeps boiling even with the markets, but there is going to be, I think, a blow-off valve. Not to say the market goes up or down, but in general, there is going to be a more reversion to the mean. But which way for now, that's the wild part. NVIDIA is already weak in a weird way. I mean, it's still up and not, but dude, a lot of these were very, very large moves, but then some more than others. It was just hideous. Tesla, SYM, that's 95 lows, down 8.5. Jeez. I'm not getting your message. All I see is, did you get my message? On Yosef White's in the Nakba. The Nakba sounds very familiar, but you'd have to let me look into it. I don't know, but is there a question with it? And like I'm saying, even with this, off top, it does not give me anything immediately. Why is the market tanking today? Global tensions is what I would blame it on. And then, I mean, with a side of not so hot earnings, Mablink Bio enters a pact to be acquired by Eli Lilly. Who's Mablink? It is private. Mablink Bioscience. What kind of business is this? Yeah, Maybelline buy. It's not showing me the company. What do they do? Not Maybelline. Yeah, I can't find it. But Eli Lilly buying someone, bro. All of them. NVO does the same thing, bro. They just run up, make a shit ton of money after they announce, and then they just go buy another company. The bonds did good after the auction, but they're still bad. I mean, again, we kind of had a rally on the fact that the bond auction wasn't ugly like last time. FYBR, this is from yesterday. That one's still going, but then they're still pretty awful. Again, yields now, I think multiple parts of the curve have went above, what's it called? I think all of them have gone past 5. Yeah, 4.9 on the 10-year. I think the 20 years above 5, and then the 30 years above 5. Actually, let me see the damn yield curve today. That's shooting back up. If we keep uninverting, I mean, that would be round 2 here. Yeah, Maybelline news is coming up there. Is Tesla not? No, every bond yield. That's great. I was looking at the 2-year, 10-year. I didn't show you guys. Sorry, I got lost in it. I don't know. Did I show you? I don't think I did. I got too into this. It's already back up. Again, this was the last October peak. We're about to uninvert to the time of last October. But then again, we kind of like peaked out from there. So it's still all matched up on that time frame, but very wild. Again, today, bonds auction had one factor, but then all the other negative factors, earnings, bank earnings, and then ultimately the war stuff. Just don't forget, the first opening headline of this morning was all about Iran saying that they should sanction Israel or embargo Israel, oil to Israel. I'll show you guys. We got how much time? Yeah, wow. 1 hour left, almost on the dot. Power hour about to begin. RTX not skyrocketing. Well, they had really bad earnings before all of this stuff came about, but if anything, everybody's just been moving slow. It's been a couple days up, couple days down. RTX has been climbing up slowly, but everything's just moving, not volatile until something really pops off, it seems. Israel operation to Gaza is imminent, IDF tells Biden. I don't see that hitting like right now. And Maybelline Bioscience pending acquisition reflects potential of company's existing pipeline technology. You know what? Proprietary PSAR link tech. You like the Temu ads, bro? Just say, man, I'll take it. I'll take it. Say, man, my girlfriend. I think it's my girlfriend, but either way, I mean, shit, I won't complain. My ads are usually for cars, if that, but It's usually some stock stuff. I was looking at this, though. So, again, look at the yield curve now. I don't know, man. Remember we talked about it, and watch out if we go lower. You might go a little bit lower here, but the problem is you got like 20 to 30 points of downside here, 22 points. Remember, we were below here. Last time we went below here, I mean, it did start like a free fall. You did calm down, but it wasn't until 4,300. Yeah, you just don't chill here. There's one day we were below the level and we didn't die. So last September 25th, part of this little gap down, you had that little drop. You went below here. You closed above it, but you didn't necessarily flush automatically. But I do think this is a very, very bad zone. On the OSINT Defender account, they said IDF setting up field hospitals in northern Israel. All right, we'll keep that in mind. We'll see if that confirms. So far, it's not getting reported anywhere else, though. All righty. Man, hold on. I don't want to get away in the chart. I keep looking at I want to see, bro, this yield curve. I think Powell's kind of doing it, man. But everything, you have a lot above 5% today. The yield curve is uninverting a little bit, yeah, but like 0.5 today. But it's getting back to the previous October peak when we did the first little aggressive uninversion and then a little bit below the peak there. But it's about to break out. Pretty much a yield curve will be at a one-year high of uninversion, essentially. And the most uninverted since 12 months ago. ABT curling market a little lower. It's kind of picking up. And now we have earnings, man. So let's see. The curve starts uninverted. Yeah. Well, it has to really uninvert, but even in the process, pain does get caused if it happens like this. And there it goes. I mean, circuit breakers, not unless there's banks blowing up or that situation in the Middle East gets a lot worse. I don't think you're going to worry about that just yet. Yeah, they gave bad guidance. UAL warned on Israel. They literally did not hesitate to take the opportunity. They're like, Israel is going to lower our sales now, unfortunately. I think oil, did Husa come down? Fiber, SPY going low. You're now what? Almost 5 points down from the last parachute level, but it hasn't gone too crazy. Airbnb didn't say anything, but all the travel plays got hit. Volume 64 million. Pretty high. Let's see. June. Wouldn't things be popping if Israel and be good for the economy in an effed up way? Not if it affects oil. That's it. It just, unfortunately, you don't get a bad Israel situation with oil calm. That's just, again, that's why I made the video yesterday. If you go look at the Persian Gulf. If you're not familiar, the Arabian Gulf, the Persian Gulf, that whole area and the 100 years of history behind it. Just unfortunately, if that gets tied up, I think at borderline, 40% between Russia and the Persian Gulf, if we have an issue with Israel, and, the Persian Gulf gets involved in the energy, 40% of the world's oil supply has just got knocked out. And then who knows if America will be down to drill or not. I think they would be, but we'll see. But that's the reason why. I think manufacturing would do good in a war, and you would have things like Boeing and airlines and all that. But for the most part, it's not like it's not really what's the word? It's not. I think it wouldn't outweigh the possibility of $200 oil or anything crazier. And then bonds are coming down from the bond. This is the weirdest part of the day. Hold on. You're getting a couple of earnings moves. Equities are still selling off, my brethren. So keep that in mind. So again, 4317. The level was 4324. Let's compare to where we've been at here. So this is the low of Friday. And then you went as low as 4311. I think that's the lowest you've been here. In the last 20 days, you were 100 points lower, so we'll see what other things that could do. Let's see, it's power hour. You could sell your puts now. I'm looking at the Netflix option chain right now. To insha or to not insha. It's pricing in 8. Literally, Netflix is pricing in double of Tesla, which is really, really awkward. Because usually Tesla prices a lot and then doesn't move. But Netflix is just always priced 8 to 10. I have shares in NFL. I have shares in NFLX. Netflix, I do. I'm down on them by a shit ton. This was an old flip from a couple months ago that turned into, what's it called? The House of Usher. If you've seen that on Netflix. But I'm deciding on whether to double down and ride it for earnings or to either try to finesse it with a put or call strategy or walk away and just, take my loss and be a happy camper with the rest of the money. So we'll see. Tax loss. Well, I'm good already. If anything, I could use some gains, but it's not like I could avoid it. It'd be better than not. The question is, I think it's really with Netflix. Do I think Netflix could go up or not? I do, but I also think if they want to go down now with everybody else, again, even like some people have not hesitated to use this quarter to even guide down a little bit. So that would be your worry. And then they usually never come in with good guidance. They usually sandbag. Meta investor sue over data scandal revived by appeals court. We're getting ripped apart. I think global tensions in bonds. And again, the bonds just as data came in overseas, there was inflation data. There was even housing data too. But for the most part, I just think that mixed in with the not the hottest earnings, it's not really hitting. The bonds, it's supply and quantitative tightening, I would argue. 50% in the potential SPY downside. the SPY is already, I mean, if you go look at the equal way, it's already clapped. But I think really the test is going to be, you know, do these high flyers hold up? Like Netflix is the first one that's trading below the tech index, but it's still double the S&P. So and same thing with Tesla. I think Tesla's up over 40, 50%, maybe more. So there's a lot of names that are still like holding. So I just think individually for earnings, you just take on a different risk playing those. Scientifically proven you catch more fish while listening to this stream. I will have to put it to the test. I don't know. We got Matt. Matty might be able to confirm that. Hey, man, you out here fishing, bro? So much bond. You're saying the Treasury is issuing too much debt. Yes, while at the same time, the Fed is not buying as much debt. So they're issuing more. We've been knowing that. But then at the same time, the QT in the midst of high rates and people wanting to buy it, and then the recent blowout we've seen, I think it's just leading to just more supply and less buyers, less real buyers and less Fed buyers. America does have a debt problem. Well, if the Fed's not buying it all, I mean, that could contribute to it. But even in, you know, people were buying the bonds recently because they all thought it wouldn't go that high. But then all of a sudden they're buying it, or they're not buying it because it got blown out. So that's pretty much the issue. Harker, is he live? I couldn't find the first two today. Oh, you got it? Nice. Thank you. Register now. First name, Joshua Answar. Company, youtube.com/job title. No, / stock market. Job title, I'm putting in job title. Do you have any diet? What the fuck? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I don't know if we could listen in. Yeah, it's asking about my dietary restriction. I've never registered for a Zoom, and they asked me about my dietary restrictions. Okay, submit. Yeah, you can't watch it live through that event. Bro, I'm telling you, in the last week, every Fed meeting has just been low-key, like, private. Let me see if I could get this, though. Or Fed Harker. Yeah, Fed Harker said something in the morning too, but yeah, you might be behind on that. UK encourages citizens in Lebanon to leave now. They're trying to sell subscriptions. Well, I mean, maybe they're just going back to the days where the Fed don't let you listen. That's what I remember they were talking. They kept talking about it. They're like, you remember when we wouldn't even do a fucking meeting? we wouldn't even tell you guys what was going on. 4316 is the low. You're coming back down, though, so every little bounce there did not do good. The low on T-Row today lost 56 in assets under management, 1.4 trill down to 135. I didn't hear about that, but biggest ones for me were Citizens and Ally. They both did bad. I think Citizens lost deposits, not even assets. Like it just straight deposit outflows, and I think even Ally too, loan losses and deposits went down. Mm. 4318. We'll see if it holds. And then I haven't got a Harker comment. I don't think we're going to be able to listen, though. Let's see. Okay. We got 45 minutes. Not bad. SPY a little off the bottom. I think at this point, you suit up for earnings now. You're either going to flush the 20 points or we're going to close at one of the parachute levels. I say you either close below the 4,300 or at the week's lows, or we're going to get up through there. But 45 minutes, I mean, this is the final stretch. Oil still holding the gain, but it did come down recently. I think we've heard a lot, even Lebanon stuff today, and the back and forth. But oil, that first headline in the morning got everybody going. Humble announces $22 million debt retirement. UCO, you can. I mean, I didn't realize my Husa play came up like it did. I think it ended up dropping a little bit, but yeah, I was down with that. I totally forgot I was in that, but this one with energy and oil, I have that one, and then Oxy. But I was debating. It's either I go for earnings plays or you kind of gamble on earnings or gamble on oil after it's up. Because you got to realize oil was up a lot today. It still is. Even then, if oil kind of comes back here, like you could take if you're doing futures, anything else, you could take a pretty decent loss. So oil's like elevated, but then it's still cheap if we're about to get into a big problem. But you see how kind of slow things are going. Ironically enough, since October 6th, oil has only gone, it like went down and then up because we are also dealing with the economic problems. Again, the bonds and all that. In a weird way, it kind of just overshadowed what we were dealing with. Remember, oil was running up, and then people got worried, and then oil just started dropping randomly as economies were freaking out to rates, and then you had an issue with Israel that now started up the whole oil thing. Only thing that didn't go up was bonds. $10.20, you gonna get some sleep? Yeah, baby. You in Kenya. You literally are in Kenya. Enjoy it, man. Enjoy it. Get a good rest. I don't know how. I hope the food's been good. Just relax, man. Don't worry about Tesla earnings here in the States. It'll be fine. Netflix and Tesla, they report before 3:15. I don't know. They come out at different times. Usually Netflix, I think, is like 5 minutes after. Let me see. Event calendar. Netflix. Netflix is at the bell. And then Tesla 4:30. That's what YouTube Chad says. Mr. Malone. Yeah. I see 5:30. That's for the call. 10-year is moving back up. Again, we had a pop from I think the pop on the bonds was just because it wasn't bad, and then you still faded that, but I don't know, man. The last 5 days here of bonds have been gapping down every single day. The Fed speakers, they talked today, but they didn't really say anything that moved us. And then we have 40 minutes left. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning, good evening, good night. Get ready for earnings. We got Tesla and Netflix after the bell. We're going to be here. Welcome to earnings season and global conflict.
To approach the market right now and where yields currently are is really through kind of a barbelled approach. So some exposure to those really elevated, attractive, and productive yields that you see in the front end of the curve. That's producing some of the highest income levels that we have seen in, call it, 16 or 17 years. So that's very impactful for portfolio returns. Also, combining that with some exposure out longer as well, that would not only is it generating some very attractive yields, but would benefit from declining interest rates if activity slows. Typically, you see yields fall in that context. That would generate positive price performance on top of that. I will say that the front end of the municipal curve is slightly expensive right now, or you could say very expensive. So for some portfolios, actually in the very shortest regions of the curve, like in the first year or so, treasuries may actually make more sense than municipals, but municipals become much more attractive on a relative basis as you do move out the curve from there.
All right, Chip, great stuff. Chip Huey there, Managing Director of Fixed Income over at Truist, here for our Muni Moment on this Wednesday afternoon as we round out into the final 30 minutes or so of trading. Stick with us. Full coverage coming up here on The Close on Bloomberg.
Brought to you by Tesla. Good music, good music. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Yelling in the bond market. I could fund 2 wars, no problem. Yeah, she really about that life. She really about that life. My goodness. So, Chad, earnings. What's NYPD? There's an insurrection happening on Capitol Hill. Oh. Usually we get like one of those Twitter notifications from the Capitol Police, but I wasn't surprised the way things are developing. Everybody, everywhere. I think that was older. Rep Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted this 24 minutes. This is what you're talking about? You have a person in the government posted this? Literally, there's an insurrection happening. I'm like, why? Where did we get the words insurrection? But I think it's from the tweet, man. TLT is trending. Oh, my goodness. NYPD reiterates there is no specific credible threat to New York City. Where were you the night of January 6th? I was on stream. I promise. I was live on stream. It looked like it was a weird Call of Duty ad, but I realized what was going on. That was still crazy. Y'all don't remember. We witnessed that live. Before they did any like prosecution, before it became a big deal, bro, we were watching it live, just like what? Did this really just happen? Is this happening right now? That was a very crazy day. Live, indirect. All right, hold on. That last bathroom break, I only grabbed the water. I didn't even go pee. Please hold.
Really shocking stats in this piece on the terminal and on the web. Average monthly payments for childcare in September were 32% higher than the 2019 annual average. That's according to Bank of America's Institute. So really, childcare. I mean, you think about all the other costs that we talk about when it comes to rent and food. This is one of them.
Yeah, it's a huge issue, and it's something that I don't think anyone has ever really addressed, at least in mass. So we talk about this idea as that continues to go up. Of course, the more you spend on that, at some point, of course, that in theory, that's going to take money away from discretionary items that might have actually been maybe a little bit more of a boost to the economy.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that's an essential. You think about what you can't necessarily stop paying for childcare.
It depends on the parent, but yes, I feel it.
Energy, et cetera. And when we were talking about how costs are set to climb, you consider the fact that an estimated 70,000 centers are likely to close now that $24 billion in government aid has dried up, and these costs could only rise.
I think the sad thing about this is we've been talking about this my entire lifetime, and probably in the lifetimes of the people who came before me. I mean, we've heard this from economists. I know Claudia Golden was on the show last week, and people like Emily Oster. I mean, they've all pointed to this idea that child care and just family care overall is a huge component of creating economic stability.
All right, now we good. Now we good, baby. Dude, no caffeine, bro. I drink a lot more water. That's the thing. Make it stop. All right. So, Chad, 34 minutes remaining. You're still, every single one of these baby pops at the bottom now, pointing down. Oil's still the same. I do want to, I'm assuming the dollar's still up, but bonds have not moved since the auction. Honestly, the dollar hasn't either. If anything, this is kind of earnings and equity. You didn't really miss much. This was just the most of the action was literally in the first hour of the day. I'm telling you, by the time Joe Biden was done speaking, that's what this was all here. This was like Joe Biden done speaking. You went down, no other updates. You popped and then sold off, but it really wasn't like anything else like too crazy again. And there was even some kind of weak earnings in the morning too as well. Hi, Josh. What's up, Darth Rib? How you living, baby? What's up, Mr. 42? Welcome to earnings. Circuit breaker on 7. Today's day, I mean, there's days, remember earlier, we were down like 1.5 off the opening, so this isn't that bad, but the fact is, I mean, how many days now have you not had any clarity on getting out of here? And unfortunately, even though you got like higher highs here, I mean, if we start to set lower lows, I mean, your downtrend, even from the beginning of August, is still in play. I mean, for the most part, that's the only downside here. And now you have earnings and you're hitting another low right there, 4315. Again, 4311. Missed the channel, missed the show. Either way, baby, you here. So good evening. Good morning, actually. It's still early. I forgot. SQQ on the high. Dollar was already up in the morning, but none of these are as crazy. The bonds are the crazy one. Every day, all day of this week. Every day of this week. But dollar, now he's just kind of being weird. Bears in control. I love you too. God bless you. I hope your day is good. I hope you're ready, baby. I hope you're ready. Yeah, bro, that's crazy. We're going to have Netflix and Tesla, and then Intel, and then you have to do 2 days of Israel headlines, depending on what happens. I guess Lam Research today to Discover. Oh, no, TSM. What am I saying with Intel? October rally thrown out the window. Oh, no, not at all. You have to realize this was the beginning of October. So we're still up on it on October, but also like last 2-3 months, the final move has happened in like the last couple of days. So unfortunately, this is moving slow enough where it's keeping everybody on the boat. I hope you guys realize that. So Bulls and Bears, you got everybody in now, whether you're going for seasonality, whether you're going for earnings or not. Like, you kind of got everybody in the same boat, because October is still green if you set up for that at the beginning of the month. Only on the S&P too. Like, again, depending on what you played individually, that could have played out a lot more different. So hopefully you keep that in mind when you're trying to figure it all out. But I do think October rally is still in play, but it's also, just like when we sold off, you're a couple down days, couple of bad news away from just hitting back to another level and giving up and continuing to a big downtrend from August. The whole 330. I mean, I don't know. I think if you break below 4,200 and below, it's not a good sign, but that's kind of been the level we've been eyeing from the beginning. Remember, this was the first high of the year. At one point, this was crazy. I don't know if you guys remember that. Going to 417 was insane from how soon we were at 3,500. And then at one point, 417 became nothing because we went to 4,600. So, I don't know, man. I think this is kind of the line in the sand. And we still haven't gotten there on the way down. And then 38 minutes remaining. Israeli Broadcasting Corporation. The army is preparing to launch a ground operation into the Gaza Strip. So Tyler was ahead of that. He was right. I'm getting one right now from the Israeli Broadcasting Corps, Sky News Arabia. Not again. I think that's the confirmation. So you heard it here. Chad, Tyler posted it earlier. And like I said, I didn't hear about it anywhere. He said some guy gets it early, but this one's an hour ago then I don't think this one's related, but I'm getting one here. House China panel query Sequoia Chinese tech investments. One, Meta platforms testing ability for pages to create broadcast channels and expect to roll it out in coming weeks. LABD on the high. Let me see. Yeah, Outlook. Again, Outlook has no news. It's just people bidding it up with all the other biotechs and then getting ready for that FDA meeting thing. Where is it? On UAL, no. I mean, I'm either going to hold it or sell it, but I'm leaning towards sell it. That one developed really bad here at the end. So I'm going to take a 2K loss on that one too. I'm telling you, man, some of these, even on the share. That one I went a lot bigger, though, on the shares. So I deserve that one. But even then, that's a 9% move overnight. So like I'm saying, some of these moves on these names have been wicked just in 1 or 2 days. And then even from the last quarter. So you're either up 5% or down 20 or following in line with down 4 on the SPY. Like coming into earnings, I feel like a lot of names are either down 20 at the SPY, down 4, or you're up like about 5% and outperformed. Anything crazy? Yes and no. I mean, in the morning, I think it was the craziest. Part of it was the Iran comments towards Israel oil. And then throughout the day, just not good earnings. And then I think a lot of people getting ready for what is going to happen in Israel, as well as asking what the hell is going on, because there were still a lot of conflicting reports today. Again, Biden is in Israel. He made a statement unequivocally supporting Israel. So you had all those factors, but besides, and then throw in the potential earnings, and there was bad earnings in the mix. That was the day, baby. It looks, I don't know, I feel like it looks more dramatic, but I don't know if you guys got to get here in the morning, because the last, 3 days of morning headlines, it's been insane. I feel like I'm reading way, way more news. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see. Kanye missing from the poll. $24 but yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna just stay within our range for now. I think today is, you got to start thinking earnings plays. That's what I'm doing. So I'm not playing Tesla, Netflix. I have to take the loss on UAL if I want to hold Netflix, because I just don't want, those two are going to be too big. Otherwise, or I could just take the loss on both of them, go home a loser. Again, learn the lesson of not fucking holding cash. Or I don't know, I'm kind of leaning towards Netflix though, unfortunately. No, UAL, I think I'm going to ditch UAL. Call that one a day. Still give it till end of the day, though. It was pretty chill till here. It was still bad, but that extra $1 or $2 just added some to it. I do think it could bounce, but then before I know it, if I do want to play on that theory, I'm going to end up holding all of these. That's the only issue. I'm thinking up for Netflix, just because it's been down so much at this point. So, but then again, it's awkwardly higher than the S&P. So it could drop 10% today, which is priced in, and it would be worth more, or it would be equivalent to the S&P 500. Your sanity is worth more than the greater loss. Oh, then we good. Then run it. I could take the greater loss, but I don't want to make a decision of getting into too many plays and then playing too much. Like, realistically, that's all. I mean, I don't mind if it goes down, but I obviously do mind in that sense of where I don't want to keep doing that. But if I have to do 5 of them at a row, I want to wait a little bit. But at the same time, no, I'm chill with it. I want to make a good move. But right now, dude, the last 3 months you've not had a reward, in the sense of, like I'm saying, quick rewards. But dude, one bad earnings, one bad move off of the news here. If you can't get on them, it'll put you in a difficult spot. So even the UAL, they were down 20%, 30%. They're down another 9% today. So if you remember the awkward part I was telling you yesterday, though, I thought it could go as low as 32. So I thought the risk was $7 a share, but it went down 4. But then, like I'm saying, they were all this quarter. You're not even if you do bad into this guide down. I mean, that first message isn't good. But then again, they did link into Israel. I'm ready to relax and play some 2K on this wild day. I'm down, bro. I'm down. I didn't get to play yesterday. I was kind of mad about that, but my girlfriend was happy. My girlfriend came over. I hung out with her instead of 2K. And I was just real quick, I was like, can we play one-on-one? She said, what? I tried to get her to play 2K. Am I going to get GTA 6? I feel like out of sheer principle. Yeah, you have to get GTA 6. But like, nah. I don't know. I don't even, when does it come out? We should buy Take Two though. My goodness. Is it Take Two, Rockstar, right? Nothing with Meta. I mean, everything just flipped if you haven't noticed. I mean, everything, right? You're going into the low again, 20 minutes left, and you are hitting 43.15, 43.11. That was just the other day right here, last Friday. So you were here. I mean, it's not like too new to you in the awkwardest way. You just, remember, yesterday you were hitting a new high on the week, and now you're going to hit a weekly low. So literally in this week, you're going to hit a new high and a new low of the last like 2 weeks or so, or 20 days, until we get into the 4200s or the below sub 4300. 4314. My spot call. No. I'm also thinking oil too. So like the only thing, oil, you're just going to watch out for the one headline that's going to bring it down. I'm surprised the Venezuela stuff. I think we dropped since then, but it's still actually elevated. I think you dropped on that here, but you're kind of chilling. Oh, we are going to see. And then Tesla, I mean, you guys want me to ask you guys? Are you guys going to do Tesla? Tesla, I'm very happy not playing that one. But then again, Tesla is the one pricing in the least out of the mega tech here. Or just to start. And it's early too. So that's also another reason why, if you want to defer on any of these plays, don't forget you're going to have, you're going to still have Amazon, Apple, Meta, and everything else in between. So we'll see. And then SPX 43.13. You're going lower once again. So 2 points away from the other week, last Friday's level. And then we'll see. You might get a little weird bounce, but that's, at the end of the day, today's done, bro. That's it. The question really is, do you close above 4,300 or not? If you're lucky, we're going to close at this level. You still have time for that. Honestly, there's a lot of time, but for the most part, it's below 4,300 or not. We've gone below 4,300, but when you close below that, it's usually been pretty ugly. And I think that was this day. We opened above it. We opened below it, closed above it. Earnings plays, I think I'm going to be in Netflix. It's going to be a lot of risk there, but I think I'm going to ride it out. Them, and then Tesla, I'm ignoring. I may be TSM. That's another one on the list. But I think we're going to ride with Netflix, and then, yeah, I don't know, but Netflix is scary. So, I don't know. If you, it's a tough one because you're already in a position where you're down, but it's still like you got to really, really make your mind up on it because there's still at least another 10% of downside easily. I think this thing goes 300 and then everybody calls for like sub 300. Maybe it goes lower and then that's it.
Order filled. Order filled.
New low of the day. It's picking up.
Order filled. Order filled.
A little bit more active here. I wouldn't say unusual because it is the end of the day, but once again, bonds and dollars are checked out of this so far. The last hour, both of those have been out. You're flushing now. 43.06. New low of the week, my friends. Hot dog. So now you have closed even below that other Friday. So 2 Fridays, the low of last Friday taken out, and then even where you closed the Friday before that, you are now below that. So watch for 4,300 or not closing. I do think that is going to be the answer there. Or give you an idea. And remember, I mean, things could still change after the bell. TSM started to move, so keep in mind there's a couple of earnings plays. That candle getting bigger. Hot dog. Again, candle got bigger. That went from 4,312 to 4,305. 8 points in one candle there at that low. You got a couple of support. I mean, right here. We're just right here. You could go to like 4,303. It's all going to be around 4,300. Then like 4,285, 4,284. And then you're just right back to the 4,300. Start going 25 points at a time to the next level. Google down. I haven't seen them yet, actually, and they've been outperformer. You're going to get a little green cheek lay there, but see if it actually, like, you don't want these. So, again, every flush today, we were waiting for the flush and pop like this. That was at the bond auction, but other than that, every single red candle, just you have to make it go up. I'm in Netflix. I'm in an old Netflix play. I'm down on it a lot. I'm already down 20%. It's today. I thought it was down 6,000. I'm now down 7,000. So a lot changes in 7 hours. About $100 an hour in that case. But I'm going to be riding that through. So if I lose on it, I'm probably going to be down 14,000. And then if I'm good on it, I'm going to make my money back. And then say inshallah. So that's the only thing I'm going to be doing. I made a VKTX play. I'm actually down, I think, like 4 cents a share on that after the average down. And that's about it. I don't know. I think Netflix, I don't think so. I think if Netflix is bad, I don't think the whole market is clapped, as weird as it sounds. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it was straight up, like, if it was Netflix and Tesla bad, I still think we could do good. If, again, Meta, Amazon, Google, we wouldn't like it for a little bit with this type of market, but I don't think it's going to guarantee it all. But if the trend is guide down and miss, then yeah. He's close. We got 12 minutes. Get ready. 10-minute rigged in 2. You're still going down. Another new low. 43.04, 24.01, 43.03.88. 88, can't get 88, looking for 87, can we get 87, looking for 87, 86, 86, got 43.04, 01, 01, 01, 08, we're looking for 08, 43.04, 08, going for 43.03.88, we're getting 43.03, 96, and there you go, got a new low at 43.03.87, now 84, looking for 80 out there, can we get a flat, looking for a flush straight down to 4,300, got 43.03.84, now back down on 43.04.31, and then you're making a little bit move up, the low ticker still active, the low of the day is still at 43.03.84, let's see what we got here, like the video, and thank you very much. Woo! Sold. But yeah, no, like literally, that's huge. Just from this candle here is actually kind of wicked. That's 15 points in like 6 minutes, and eight of them were in one minute. So again, see if you get that bounce or not. Dollar bonds have not participated on this rally at all. LNG, let's see, energy one more time. Apple. They can't beat a big guy down. Who? There's so many, dude. It's weird. It doesn't. UAL kind of made things messy. You have to realize UAL did good last earnings, then they guided down like middle of the quarter, and then all the analysts guided them down, and then they guide down, and then they report at the lowest guide down or like in between, and now it's just like you still got shattered off of it. They were only pricing in 4 too. So in a weird way, UAL was a 2 standard deviation move already. Very interesting day, and it's not over. Again, wait till after the bell. Wait till Netflix.
Order filled.
We're going to see what's going on. I feel like Netflix is going to be fun, though. I feel like Netflix, I'll say it now, regardless of the earnings, I don't know how they're going to come out, but I feel like it's shaping up for a gigantic move, and then it's going to reverse it all by the morning. I don't know why I get that. It reminds me of Amazon in March of 2023 this year. No matter what, I feel like it's still going to have those vibes. I think you're going to get like a giant pop and be like, yeah, then it's going to sell the fuck off, and then vice versa. If it has like a giant 10% sell off on first candle, I feel like it's just going to go up. Well, we'll see. Impatient covered half of it. Amen. Market on close, boys. Oh, we still got time. Still a little bit more. Again, wait till final 5. That was the 10-minute rig there. Dollar and UUP is screwed. It could be worse. I don't know if it's that bad. As weird as that may sound. You had way bigger days here, but it's not good. Today wasn't good, but in a weird way, it wasn't like those other days. It was just a mix of this week. We're still within the range, but it felt like yesterday. But yesterday, you felt the strength. Like right off of the morning, we were saying that. It feels like yesterday, just not strong. You just didn't watch the high activity. You didn't have as good of earnings, and then the bonds once again, and then the conflict. It just all kind of compounded into this, but it kind of is, I don't want to say natural at all, but it's relative. This has been kind of calmness relative to the last 2 weeks. I think the biggest down day of the year was in September. Well, remember, we're just halfway through October right now? All right, man, get ready. You got 3 more minutes. Or 2 more minutes till final 5. Bro, I don't know. The low ticker is getting, again, like we were saying compared to yesterday, very, very active here into the close. 1.7 on the NASDAQ, 1.4 on the SPY, and then Dow Jones is down 1.0. My goodness. All righty. 4310. You hit the low at 4303. I think you did the same shit last time, no? Yeah, 4308 was the close of 2 Fridays, but 4303, I feel like we danced around there and topped out there at once before making those legs up. Interesting. But right back to that low. NQ got back. Remember, somebody said it here earlier when NQ was hitting low. Open up the range, undo the jobs report. I forgot there was a lot of data. Last week was CPI even. Again, last Thursday was CPI. Week before that was jobs. So that is a crazy context to tie it all back into. And then final 5 in 30 minutes. But so all these levels I've been showing you here. And again, just how the market moved. It's not really, it's much about the levels, but hopefully you are watching the actual movement. But, last week I forgot jobs reports, CPI, and then we got this. Oh, wow, no way. I forgot, final 5. You know what that means. I say 30 minutes, 30 seconds. I don't know. My bad. But listen, bro, the new guy is about to get you. You got like 6 minutes, so you scared me. I'm ahead of time. Don't worry. No, you guys are making me think it's like right around the corner, but I'll give you the warning anyways right now. But when you hear me say earmuffs, the new guy is going to come on, and he gets really loud in here, Chad. So I just want to give you a warning. We want to make sure you have like the best viewer experience. You know, some people say it gets loud in here, so we give you an earmuff warning to know when to mute, just because we don't want your eardrums to bleed or have just an annoying experience. You know, I don't want to upset your soul. And like we said, you know, it's very easy to, you know, you don't want to awake the baby back bitch inside of you, and I understand. So I don't want to make any baby back bitch flare-ups occur. So like I'm saying, if you hear the words earmuffs, that is your sign to mute your speakers, because it gets really, really loud in here. You know what I'm saying? It gets really, really loud in here. So yeah, listener discretion is advised, as they say. But don't worry, you got like a minute or two. I'll let you know. But I'm just giving you the mute responsibly. Amen. Wow, I love it. Mute responsibly. Tell them the video pop, everything getting their little end of the day earnings pop. That's like when they offer you like $1 for spending $50,000. That's what that feels like. This feels like a bullshit credit card promotion. SPY sells off for 7 hours in a row. You get like 5 minutes of going up, like a tenth of what went down. And then you're like, whoa, earn it. So let's see, man. Let's see. The new guy isn't that new. You don't really? Okay, you trying to promote him? All right, Chad. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for earmuffs, okay? So please, just mute your speakers right now. Earmuffs. It's time. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Earmuffs. I love you too, Tony. God bless you. But put on your earmuffs. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 to 7 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 78 degrees and sunny, looking like a beautiful day, unless you thought global tensions would smack you around out of nowhere with no rhyme or reason, and it all being on randomness. So besides that, the good news is that we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cold Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. And whoa. Okay, hold on. You got 30 seconds until the 1 minute. But, Rite Aid is getting clapped. They covered my covered calls now. So that's it. I got to realize it. I think it was like 15 grand realized now. And then I have the 40 on the shares. But so there you go. But now we're going to use that that'll see when we work that into the taxes here. You'll see what I'm talking about at the end of the year. But Rite Aid's getting killed. But that covered call play is now done. Oh, wait. 30 seconds! Oh, I totally forgot. I'm surprised at Phil. I was typing out a stream alert. I totally blanked right there, man. My bad. I totally forgot. The timing of it, baby. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I could say a lot to you. I tell you every single day, man, you got to bring it home. You got to bring it home right now. You only have 10 seconds. Finalize it. Earnings, Tesla, Netflix, speak now, or forever hold your peace, my brother. Get ready. That's it. 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go, baby. Wow. Chatadonia, we did it, we made it. You already got Netflix numbers. I think Netflix is already out. What the hell is this? Hold on. Oh, I need a GG, but let me get this for you.
We made it in deep bitches hating.
Oh, drop them. Netflix is already out.
We did it, we made it in deep bitches hating. The haters complain about creators creating. Did it, we made it in.
All right, hold on. No, you're going to get this. GG, baby. You already got it out here. Netflix free cash flow forecast $6.5 billion from $5 billion. Netflix is not changing the price of ad-supported plan. They plan to immediately raise price of basic to $11.99 from $9.99. Hollywood strike results in 23 content spend of $13 billion, lower than forecast. They raised the price of basic and premium in U.S. and U.K. and France. Password sharing limits rolled out in every region. Cancellation reaction lower than expected. Third quarter free cash flow $1.98 billion. Operating margin 22.4. That was 0.2 higher. And they ended with 247 million customers. How many paid ads? 8.76 million. Let me get the guidance numbers up here. They did good. It seems like it. So it's barely up though. That's why. But they spent less. They're raising prices, but not on everything and not on ad tier. And then free cash flow forecast increased by like 20%. So it wasn't, could have been fucking awful, dude. We'll take it for now. But remember what I told you in the beginning. There is a good chance we get a rocket and then sell it the hell out. So watch out for that. Price increase was $9.99 to $11.99, $2. Times that by what? 247 million paid members. I don't know how many are on basic or not, but you could do the math. So again, I think free cash flow. We need their guidance. We need fourth quarter guidance, and then users was like 8.7. You can paid memberships. Wait, paid net ad guidance was whoa. No way. Hold on. Bro, if they did 8 million again, global paid net additions 8.7. Yo, what? No, dude, Netflix killed it. So total US, then I forgot Tesla. They're actually not moving as much. Adjusted EPS 66 cents, estimate 74 cents. Tesla I keep calling it three quarter. Cash flow 848, estimate was 2.59 billion. Third quarter revenue 23.4, estimate was 24 billion. Cybertruck deliveries on track for later this year. Yeah, Tesla looks like they missed. Again, Netflix is up a decent amount, but it's moving way less than priced in. But I think they killed it. Again, I think their guidance here, I don't know, but it's showing me 5 million was expected. They did 8.5, and then they cut their, free cash flow up, cut expenses, and then, margin even beat, and everybody was worried about the margin when it was at 420. Who's buying Netflix? Apparently 3 million more people than we thought last month. And last month it was another 4 million or something that we previously thought. So I don't know, man. I'm not going to act and tell you I know, but somehow I'm kind of even shocked a little bit, but somehow an additional 3 million people paid for Netflix this quarter. About 1 million a month at this point. So that is why. And then Tesla's going down. Again, I think Tesla was bad. They're already down a lot, but their earnings reaction don't look the same. I'm trying to see again. Netflix third quarter I don't know if the guidance is out. We might have to wait for Netflix guidance. So none of this says fourth quarter. That's why Netflix isn't rocketing right now. It is up a lot, but the other 5% is on guidance. You get it? So literally, it's up right now. If that fourth quarter guidance comes in awful, it's going back to break even, which is awful. And then if that guidance is good, you go up another, $17? It'll be at you'll still be below 400 until tomorrow, probably. So you still need that. Otherwise, they did good. Again, everything beat on Netflix. Even users smashed it out of the park. I don't know how. Again, like I'm with some of you who are saying how did they do it, but they apparently had 3 million more. So I want to get out of it, but I'm gonna wait now. It's good. No, I mean at this point, I've already held through these prices to the downside. I mean right now it's working in our favor, but we do need it to. You need that guidance to confirm, but I mean, I haven't seen a bad quarter out of them yet. Sadly, again, I know people get offended by that, but it's good for now, man. I'll take it. Again, 3 million subscriber beat, free cash flow up by 1.5 billion, lowering spend. I mean, they did good. Again, I think the EPS guidance for next quarter, that's going to be the real kicker right there. And they said less people canceled than expected after the password rollout. So they forecasted a number of cancellations, and then that's it. Disney could be a sympathy, but Netflix isn't over. It could still die, or it could still run up another $20. So that's all. Again, fourth quarter numbers are not out yet, any of their guidance, but they beat this quarter. This is it's a solid beat. I mean, again, I think I'm kind of shocked myself, but there is a catch. The catch is guidance, so maybe they want to sandbag it, and we'll see what's up. And then Tesla was just bad, I think. Just overall, I think they missed. Free cash flow came in substantially lower, and then small revenue miss. Everyone who was password sharing. Oh, yeah, huh? Maybe that's the 3 million people. So again, EPS on Netflix, 373. Estimate was 356. Revenue, 8.54. Estimate, 853. Paid net change, 8.76. Bloomberg had them at 6.2. FactSet had them at 5.6 million. So they either beat by 1.5 to 3 million subscribers, depending on your metric. Q4 EPS. Oh, wait, no, they have this. 215. Estimate, 217. So they gave Q4 EPS, but that was slightly below the Bloomberg number. And then starting Wednesday, they're adjusting the price in the U.S., U.K., and France. And then free cash flow was 6.5. Previously saw 5 billion. Estimate was 5.27. Las Vegas Sands stock buyback. Oh yeah, damn. LVS is running, and then Tesla's came up. It's still kind of in the gutter. Their earnings wasn't as good, but if they could get up out of there, again, they said Cybertruck this year. If people really want to buy on that, I think that could be decent. So Netflix for France pricing ads, premium plans, $5.99, $10.99, $13, and $19.99, all in euros. September, Netflix had board increased share repurchase authorization for additional $10 billion on top of $1 billion remaining under prior. Netflix tended. You got a headline of that? I don't know if this is new or if this was just hidden and the algos are slow. I'm seeing $10 billion off. It's not as big as like Facebook and all that, but $10 billion authorization on top of the additional $1 billion remaining. And then in quarter three, ads membership increased nearly 70% quarter over quarter. Wow. You don't see that? All right, then I don't know if it's old or it could have been embedded in there. But I think $10 billion buyback on young Netflix. Let me see. Where's the Netflix YouTube channel, bro?
Do you hear that?
No.
That.
Oh. There it is. Yeah, they haven't posted the call yet.
Hello, and welcome to
Shut
Netflix.
up. Sorry. They post the conference call on their YouTube. People love woke ass movies. I don't know. I don't think Netflix is kind of perplexing. I don't know. Whatever they did this quarter, this year, I think they struggled on content, but I think some of their business changes hooked them up. And then there's Tesla headlines again. Honestly, Tesla doesn't look as exciting, but Cybertruck deliveries on track for this year. For 23 for Tesla, we expect to remain ahead of the long-term 50% CAGR with around 1.8 million vehicles sold on the year. Tesla during the quarter brought down several production lines for upgrades at various factories, which led sequential decline in production volumes. They continue to work to reduce average vehicle costs further. Do not expect a meaningful increase in weekly production rate at Shanghai. During quarter, brought down several production lines for upgrades at various factories, which led to a sequential decline in production volumes. When does it come out? I don't know when the Netflix one comes out, but I think that's it for now. I'm trying to see if there's anything else, but yeah, man. I might come out, I think, in like what, an hour? Unfortunately, I think for Netflix, you might have to wait. So again, they have 6 o'clock. What the hell? Boo. There's no way. Oh, no, that's at 3 my time. Okay, I'm on the East. I'm like, what the hell? So, yeah, Netflix, you're going to get... They gave fourth quarter EPS, but we don't know anything else besides that. But that's going to be in another hour. Tesla's kind of going up. Netflix did good. Again, we're waiting to see if any surprises on the call. Tesla wasn't the best, but maybe people get excited about the Cybertruck. And I think it's there, baby. I think it's there. You let me know, man. You let me know. You want to hear about the Book of John tomorrow? Man, calm down. But, hey, God willing, we'll see. But I'm going to leave it for a little bit. Don't worry. Let me give you some time. I'll let you guys relax here for a little bit. Let me get you some Uncle. Let me get you your boy, too. Zion clapped. I thought, where's Uncle? Where's Josh Answers? There you go.
Angel on the track.
Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Told her, why they driving in the slow lane if they ain't going slow, man? I used to say the same thing when they was slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia tryna pass me, thinking Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just tryna make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading up my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster. Hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I let everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Loading in my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. Loaning on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A previous one that let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my head like a bird.
Alright, man, so I don't know, unless you want to, I'm not gonna wait for the call. I gotta poop and stuff.
They said they went an hour.
Y'all better
to charge.
get ready for the pregame, dog. You got cold real estate after the bell. Oh yeah, at 2, baby. It's Wednesday. Yeah. That's it. Thank you for being here.
It's a call, baby.
Bro, I love y'all.
Yeah, Boston Cribs, they said a crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math. I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm full with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it. Stop rotation. Price is going up, but that ego up, so got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time to waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with deposits, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favor. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop the thought of faking, thought I told you when I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say they can't do it how I done it. They still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I saw the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love the spin. They love the rest, love photo hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim the shit, I called that. I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. Still leaving rich.
Chad, that's it, bro. That's it. I got to take a dump now, man. We went through earnings. We're going to have the other ones this week. This is still the light section of all of it. You got co-real estate, baby, right around the corner, man, just 45 minutes away. So hopefully we see you there. But that is the evening. That is the day. I'll see you on the watch list. For real, thank you all for being here again. We didn't feel the need to go members only or not. And again, I respect that. And I respect you guys. And thank you for respecting others in here. And if you have any respect, man, let it be shown. And like, for real, I salute and applaud all of you who have engaged in discussions today that have just been good. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad that you held to your own opinion. I applaud you even more if you encouraged others to think, and in the way you communicated, you were able to lead them into truth instead of leading them further away from it. For those who weren't blinded by any, oh my God. Do y'all feel me? So that's what I'm saying, man. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun. We will be here tomorrow. I'm also going to be at the watch list for you, but we'll see. I mean, follow me on the Twitch too if y'all going to get on the 2K. I don't know. I'm going to try to go live on 2K today. I don't know, man. It's been tough. It's been challenging. But either way, I love you, and thank you guys again for being here. We have a lot more. We're going to have all the earnings too, so this is the beginning, bro. It's an appetizer, and it's crazy, man. So let's see, but thank you again. Big shout out, members, non-members, stream alerts, anybody who has supported. And again, bro, like I'm saying, the real thing, man, above all else, bro, like I said, I mean, I hope you have pushed people closer to the truth than further from it. And it's just like, yo, man, if y'all communicated and shared info and were really a part of good discussions, thank you, man. It makes the day go beautifully, and you see it, bro. I love to see light bulbs. I love to see people grow. So thank you. And that's what it's about, and that's why we're here. But on that note, don't ever forget why we show up and why we keep going. And we do it for one purpose, baby. It's the love. And there is the love and the faith, hope, and love don't go out of style, but there's something something bigger and better than all of it. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Amen, man. Even if, and listen, some of y'all don't feel me on some of that, finger to the sky, you don't feel me. But what I'm telling you, and what I'll tell you right now, how you behave with love towards your fellow man and pushing them towards the truth and not further. You know what I'm saying? That's God in your vibe, dog. You know what? I don't know if you feel me, bro. That's all. I don't know what you believe or not, but I'm just saying that's good for you. That's good in God for you, baby. But I love you, Chad. I'm going to see you tonight. I'll see you in the morning, God willing. And peace out. What about me? Come on. What about the other team, huh? Fuck it. What's up? Hey, I'm back. Huh? Come on. I flew into Israel. I was born in Israel. I know what they're going through. I feel their pain and suffering. I was born in Israel, and I was born in Puerto Rico, then Scranton, but then I got raised on a farm in Hawaii, and I learned all of these things, okay? And now I have laser eyes. No, seriously. Come on, vote for me. Bidenomics. We flipped that bitch. We flipped that shit. We turned it around. Now it means good. Good, bad news, good news, good news, bad news. Boom, you learned it from stocks. What now, motherfucker, huh? Anyways, I'm leaving. I'm not joking. I mean it. It's not hyperbole. Goodbye. See you later. Exactly. Now, Joshua, I have one question. Who the hell is purchasing Netflix? Joshua, exactly. And you know my next question. Can you access the Netflix without the Wi-Fi? No. Exactly. So how come AT&T doesn't go up? Exactly. I reclaim my time. I yield back. This is heresy. You sound like you're going to string together two wires and fly like you're Peter Pan. Sounds like a demon Republican, demon Democrat. What are you up to? Exactly. Is it woke content? Is it One Piece? Is that what is that about? Exactly. I've reclaimed my time. Thank you. I yield back. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.